All right, guys, here it is. Finally, this is the 4-hour-long rise and fall of Frenemies, Trisha and Ethan's impossible podcast, The Right Opinion. Frankly, I'd love to see it come back. Oh, but Papa Gut, Trisha's problematic. Don't care. Oh, Papa Gut, Ethan's problematic. Don't care. I want to see it come back. I enjoyed it. Those were the good old days. The good old days where Trisha treated Ethan like a bad person, but Ethan platformed her and also validated every claim that she made about everything to the point where he leveraged his good credibility against her horrible credibility. One of the real very valid criticisms against Ethan. But yeah, I'm interested. I remember Frenemies, pretty cool time. I'm excited. I'm going to start it at the beginning. I'm going to skip the introduction, and let's get this going, guys.
2019 was a curious year for H3. Emerging from the drama of the previous 12 months, they had maintained a pretty strong upload schedule on both their podcast and their main channel. These videos certainly didn't evoke the energy of the main channel's supposed heyday, but the truth is that times had changed, and so had they. However, one video seemed to be a departure from not only their previous content, but in my opinion, their channel as a whole. Comedy has certainly evolved on YouTube, particularly in the last few years. There's a lot of...
Yeah. They went from making, like, edited videos to doing a podcast. And you want to know what? Fundamentally speaking, I think that that's always a difficult transition, because you go from editing every single thing that you put out into the atmosphere to showing yourself for hours at a time. And it's difficult to, it's difficult. I mean, you can't put on a character anymore. You know what I mean? Like, you're just who you are. And I think a lot of people end up struggling when they do that kind of stuff, because, you have like a very high expectation of somebody. It's like, oh, see, this is Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein's amazing. Like, look at his, he makes all this content. But that's very heavily edited. So, like, let's say he does 3 hours of filming, and then, like, the video ends up being, like, 20 minutes, right? That's a lot. People happens to a lot of people. You know what I'm saying, dude? Then you go on stream, and, like, maybe you're having a bad day, but that's your day to stream, and all of a sudden you're kind of a dickhead, and it's like, oh, man, things kind of spiral.
Talk about what jokes one can and can't make these days. And although there's definitely been a clampdown on certain creators in the commentary genre, there are still liberties you can take. And on the 8th of May 2019, I'd say H3H3 Productions exercised those with a video named Instagram versus Reality.
Have you guys ever browsed Instagram and wondered why everyone looks so beautiful? Why does everyone have such a perfect life? Why is everyone having so much fun, has perfect skin, is always laughing and smiling? Why is my life so boring as I sit here in my underwear covered in breadcrumbs? Sad.
That's a good criticism, though, because that's what depresses people about social media, is that, like, you could put out the best of yourself and you never put out the worst of yourself. And isn't there an irony to that, though? Because then once people start going from content like Ethan was doing, highly curated content, to streaming content, all of a sudden they're seeing who you are as a person, and then they reject you as a person. Isn't that sad? Of course, Ethan does things to, deserve it in some capacity. But isn't that interesting, though?
And alone. Why?
Not only are we geared to hate, or there's such a negative impact of this type of content, of like Instagram showing the best of the best, but then, like, we know it's wrong, but then we still hold people to that standard of, like, you can't make mistakes on the internet. Fundamentally, that's why cancel culture is fucking insane. It's like almost like a hatred, self-hatred. It's like somebody who's like I don't know. It's like an Italian person who hates Italians, like that self-hating Italian. It's like, I know social media is so bad for me, and holding people to these high, or these social media people holding themselves to these high standards and only showing us what we want, or they think we want to see all the good part. I know it depresses me, but then also when I see somebody act genuinely, I'm going to shit through their neck, because I don't want to see a normal person. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's like almost, it's bizarre. It's something to think about.
I'll tell you why.
Something
because
to think
they're
about.
faking it. That is not you. The one on the left is on the beach. The one on the right just washed up on the beach. Oh, damn. Tana's looking pretty good these days. Oh. Oh, I can't believe it's the same day. She looks like a Twinkie.
Now, as the title implies, it's about how many individuals...
It's kind of fucked up. I see why you apologize. The criticism is really solid overall. Like, why are you perpetuating this idea of, like, a unrealistic body standard? And I probably laughed when I first saw that video, so I'm not even going to shit on him too hard. But I can see why that's just kind of mean, because you're kind of just shitting on somebody,
tend to airbrush and edit their content to make it conform more with society's superficial standards surrounding beauty. On the surface, this is quite a progressive message, and there's nothing overtly wrong with calling that out. out. The video itself doesn't pull any punches when addressing these individuals who are thought to be participating in these shenanigans, one of those in particular being Trisha Paytas.
This girl tried to use a face filter on Instagram and her phone blew up. Here's another one of her. She is the best. Isn't she not the best? Would people even recognize her if they saw her on the street? I mean, she is unrecognizable.
Not for nothing, but like if you go back to that, I feel like she looks better.
Isn't she not the best?
I feel like she looks better on the right. Like I don't know, the left is kind of gross. Like okay, not to be like totally rude, but I hate that overdone, like I just like normal looking women, you know, or normal looking people, realistic people, you know? You know what it is? So you know how like guys do this a lot more, but I think girls do it too. You know how like you think about like, oh, I would fuck that person. Everybody does that. Like you see a hot girl, oh, I'd fuck the shit out of that bitch. Right? I think about that too, except when I think about fucking that person, I think about it like, oh, how would they feel when they were fucking me? So if I look at somebody who's like super duper like 10 out of 10 and I'm like a 3, I'm like, damn, I wouldn't want to be with them because they would laugh in my body. So it instantly makes them unattractive to me. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel. Maybe I'm thinking about it too much, but you know, the fantasy isn't real unless they want to consent back. And if I feel like I'm forcing them, I mean, imagine just laying there and they're like, ugh, and they're just like holding back a vomit. I couldn't fuck that person. I couldn't.
People even recognize her if they saw her on the street? I mean, she is unrecognizable. This is Coachella versus throwing down in the McDonald's parking lot at 3 a.m. This is Coachella versus World Star Hip Hop. No, that cannot be the same person. Dude, Coachella versus open casket funeral.
I have a lot of thoughts on this video as a whole, but I don't think it's necessary to the story we're constructing. All I will say is that at the time, regardless of Trisha's own reputation, this video did draw a bit of backlash. I think the main reason is because although it is completely fair to attack society's beauty standards and those who prop it up, attacking that person's appearance somewhat undermines the message in people's eyes because then you yourself are using those standards as a stepping stone for your own point against it, which seems somewhat contradictory. How you interpret the video ultimately comes down to what you think of these people's intent, whether they are just another victim of unattainable beauty standards or they're knowingly contributing to that toxicity. If you know
what I'll say? I think that the video itself was a bit problematic, but that's a genuine Ethan Klein moment. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people just like were fat phobic, obviously. I think some people are like, you know, this is genuine. This is a genuine thought, even if it's a little bit wrong. You know, sometimes it feels like we've lost some of that genuinity. You know, I can't quite put my finger on it, but I'm just saying.
Commentary on Trisha's own intent, however, we were guaranteed to at least receive it from one source, Trisha themselves.
Do understand that there's so many more things that go into it than just stop eating, start exercising, stop being lazy. There's so much more to it. Oh my God, if people could even understand 10% of the mental struggles that a lot of overweight people do.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. You could spend your time explaining that, of course. That would be a good idea. Yeah, you know, and I talk about it too, and I'll talk about it now just because it's relevant. It's you know, as a fat person, again, I've been trying to lose weight. My wife and I have been walking every day for half hour a day. That's like our first step. We're taking small steps. We want to create a habit rather than just like, you know, like hardcore diet and then fail. Because we've done that before. We've done it a lot of times before. We've lost 30 pounds and then failed because something happens in your life and it's just like kind of overwhelming. You know, a lot of times fat people stress eat. They're stress eating. You know, and then what happens though? You eat when you're upset, when you're stressed, and if it's not food, it's like cigarettes. That's where I've been. Or you flip it around, and then all of a sudden you're in a good mood. Hey, I'm feeling good. Let's go to Burger King. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm feeling like shit. Let's go to Burger King. It's one of those problems. It's a bad relationship with food, and it takes a bit of it takes a while. You have to really change yourself. And you know, one of those things, starting small progressive steps. That's what's working for us. We've taken a half hour. Yesterday, we dropped off our car to get it inspected, and it was a half-hour walk home. So we're like, you know what? Instead of going to the gym and walking on the track, let's just drop the car off and walk home together. And that's what we did. And then we pulled half the dungeon because we're fucking stupid. And that was fun. It was nice, you know? But that's one of those problems, you know?
Feel myself, like, if you could even be inside this head for like a minute, and to see why I use food as like a coping mechanism, like, and it sucked.
Now, Trisha had already responded once to Ethan's comments the previous year relating to society's beauty standards when H3 had made comments surrounding the model Tess Holiday. It was clear that there was some disparity between the opinions each held about how they think the matter should.
I don't like Tess Holiday. I forgot what she did. There was something that she did that was like didn't she say that she's like anorexic? That's just preposterous. I don't know. Maybe I just don't know enough about anorexia. That just seems ridiculous to me. Right, anorexia is like not eating, I guess, unless, I don't know. It seemed kind of ridiculous to me. I mean, I think most people that are fat have an eating disorder in some capacity. Like, you know, maybe not something that like needs to be super diagnosed, but something that needs to be like recognized. But I don't know.
should be approached. But with the crosshairs shifted towards Trisha, the spotlight was firmly on them to respond. Trisha first put out a series of tweets that attacked H3H3 for their video, calling it predatory and harmful, and labeling Klein a disgusting piece of scheisse. Nevertheless,
how the fuck is it predatory? What are you talking about? Jesus Christ. Fucking really overusing those words there, huh?
Of the belief that such tweets were not sufficient retribution for the Klein's misdemeanors, Trisha uploaded a video further chastising H3H3 for their comments and depiction of sensitive issues that could impact many young girls growing up.
Hannah's body, like her photo versus her reality. I mean, he literally on one of my photos said she went from beauty queen to a monster.
Bro, I don't even think that you're actually laughing this off. I mean, that you're actually crying like this. Come on. When you ham it up like that, come on, bro. Because again, it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, he shouldn't have been rude about their bodies, but then like you guys were perpetuating like really harmful beauty standards. So at the same time, it's like you're just as much of a monster as he is. The difference is like, you know, he just was a little ignorant. You were intentionally doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm being fucking real with you, dog.
And like,
in very typical Trisha fashion, it takes whatever valid criticism or responses could be made and blows them wildly out of proportion. Additionally, it meshes a variety of points together, including technical points about whether the photos Ethan compared were taken on the same day, or more emotional points about how this has affected them and other vulnerable individuals.
You're not taking something from that day and showing it like from a video clip in the same hair and makeup. You're taking all my photos he showed. One he showed a side-by-side was what I posted myself to show like how different. My whole point of that post was to be like, yes, I can be glam and I feel good about myself, and also I can be like how I was looking, just like selfie down, like not the most attractive, and I was doing that to show like, yes, to show it. I guess he was trying to prove, but he did that in such a way of like, it was bullying. It really, really upset me. It really upset me.
It's not that I don't understand how such comments could upset someone like Trisha if they feel as vulnerable about their appearance as they present. However, as a public figure, you're going to be the butt of these jokes. And Ethan's point, whether you agree with it or not, is that all of our appearances are flawed and that trying to cover it up is only going to do more harm. This was a difference in perspective that neither side was going to compromise on, because they both seemed to believe that they were starting from the righteous premise. Trisha in empowering girls to post pictures of themselves online free from stigma from judgmental parties, and Ethan in tearing down the unrealistic thresholds of natural beauty pushed by many of these people. There was never going to be a compromise. Yet it could have just ended here.
Yeah, Instead, no, yeah. He said she looked like a beach whale. She's allowed to be upset. My point is that like so what's the criticism on Ethan's video? The criticism isn't the fundamentally what he was saying was that the video was a critique about social media and presenting yourself in a way that's dishonest and setting up unrealistic beauty standards, right? And then he went too far by like calling people fat, right? Which is pretty normal. Fat phobia is pretty normal shit. You know what I mean? I probably would have said the same goddamn thing back in the day. Now we're a little older. We realize that like women are the ones that are generally faced with these body image issues. But then again, Trisha was pushing those body image problems too. She was an active member of somebody contributing to that by doing all the photoshopping and over editing. And so she's allowed to be upset, but like the disproportionate response makes her lose credibility, especially since she's part of the problem, right? She's part of the problem. So.
Not happy with the response their video was receiving, Trisha pursued the feud online, once again escalating the comments, now directing them at Ethan's wife and child, providing some invaluable couples counseling on their marriage as well. Ethan, unfazed by these comments, continued to dunk on Trisha and the Photoshop employed in their content. At this point, Ethan took the W because he avoided taking the comments to the personal level that Trisha did, and maintained his stance pretty staunchly. This is where the direct interaction appeared to end though, with Ethan.
What do you think of the new talent tree and WoW?
It's pretty good. I'll give really briefly, like it's actually pretty awesome. It's making me want to like play a little bit more again. It's a little complicated. It's the first time I've had to think about this game in a while, so I like that.
Delivering a final address to it on his podcast a few days later.
I didn't know who she was, to be honest with you, but I guess she's actually quite a big YouTuber. She has like 5 million followers or something. And so we put her in the thumbnail because her comparison was just so epic to me. And nothing personal about her. I don't know anything about her, obviously, but I guess she has a knack for dramatics. First is, why are you on your kitchen floor? There's got to be a better setting for this.
Although brief, this exchange highlighted the contrasting dynamic shared between the two. Trisha, a person who really behaves on that emotional whim, the person who will readily bare their teeth at those if they wish to and take their comments to places that many would consider beneath them. Ethan, on the other hand, may make provocative content from time to time, but also has a grasp on his own opinions, and in this case maintain control of the conversation, not falling for the outrage bait set by Trisha. Trisha Paytas has said before they will often chase the behavior that garners them the most attention, but in this instance they kind of hit that brick wall, where they didn't manage to elicit a rise out of their opponent. With this in mind, barely a couple days after their explosive rage, their tune changed, and they began posting somewhat strangely worded praise for Ethan, even asking if they could make an appearance on their podcast. As far as I'm aware, at this point, they had not collaborated, so this tweet may have been a bit tongue-in-cheek, though I have to say I'm not sure where the tongue or the cheek are, but I digress. This was the first time that Trisha had signaled
probably in her butthole. Remember that OnlyFans thing that she showed of, she just put toilet paper in her butthole? I remember. You got a surge of people subscribing to her OnlyFans. That's disgusting. Men are disgusting. Isn't that crazy? Now, I personally, I mean, Not that I did it. I didn't subscribe to it at that point. But, anyway.
Interest in collaborating on the podcast with H3H3. However, this interest wasn't initially reciprocated by the clients, who didn't respond to these tweets and continued with their routine podcast schedule, seemingly paying no mind to Trisha and their antics. However, if anyone thought this quarrel in question was quite quelled, well, they were in for a little shock.
That was an epic collab. I totally didn't anticipate it. Like, this came so out of left field. But I think I enjoyed it. I think deep down she enjoyed it as well.
Something about Ethan's comedy and Trisha's desire for attention seemed to bring them together, and as the capers continued to increment, these characters were set on a collision course that could not be averted.
Yeah, you're. I wish I got a fucking heel, dude. Hey, bitch.
Over the next few months, not too much of note happened. There was the occasional acknowledgement or mention of either party, but otherwise it seemed that this had mostly cooled. However, all this changed when Trish decided to post a video coming out as transgender.
So in my head, I feel like I'm a transgender female to male, but also...
So this is one of those things that's like, this is one of the things that are really frustrating, especially for trans people, bro. Is like this kind of trans erasure where you can say, I identify as a male or a female without actually displaying any behavior or doing anything that would even do that. Trisha, I said identify as a boy, but they didn't dress differently or talk differently or have any different experience. And you might be like, well, that's okay. Not really. Because what does it mean to you to be a trans man or a trans woman? Like, let's say you're a biological male, right? Like, and I don't say that to be antagonistic. I say that for context. And you're a trans woman. If you still express yourself, well, actually, let's just use Trisha. Let's say you're a biological woman and you're like, well, I'm a trans male. What does it mean to you? If you're not dressing in a certain way, what does it mean to you? Nothing. Probably doesn't mean anything to you. You're doing it as an accessory. You're doing it as a piece to try to garner public attention. That's what it comes off as. Where there's like tons of trans people who actually struggle with their identities. I'm not saying like it just doesn't make any sense. It just comes off as like somebody, you're just virtue signaling. I don't know if virtue signaling is the right way to say it, but like you're just like, you're being performative. You just want to like do it because it makes you. It's one of those things where trans people suffer every single day in the real world, but on the internet, it's cool to be trans, and it sets up for like a really bad dynamic that hurts trans people because it makes it seem like just some bullshit performative fucking nothing piece. It's just stupid. It doesn't mean anything to them.
Like a drag queen. That's kind of how I've like rationalized it in my head. Because like, okay, let me just tell you why I identify as a boy more so, and from an early age. That
being said, I do think that Trisha probably does have an issue to an extent with her gender. And this is what I think it is. I think Trisha is used to being so overly sexual that she hates her. Like what it means to be a woman to Trisha is to be an OnlyFans model to such an extent that I think that it sets her up for like a really negative association with what it means to be a woman, because to her what it means to be a woman is being incredibly overly sexualized. And so like maybe she's like, oh, that's a problem, and maybe she thinks that she identifies as a boy, but like you could just not be so sexual, and you could just not hinge your entire sexuality or your entire identity on being so overly sexual. Because if you look at a lot of her moments are about how sexual she is, and then maybe that's part of it. And instead of like kind of de-radicalizing that perception of women for herself of being like these over-sexualized people, which she might have gotten this idea from social media, because look at social media. She misdiagnoses herself with being trans in some capacity. So,
don't like to be center of attention, except when I want to be center of attention.
Once again, I think we can keep this relatively brief, but this video was met with a lot of controversy for how it handled the subject matter and the communities that it references, regardless of whether Trisha truly was transgender. The day after, in light of the less than supportive response, Trisha posted an apology video, which unfortunately seems to have been lost to the sands of time. This was once again received fairly poorly and provoked another response on the H3 podcast.
She just kind of describes like a lot of people. She says, I don't know, some days I don't wear makeup and I just wear comfy clothes.
Trans,
and
that means she's trans.
I really relate to men, and I like to hang out with men more than women.
Mm-hmm.
And so therefore she thinks she's a guy.
So take a guess what happens next.
Yeah, no, that's even if Trisha actually was saying that she, like, let's say Trisha actually genuinely believed that she was trans. It doesn't make her trans, right? Only because like it sounds more like she, again, is so hypersexual and associates femininity with such hypersexuality that when she's doing normal woman shit, like not wearing makeup, that to her needs to be a boy, right? So even if Trisha was being genuine, she's still wrong, I think. And she effectively misdiagnoses herself. And this criticism's still valid because she doesn't have a proper perception on what it means to be like a person or a woman. Oh.
Next, I'm telling you, it will shock you. Trisha took to Twitter to insult Ethan. However, in a twist, this time posting some rather sensitive images that we shan't go into detail about. Ethan responds fairly unamused, and then Trisha brings up Hila like clockwork. Oh, and what would a situation be without a Trisha video?
Apparently, she came out recently as a trans male, so I guess she must know something about. Although I bet you Trisha's got a large that's bigger than my.
Hell yeah, I do.
She's one of those bigger girls. She's got like an engorged.
Yeah,
it's like this.
It is meaty. I have a meaty ass. It is so meaty and tight. It's like biting into an Arby's roast beef sandwich without.
So this is how I know that Trisha's not a trans man. It's because women are just not funny, bro. It was funny when Ethan was saying it, but like her doubling down on it, it doesn't even sound funny, bro. Come on, it's lame, dude. Come on. That's how I know that you're not a fucking trans man, because you are not funny.
Beef curtains.
However, this time, instead of the dispute dying a death like the previous altercation, Ethan responded to the Twitter publication of the video by inviting them on the podcast, if they were man enough. At first, Trisha, seeming hesitant to commit, requests an advance payment of $18 million, a fairly regular sum for most H3 guests, I'm sure. However, Ethan calls Trisha on their bluff, stating that they'll do it for free. Chief negotiator Trisha then makes a minor amendment to the conditions, stating that they may appear if Ethan apologizes for all his dumbass trolling, something which Trisha is obviously a stranger to. A few days later, on the 16th of October, Ethan uploads another video which includes a parody apology to Trisha, mocking their often melodramatic setup, providing the implication that negotiations had perhaps broken down.
I wanted to basically apologize to Trisha Paytas, who is such a sweet, genuine person, and I just really, I wanted to, first of all, apologize for saying that she looked like she was at an open casket funeral, like she was the corpse inside of a casket. That's not true. That's just not what I meant at all. You're so beautiful. You're such a queen. And I also wanted to apologize for saying that you have, like, a 5 to 10-inch engorged clit that's bigger than my dick. I mean, that's... That would basically make you a guy. That would basically mean you had a penis. And, well, I guess I'm kind of confused because you said you're trans. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't want to offend you. I know that. I'm sorry for saying that you're not trans. God, man, even though you have, like, cup F jugs that are always on display.
With the unpredictability of Trisha, it would be normal to assume that this interaction would fizzle out like many others had. However, in a surprise turn of events, approximately a fortnight later, a photo was posted on Twitter that showed the two...
He said the thing. Fortnite. Wow. Incredible. Where's the sponsorship? You have to tell people that you're sponsored, bro. Come on. Can't do that.
Two parties together alongside a link to Trisha's debut on the H3 podcast.
Well, first of all, Trisha Paytas is here to... Are we here to squash the beef or roast the beef?
Ooh. I would love to squash it, but I like you guys talking about me, so maybe we'll
That's what I figured. Thank you for saying that.
It's now and a half of the two parties addressing and appearing to mostly settle their differences. And on one hand, Trisha handles themselves pretty well. In fact, responding to certain questions with a degree of eloquence not to...
You like that? The right opinion said themselves. This way he could... He didn't want to... He wanted to be, wanted to be nice to Trisha. I respect that. But I believe she says that she uses she pronouns. Last time I checked. And I also don't think that she actually cares. I think that it's all a performance piece. Just like she's just there. She's like, I like it when you talk about me. She likes any attention, positive or negative. So,
typically associated with them, such as certain gender-related queries, where their responses actually add a lot of nuance to their prior content on the matter.
A lot of people are transphobic. Me coming out transgender is not going to help my dating life. It's not going to... Why would I put that on myself to hurt? I'm trying to date. I'm trying to get married. Why would I put that out there just so people can look up that I'm a transgender if I truly don't believe that?
It always...
So, that's the argument in itself is dumb fuck bullshit. In the real world, sure. First of all, everybody knows you're fucking crazy. You're not getting a date regardless. Second of all, on the internet, I've already explained this. On the internet is different from the real world. If you are a famous celebrity person, stealing transness absolutely will make it better for your public perception. Because I'm trans. It's cool to to you. It's just an aesthetic. And the aesthetic on the internet is like, oh, cool, that's really good. That's a really good thing. But trans people in the real world, they'll get beat up just for being trans. That would never happen to you. You're a fucking rich person living in California. You're not, this whole fundamental argument of oh, why would I do something that would hurt me? It wouldn't hurt you. It would help you. It would give you more free internet brownie points for doing something that you aren't, Because other actual trans people who come out as trans on the internet, they're praised because oh, you're being brave. And we're not going to shun you like people shun you in the real world. I understand that, but in the real world, usually it comes with them, dealing with some kind of an issue in the real world that you're not dealing with, Trisha. So
It fascinates me how the internet can be surprisingly hostile to those who may just be expressing confusion. And although Trisha did make some insensitive comments, their confusion was nothing to write off on their own basis. In fact, I think many only responded the way they did because it's Trisha. The podcast allowed them to make their own defense, and I think that was a positive thing. On the other hand, though, it kind of reminds me of James Merritt's interview with Nick Avocado. You appear to have two parties engaging in casual conversation. However, when you know both parties relatively well, particularly Trisha, you begin to pick up on certain details that others may overlook.
Yeah.
I think
I love Jewish people. I get excited. Sorry.
Thank you. You love.
I go to Israel all the time because I want to find a Jewish man, but they won't date me. Like any Jewish guy I like fuck, they can't marry me. They tell me straight up the bat, like, I can't marry you. You're not Jewish. I'm like, oh, okay.
I think they may just be saying that as an excuse.
In this part, Trisha says they go to Israel all the time, which just isn't true. It's such a trivial detail to lie about, so trivial that you don't feel like it's worth even pulling them up on it. When it comes to other points, though, Trisha was caught with their trousers down.
What is that called, though? When somebody makes such an obvious lie that, like, you believe it. I forget. There's like a thing for that. It's crazy.
To expose anything that's private, but
It's all demonetized.
Hold on. Where is it? Apology, and then it's coming up regarding I am transgender. 3 million views, green icon, monetized, and I'm going to tell you exactly how much money she made. She made $8,000 from that video.
It's a fascinating watch in many ways because it outlines that character that Trisha Paytas has cultivated and places it in an environment where it can receive.
Hey guys, I'm coming out as transgender. $8,000. Oh, beans and rice, baby. Woo! Beans and rice. Transgender. It pays nice. That's what I'm saying, dude. At least on the internet.
Direct scrutiny. I do want to save some analysis for the end of the video, but it certainly illuminates how differently Trisha views the consequence of their own language and behavior in comparison to a lot of other creators. How this podcast appearance wouldn't be possible without two people, namely Ethan and Hila.
I mean, clearly not all men are violent. I mean, like that.
Yeah, but
some are.
And a lot are cheaters.
A lot are
perverts.
But
that
I think
want to fuck underage girls. Like, yeah.
Some are. Yeah,
so
sure.
are you ever afraid that it might be your choices drive these bad characters into your life?
My choice is how.
And men. The men you're attracted to.
I feel like I date everybody. Like anybody wants.
That was a really harsh question because like that sounds victim blaming. But it's possible, man. It's one of those things where sometimes people, you ever hear like this, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me kind of a thing. Sometimes. But also, it doesn't mean that she's like asking. So like, in the context of potentially being like assaulted, but of course not. But like fundamentally on like the choosing shitty guys, possibly. You know what I mean?
To date me, I'll date them. So I feel like I'm not picky. I just date whoever wants to date me.
So maybe the image you put out to the world attracts the wrong kind of guy.
I've heard that. Oh my God, this is like therapy now. Oh my God, so deep. Possible. You are like a dad. Even though you're only 34, you're like a 45-year-old dad.
Ethan has the energy of an accommodating yet critical host. And although patronizing and slightly presumptive at points, he doesn't just endlessly grill Trisha like some probably would. He lets them say their piece and challenges when he feels necessary, catching them out a few times. At the same time, there's this still somewhat standoffish nature between the two parties, particularly with Hila's presence, who still seems somewhat skeptical towards Trisha, and their nature to fluctuate between flirtatious and insulting towards Ethan.
I love that we're on a three-way date right now. We're like eating and talking. We're like, Polly, Ethan's just the worst. I had to say that. You're kind of just the worst. I think Eli.
Oh, wait, hold on. So you hated me. You came in liking me more, but now you hate me again.
It's a mesmerizing experience. These two internet veterans dissecting an individual who has in many ways occupied the spotlight for so long, yet seldom been understood by those attacking them. By the end of the podcast, although it felt like any dispute had been placated, you weren't really sure if there were seeds for a future relationship. Some tension in the air still lingered, and with everything in mind, that was to be expected. But somewhere deep down, there was the potential for something truly great. And I think people knew that.
Oh, snippity snap.
As I mentioned at the start, Klein had been involved in a fair bit of drama relating to how he handled himself on the podcast, but also how he interacted with guests.
And he also had a zillion kids, so I mean, yeah.
Really? How many siblings do you have?
I don't know, dude. The internet's too fucking weird to give out all that information.
Oh, you don't even want to say how many because you're afraid that it will
by all means, keep talking about it. Is there anybody can cut this out? I'm honest, dude. Like,
seriously?
Yeah, no, dude. There's fucking lunatics out there.
Okay.
Well,
off the air, I'll cut.
All right.
Jeez.
There were a lot of theories as to why this was, but many at the time were under the impression that he was not a naturally talented podcast host, particularly when he appeared with certain people, and that's completely fine. The transfer from video.
Well, I think Bill Burr went a little bit kooky in that that thing there. He went a little bit off the it's totally fine to be like, yeah, I don't want to talk about it, but then he went a little bit hard on Ethan after. It's still kind of funny though.
Video content that can be scripted and edited to a podcast where you really have to devote your full attention towards each and every moment can be an exceptionally difficult one. However, sometimes it's about who you're doing the podcast with, and Trisha Paytas was someone that you never ran out of questions for, and if you're an inquisitive person like Klein is in a way, then it was quite easy to maintain an engaging conversation, even if it does seem more like a case study at points.
Like anything to me. The squid I
got.
You
might have also just been like nervous, that's a possibility as well. Things where you're talking to like an actual person rather than some internet loser. But it is a little bit different because, like, when you're talking, even if somebody that's like famous on the internet, there's still somebody famous on the internet. I know it sounds weird, but it's like it's different. Whereas now you're talking to somebody outside of your sphere, you're starting to branch out somewhere a little bit different. It becomes like a nervous interaction type of a thing.
It's like a transparent squid, so it just doesn't taste like anything. It was a while ago. I mean, I used to eat like goldfish as a kid. I used to like swallow goldfish, so I don't think you're supposed to do that either.
Someone said apparently Bill Burr does it all the time in interviews. Is that true? I don't know. I'm not his handler. I don't really know Bill Burr. I don't really watch him, so I wouldn't really know. But it's possible. I don't know.
But I would just eat the fish out of the bowl.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. I thought it was honestly food. I was young. I was like 5.
For a while, it seemed like this was the most confab we were going to see, as the two turned back towards their own ventures over the following months. Until the start of 2020, that is, when they returned to the podcast for another session of antics.
Yeah.
Love this. So it's like a throuple.
It's not a throuple. It's definitely not a throuple.
I think of it like parents, but now I think of it like throuple. But I feel like this because me and Eli are getting along good.
Please don't think of it as a throuple.
It's like a little date right now.
Definitely not a date.
One of the constant struggles that Trisha has been quite open about on their channel is their often fruitless endeavor to find a relationship. And during their appearances on the 2 episodes of the podcast, Trisha had a nature to make certain comments that seemed to seek validation for intimacy with those they were around. These include the numerous rather pointed, flirtatious remarks towards Ethan and referring to the podcast collective presence as a throuple. Ethan and
I think that she has like a legitimate crush on Trisha Paytas. I think Trisha has like a legitimate crush on Ethan Klein, like unironic crush. I think that's why she acted like that, because she wanted to bone him, give him the bone, you know, the boner.
and Hila weren't completely sold on this dynamic though, and had their own plans for Trisha going forward. The year prior, the Kleins had conducted a dating game of sorts with an individual known as Ian the Intern, where they would peruse dating profiles and attempt to set him up with some lovely ladies. They compared this setup to the show The Bachelor, a show that I'm unfortunately completely oblivious to and have very little.
Does that mean that Ethan started the internet dating trend? I don't really think of it like that.
Interest in learning about. Unfortunately, Ian seemed to undermine the show when he messaged one of the participants and then decided that he didn't want her to come on the show. Nonetheless, the concept was a hit with the audience, so clearly the Kleins thought they would bring it back for season 2, this time branding it as The Bachelorette with you-know-who in the starring role.
Trisha back here, and the reason that Trisha's joining us today is, as you all know, Ian's had a season of The Bachelor with a H3 instead of a capital H and a 3, Bachelor.
Love that.
And so Ian actually found true love on his season. We had some ups and downs. We had some controversies, but in the end, Ian has been dating a girl for how long, Ian?
For about since last September, around there, October.
Since last September, Eli.
Wow.
Oh. So he's in love.
And you met him on the show?
Yes. Yeah. So the show works.
Wow, I didn't know
The
this.
show works.
Oh, I had no idea this was a thing.
And so we take this very seriously. Love is very important to me and Hila and our community. And we thought Trisha Paytas, now that's the next season of The Bachelorette.
With so many eligible young gentlemen falling at their feet, it was clear that Trisha was spoiled for choice. However, Trisha seemed to have eyes for one person in particular.
I thought, I don't know if I can say this, and you can cut it if I'm not supposed to say this, but I was like low-key hoping, because originally I was pitched the idea to come on as a contestant, and Hila's brother's gonna be the Bachelor, and then I thought maybe he would apply to be on my Bachelor.
He was supposed to. I don't know what happened.
He said that he wanted to apply.
I found his Instagram. It's fine.
We could take a last minute submission.
I don't
He
know what
said he
he
wanted
did.
to. I think he's honestly super busy. He's like a fucking mega hard. He's like he should make time though, right?
He should make time.
Yeah, he does a lot with water. I hear he's part of the Nestle brand. He is water, stealing water from other countries and stuff.
Done.
He looked so hot. I was like low-key impressed. I was like, holy shit.
We'll make
He's like strikingly hot.
Okay, we'll make sure he.
This is Moses Ackman. He's an Israeli-born artist and architect who is relevant enough to have his own Wikipedia page, so that must mean something. He is best known for his work Faces of Water, which uses an artistic technique involving liquid iron. All in all, he seems like a reasonably talented artist who possesses some prestige in his field of operation. However, he is also the brother of Hila Klein, and a Bachelorette entrant that Trisha seemed quite drawn towards. Trisha had been known to have a somewhat strange interest towards humans of Jewish background, and therefore it was probably not particularly surprising given their reputation that they liked Moses. However, it was still a strange dynamic, and one that Hila at least didn't seem too eager to foster.
Make sure we get his application.
Now I am drenched, so you might smell it.
Stop.
Oh my god.
Are you really? But why? We just were talking about it.
I was looking at
your
Instagram.
leg.
Oh my god! First of all, it's crossed. I have a giant
No,
press
but
on.
I don't know. I don't want to listen.
There's so much.
It smells like sardines in here.
No, so fucked.
All right, so
Sorry.
all right. Well,
I'm excited.
Well, yeah, this is excited. We'll get Moses in here.
Smells
too.
like sardines.
Now
Moses.
that's his name, yeah.
Fuck that name. That's crazy.
Okay.
Better fucking Moses. Holy shit.
And he looks like Jesus. It's a hell of a thing.
Like write the
So-
10 commandments on my pussy.
Oh my god.
Sorry about that. What did she say?
Jesus Christ, it's disgusting.
Never mind.
His name is Moses. He might spread your Red Sea.
Oh, is he into that?
Yeah, he'll eat you out when you're on your period.
Ew, what the fuck? This is disgusting.
I want to deal with him today.
The rules of Bachelorette were set so that Trisha was advised against contacting any of the participants privately, particularly with the season 1 incident in mind. However, if they were to do so, there would be full disclosure with Ethan and Hila. It seemed there was some understanding between everyone that would help make the show a success. But then it happened. Yes, lockdown, caused by our good old pathogenic friend. And the H3 podcast was put on hold while they worked out a new arrangement compatible with the then present restrictions. However, even if the H3 podcast was on hold, there was no stopping the Trisha show, who decided that they had to take matters into their own hands. And just over a month after the launch of The Bachelorette Season 2, it came to an abrupt
on her
end.
Instagram stories, in bed with somebody.
Yeah.
And we see a
arm.
hand, and I'm like, again, cryptic. I think it's his arm.
Wow.
It looks
could
like
be.
It definitely is, but the evidence piles on as we continue forth here. She posts pictures of, she says, quarantine date night. Okay, now, so this is a separate day. So whoever this is come back to her house, a date night. She calls it a date night, and whoever it is brought dinner.
Yes, on March the 23rd, Trisha posted pictures of them with Moses, with the somewhat oxymoronic statement that they were social distancing together. Ethan did not see the funny side of this, but Trisha continued to openly flaunt their rendezvous, much to the dismay of Ackman's sister and her husband, with them asserting that Trisha had ruined the show with their mischief.
I have to tell you that I don't know what he's up to.
Right.
And
I don't know
this
anything.
isn't some inside joke. Like, look at the way he's looking at. So this is what Trisha posted. Look at his face. What is he doing? It's like he's goofing on us. Like, look.
Well, it's hard to tell.
Nice place, by the way, for Trisha. Nice view.
You can't tell. I don't
Hollywood
know.
Hills, by
It
the
could
look
be
of it.
just him smiling.
Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing? You know what's my biggest fear right now is that this actually becomes serious. So both of these people promised me.
It's kind of interesting that where they're like, oh, what is he up to kind of a thing. I can't fucking beat this boss because I don't have fucking spear-handed strike because of the talent points now. This is fucking stupid. But that's interesting. It's kind of like a first delve into like seeing like the negative interpretation that they have of Moses, where they think that he's up to something because he's doing this, you know? It's very interesting.
To keep it 100 billion with me.
Yes, they promised.
Like, I'm most disappointed in your brother. Trisha, whatever. We serve at her pleasure. I mean, you don't know which personality is showing up on which day. I'm just happy when she comes in.
I mean, I expected her to work within the guidelines too.
Dude. Your brother, though, is on our side, and now I don't know whose side he's on.
Needless to say, I can understand why the two were frustrated, notably given that this was the second time this had happened. However, when you're dealing with love, you can't really put a contract on it, and this was going to be inevitable with something as loosely structured as The Bachelorette, and with someone like Trisha. This was just not a great idea from the start, and the circumstances only exacerbated that. Although in many ways Trisha was the perfect podcast guest, their appeal was also your Achilles heel. They were not a person who was going to play by your rules, so when you impose these sorts of expectations on them, then you need to manage your own expectations as well. That doesn't mean you can't find it frustrating, but it's somewhat inevitable when you deal with someone who you know is notoriously unpredictable. H3 needed to think about this, but in the meantime, chaos reigned once more.
How is this still following me? Like, fuck.
Although in a way, it felt like Trisha was closer to the clients than they had ever been, this only really intensified the—
Bro, hold on. This thing is following me. How the fuck is it not out of my aggro range yet? What the fuck, dude? Oh my fucking Christ on a cracker, dude. Get away from me, you fucking ragged bitch. Sorry.
tension between the creators, who openly criticized each other over the coming months. In the meantime, to cement their commitment to the relationship, Trisha began learning Hebrew and, yes, uploading videos on the matter. When the relationship was good, it was great, and the clients were trying to break an inseparable bond between soulmates. And when the relationship wasn't working out, the clients were the cause of its demise. They really couldn't win.
It just sucks because it's like I'm like losing them too, because I really started trusting them as like friends, and it's like cool to have like YouTube friends, you know, like people who get it. And so it's kind of cool to have them as like this like ally with me. You know, we had beef and then we kind of like made up and had like a playful relationship, but then they started becoming assholes again and doing this shit. I mean, like she's not allowed around. It's like, it's not, at that point, it's not trolling. Like I'm not there. It's being an asshole. They're not reaching out to me. They're not asking me. They're just being assholes.
Ethan and Hila seem to display some semblance of disapproval, though I think there was a point where you have to begrudgingly accept that there is very little you can do to control a person like Trisha. Trisha is someone who will put their own impulsive desires first, and will only play your game when they have a chance of winning. And as Trisha said themselves, they won.
Of course, so many people are like, Trisha, you're not Jewish. And to that I say, I was not born Jewish, but I tend to gravitate towards Jewish people in my life that have taught me a lot.
Once more, it went rather quiet for the next few months as the stalemate seemed to persist between the parties. However, with everybody involved still 1 degree away from each other, there was that sense that the dating show was far from the last we'd see of them together. However, they'd really need a catalyst to bring them together. Who or what on earth could do that?
But the internet's, there's nothing going on the internet, so I decided to have you on anyways.
Sounds good to me.
Well, allow me to introduce two new guests to this very fun little house party. Gabby Hanna and our beloved Keemstar. Gabby Hanna is no stranger to controversy herself, and is a common talking point for many commentators. Her feud with Trisha Paytas is no less contentious, with Trisha accusing Gabby of slander and harassment, even threatening to take a restraining order out on her after she allegedly told Trisha's boyfriend, Jason Nash, that Trisha had herpes, as explained in their now-deleted video, Why I Don't Trust Gabby Hanna.
Maybe she did have herpes, though. Who knows, dude? You never know, bro. You never know.
When me and Jason started hooking up in 2017, I did a video called, like, YouTubers I've hooked up with. She, by the clues, guessed that I was hooking up with Jason.
Well, she's a snow bunny, but for Jewish people. What would you call that, then? Snow bunny for Jewish people. Oh. Like a... I don't know. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with having, like, a preference towards Jewish people or black people or whatever you want to have, as long as it doesn't become, I guess, like, harmful. I mean, I don't think it matters that Trisha, like... I feel like fetishizing is a point where it becomes like bad or it becomes like something negative. Like if you fetishize fat people, it's because that's a lot of times those are feeders who keep feeding fat people, and that's harmful to their body. Whereas like if you're just attracted to that person, excuse me, I don't think it's that big of a deal. That's called a preference. You know what I mean? So.
She texted Jason, and she told Jason, or I guess, I don't know if she texted him or told him in person, but basically she told him, hey, be careful, Trish has herpes and you're sleeping with her and blah, blah, blah.
I don't even need to use that ability.
Gabby, have we slept together? Did I show you my STD results? Are you my doctor? Did you swab my vagina?
Gabby did not debate that she had told Nash about the possibility of herpes and testified that she was merely warning a friend about certain health risks. However, she challenged the claims of harassment and stated Trisha was attempting to
I mean, listen, if she said it to her in private, maybe she was like, yo, I heard she has herpes, be careful. There's nothing wrong with saying that. Or maybe she was trying to be spiteful. I guess we'll never know. That's the greatest problem of them all, guys.
Mail their mutual friends, and since then any spirit of friendliness has been extinguished, with Trisha making further videos asking Gabby to leave them alone. To put it lightly, they're not chums, though some may be forgiven for thinking it's just another Paytas drama, and there's nothing particularly exceptional about it. Keemstar, on the other hand, well, honestly, I would describe Ethan's attitude towards Keem quite exceptional, at least for Ethan.
Keem, Clownstar, I know you're watching this because you're obsessed with me. You're on every word, and your blood is boiling. You're thinking to yourself, how am I going to destroy him? How am I going to make a Twitter rant and then find some shit? This guy literally got it. I don't need to keep going on about it.
Wrong.
It's not the first time he's just made absolutely slanderous lies about me, but that is that.
Ethan and Keem have a long history on YouTube, mostly hostile, with the occasional ceasefire when a greater cause united them. But at the start of 2020, H3 released 3 videos that sought to malign Keemstar from the platform once and for all, even criticizing those who
Did she talk about Jewish purity? Really? What the fuck does that even mean?
Associated with him.
Keemstar's got a bottle of G Fuel somewhere in his house that's actually a Horcrux. How is G Fuel still sponsor this guy, by the way? G Fuel brought to you by false pedophilia accusations. Chug a G Fuel.
Get it now at gfuel.com.
Keemstar responded to these videos with his own perspective, framing Ethan as a dishonest, opportunist hack and all-round hypocrite who didn't really care about the issues that he was speaking about. There are a lot of valid opinions that one can have about this mess of drama. However, one thing I would probably say that if you were familiar with either of the creators, it was unlikely to change your opinion on them. At its core, the videos were a showcase of how much these guys truly detested each other, and this continued over the next few months, with nobody really emerging as a clear victor. So what is the relevance of these two people? Well, you see, in September, bored as hell at the fact that there was no news, Keemstar decided to invite Gabby Hanna onto Drama to talk about writing a diss track on Trish, which, as you can assume, went down like a lead balloon with our good friend, who sent multiple tweets to Keemstar, platforming those who they had deemed pieces of, even going as far to imply that their life could be on the line over this matter.
Hey, Keemstar, from one fat to another, get your together. Don't blame Gabby Hanna for my death because she's mentally ill. You have no idea why I had to hire 24-hour security, you sick. You think bringing up drama is all fun and games until you're egging on a mentally ill person. Saying I'm starting, saying I'm instigating, I'm scared for my life, you dumb.
I guess you could make the same argument about Ethan, though, right? You know, Keemstar platform Gabby, Ethan platform Trish. I don't know.
Son of a.
It's like two sides of the same coin.
It's hard to really establish a motive for why exactly Keemstar decided to have Gabby come on Drama Alert. Maybe he was genuinely bored, but Ethan appeared to back Trisha's response, while continuing to speak ill of Keem. Keemstar noticed these and subsequently went off on Twitter about it himself. After this went nowhere, Keemstar reached out to Ethan offering a truce, framing it as the smartest thing to do.
In the coming months, more people were educated and they realized, oh wait, Keemstar's right. H3 is a bad guy. And now you're losing, and I'm winning. But the truth of the matter is that there's no winner, right? We both lost. The lesser of the loser is not the winner. This is stupid. And we're both going to continue to lose the more we fight. And the smart thing to do is to make peace. I'm inviting you on Mom's Basement, my podcast, to attempt to talk this out and to make peace. If you don't want to come on my show, I'll go on your show. But we need to make peace. This is affecting
are we in the
our
middle of the
companies,
fucking dungeon?
our careers, and not really my mental health, but you said that it affected your mental health, so it's time to make peace.
Hypothetically, you can understand why Keemstar wanted to do this, but logically it was something that H3 was very unlikely to agree to. Maybe Keem knew that, and he wanted to appear to be the reasonable party. But Ethan wasn't one to negotiate with someone he wanted to truly present as a terrible person. Given the lengths that he had gone to emphasize how bad a person Keemstar was, and still was at that point, he had more to lose by patching up the drama with our bearded buddy. However, what happened next seemed to cement his position.
I mean, you're really just better off not engaging in general. It's probably your best bet. Why the fuck? I want to fucking get the quest shared, and these stupid pieces of shit won't stop fighting things. I hate everybody. Come on, let's get out of the dungeon.
I've been wanting to make a podcast with like another comedian for a while, and I don't mean that to compliment you. I think I mean like two big personalities. And in my mind, when I kept trying to think of people to do it with, I always thought, you know, me and Trisha have a really funny chemistry.
Is Trisha a comedian?
Oh, yeah.
On all of your visits.
Right. Well,
is Trisha a comedian?
Yeah.
And I thought, well, you know, fuck it. Let's just do it like that. Let's do it live. Fuck it.
Oh, but this isn't live though.
No, it's just
okay.
On September the 15th, Trisha made their return to the H3 podcast. However, this wasn't just any old appearance. From the way this was presented and discussed, this was the start of a new era, a series featuring both Ethan and Trisha, where they discuss various dramatic and miscellaneous content, whatever took their interest, based on that core appeal that had worked so naturally before. Although many hypothesize this had been brought on by their mutual dislike of Keem, they refrained from mentioning him until the end of the show.
We could talk about Keemstar. Whatever you want.
Love you.
They finally shared it because they realized that
shout
I
out
needed
promo?
it.
Drama alert?
Back for it.
What up?
You want to give a shout out to Drama Alert?
Nothing but love.
Yeah.
We're all peace and positive here.
Yeah, Keemstar's the best.
It was welcomed with open arms by their audience, but with circumstances and characters in mind, I'm sure many wondered if it was going to survive beyond a couple episodes. Ethan and Trisha's working relationship often seemed born out of a mutual cause, and it's not that a cause like that can't be worthwhile, but the question is what happens when that cause is ultimately fulfilled, like it was with The Bachelorettes. If this podcast was the result of other factors like Keemstar, what happens when the influence of those factors inevitably lessens? There had to be some.
Then you have to sensationalize the news. That's how a lot of these guys end up engaging with a lot of the stuff that they're doing. They just get to a point where they just start sensationalizing shit because they have nothing else to talk about anymore. That's why people realize that they're performative nobodies and they kind of just move on. It's kind of the reality, brothers.
Between Trisha and Ethan.
But
could they ever find it? Well, let's talk about the centerpiece of Ethan and Trisha's tumultuous relationship.
All right, let's talk about it, bruh. Frenemies. My favorite. I thought it was good. Bring it back, bro. Bring it back.
In a way, Frenemies was a concept that was constructed off Trisha and Ethan's established rapport. The fact that on one hand, they'd had friendly conversations, they'd had productive discourse on certain matters, but they'd also had their fair share of drama and fallings out after they had seemingly reconciled. The question on many people's minds was, how do you keep a podcast going with two people who may hate each other on a certain day, who may not talk for months? Well, money maybe, but even then, if you're not really committed to something, it tends to show.
5%,
well, I mean, they come from a conservative family. If you knew their dad is
he didn't like you. I knew that.
Yeah, he didn't like me. He thought I was crazy. I mean, imagine what they like, and you're like way crazier than I am.
Am I though? Because
yes, they're true.
I think so. Yeah.
Interesting. Wow.
However, from the first episode, there clearly was a commitment involved. They even had their own personalized set to contrast between the two creators, Ethan on that brooding dark side, and Trisha with their pink-spirited jollity.
I don't think it's that deep. I think it's just black and pink, you know, like black and yellow. But okay, yeah, sure.
I mean, to be honest, that's not an accurate representation of their style, but I suppose that is the sort of energy they tend to emanate, at least. In that introduction, Ethan emphasized that these two were drawn together for that unique chemistry, seemingly debunking the idea that this was a tactical decision on his part. There was acknowledgement that this could go pear-shaped very quickly, but both seemed to have an understanding of the potential outcomes.
It can go pear-shaped very quickly. I've never heard that before. He's saying it can go ass up very quickly. That's funny. I never heard that. I never heard it expressed like that before. That gave me a little chuckle.
Trepidly embracing them. And from the first minute of the first episode, that quirky chemistry that everyone seemed to identify was on exhibit.
And how big is it?
That's funny. Really got me.
Be
It's
honest.
fine. It's fine.
Less than 5.
No.
4.
No, it's bigger than 4
5
and
and a half.
5.
Do you measure?
I have when I was younger. I haven't measured recently.
How many people have you had sex with in your life?
10.
Actually?
No way.
Yeah. How about you? Of 10 billion?
In a way, though, this time it was intended. It's not like Trisha didn't mean what they had said in the past. It meant that this environment was actively fostered in acknowledgement of its subsequent public release. A Frenemies episode is basically a compilation of the conversations you have with your friend. In all honesty, you'd be afraid to ever provide a public platform. But Trisha was that friend who already had the platform, so in a way, people almost felt more permitting, because it wasn't like they had much to gain from it. In return, Ethan had organically found an aspect for his podcast that he'd been desperately missing in the past. That raw chemistry.
I mean, I don't want to be chiseled. I just don't want to be like this. I don't have tits.
Right. I don't think you do. I think he's shirtless over there. He was changing shirtless.
I was covering my body.
No, you
But thank
weren't.
you. I
But you're
appreciate
on
that.
TikTok showing it. You don't seem self-conscious about your body.
No, I'm not.
I'm not either. Isn't that funny how like chubby people don't care? We're just like, whatever.
She's
I
very
mean, I don't think that's
self-confident
all
about it.
chubby people, but I think we just have. Can I ask you some questions?
He'd finally shown his critics that he could actually do something that many doubted he could. I think the problem with his previous interviews was that Ethan and Hila aren't the best at starting conversation, and when dealing with more stoic guests, this tended to lead to some awkward interactions. Trisha was probably the most world-curious guest they had, and Trisha always provided Ethan with at least 10 zany comments to find one response to, which Ethan could always do. The highs yielded quality banter, excellent repartee, and chemistry for the ages. However, with the sunshine came the rain.
You guys were already kind of annoying me this weekend, and I'm like, honestly, I want to either break up with you guys or snap on you guys. One of the two will come.
You know what I think the biggest problem with Frenemies is, and listen, you never thought of this as a genius. They did it on a Monday. Right? That's the worst day of the week. Who wants to do a fucking podcast on a Monday? You're going to get Trisha's worst moods because it's a fucking Monday, bro. Should have done it on like a Thursday. Should have done it on like a Thursday or Friday. You know what I'm saying? That would have been a lot better. You guys got to think a little bit better there, Ethan. You fucked up. Could have been very successful still, you know, but you fucked up. You made it on a goddamn Monday. You can't, you can't. Women are already crazy. Then you got Trisha Paytas. She's extra crazy. And then you got Trisha Paytas on a fucking Monday. I mean, oh my God. I don't even talk to my wife on Monday. That's how crazy she is. Nah, but seriously, I mean, people are pissed off on Mondays. It might have actually helped if you didn't do it on a fucking Monday. In all honesty. I'm just saying, man. You never know. You never know.
Eventually, but so far so good.
Oh, well, hold on.
Surprisingly, the first 4 episodes went without major incident. However, the 5th, billed as a Halloween special, is where the greasy wheels appear to detach from the ramshackle machine. Trisha has a habit of going nuclear rather quickly, and I'll discuss why in a moment. But whenever they feel slightly attacked, they seem to
I believe it's because she might have bipolar disorder. And then, like, I think that part of bipolar, correct me if I'm wrong, is that, like, you have very exaggerated perspectives. A lot of times you will portray yourself the way that you think you should portray yourself in public. And then when you perceive somebody as doing wrong to you, it's all or nothing. And like they're the worst person in the world rather than having like a nuanced perspective on them. It's crazy shit.
Fight back with 1,000 times the ferocity of that which was initially launched on them.
She's just kind of a bitch. Maybe she's just a little bit of a sussy baka. You know what I'm saying, dude?
In this case, during a discussion on transparency, Trisha brings up the subject of Ethan's substance abuse to prove that he's not as open as he claims. Ethan, feeling blindsided by this comment, accuses Trisha of weaponizing his problems against him. This strikes a nerve with Trisha, and it quickly goes downhill from there.
You overestimate your influence.
Oh, I know how you guys are with him. Oh my God, Trisha did this. Oh my God, Trisha did that. Are we should be scared of Trisha? It's like,
I've never said anything like that to him.
I seen your group chats. I literally see his phone.
Well, you
is that what it is? Isn't that bipolar? Isn't that what I just said? Borderline. Oh, I'm thinking of borderline. That's why I got you guys to correct me, brother. Thank you so much. I don't know. One of those things. But either way.
Bragging about looking through his phone isn't exactly the best look.
I'm not bragging about it. I'm stating something because, once again, I'm open.
Well, I've never said anything like that. I'm trying to resolve this because...
The more we talk about it, the worse it's going to be. Like, good luck. Honestly, good luck. Thanks for having me on 5 episodes. Love it. It was so much fun.
Borderline. Okay. So many B's. Borderline, bipolar, bing bong, all these other things, yeah?
I'm over it. Good luck. And I'm sorry about your family situation. I'm sorry about your situation.
No,
I know you're miserable.
No, it's
you
not
are.
true.
I can tell. And it's sadness. And I see you when I was around your family that you have sadness in you, and it's sad.
Okay.
And that's why you're so mean to people on the internet. And I get it, but also don't take it out on people and call them crazy and shit. Cool.
Well, we're going out on a high note here, folks. All for your viewing pleasure.
Just wire me for this later, and we'll talk never. Because I hate people just like that are you. You're the person I hate in this world.
Really?
That's so just offensive, but they do nothing wrong. And when people are provoked, oh, they're crazy, calling girls crazy and stuff like that. It's like,
shit. Oh, wait, no, he didn't.
But taking no accountability, no responsibility. You think everything's just an attack against you. Everyone's against Ethan. Like, oh my gosh, I'm always right. It's like, ugh, you and Jax don't serve each other. So
Jax? Well, I can't believe you're going after Jax. He's such a sweet guy.
I love you.
All right, Trisha.
Bye. Thanks for a great episode.
It's quite a sight to behold, Ethan perched there in his Uncle Fester costume, but visuals aside, this did spawn a situation that clearly troubled those involved. For some, this would be drama, this would be funny, but for the podcast, this was the surfacing of a problem that has been present with Trisha for years, and it definitely brought into question whether this dynamic was healthy.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to do a post-mortem on this.
Yeah, you should have ended the show there. I remember the part that made me, because there's the like different degrees of things that make me like lose respect for Ethan. And at this point, I remember losing respect for Ethan because she like trashed his wife, called his wife like a cunt and a bitch and stuff, and never had her apologize publicly for it. And that would have been like that was something that really irked me, like how you wouldn't do that. That bothered me a lot. So, you know,
I don't know. Maybe she's just having a bad day.
I haven't spoken about it too much yet.
I don't know if it was at that point. It might have been a little bit later on, but that's what got me a little bit.
want to speak about too much in general, but Trisha has been quite open about their struggles with borderline personality disorder, a condition that alongside other symptoms can cause intense emotional instability and impulsivity.
Well, I don't know that she struggles with it necessarily, I think, and it's been a while. I think what she said is that one of her doctors said she might have it, and then she kind of went off the rails on it. I think she might have had some of the markers for it, you know, which is possible. See, that's the problem, though, with like almost self-diagnosing. It's very dangerous because there are people, in general, this is on TikTok, people will think that they have a thing, and then they will act more like they have that thing, whether it's actively or subconsciously. That's the problem with diagnosing, where like a kid on TikTok's like, I have ADHD. Like, let's say if you could look up anything right now, and you could find that you have it. You have symptoms for everything. Go look up autism. You have symptoms for, like, there's things that you might do that could align you with having autism. But the thing is that doesn't mean that you be diagnosed, because you don't actually truly have it. There's just a few things that you might, like, you know, some of the behaviors you might also have. But if you're somebody who's looking for a diagnosis to explain your shit, or for some other reason, all of a sudden you start, oh wait, I think I have this. Oh wait, I think I have this. Oh wait, and then you start exaggerating these forms of what you have, and then you almost gaslight yourself into thinking that you have things, especially in like a social media sphere where people want to be, to some degree, oppressed in some capacity, and you know it's true. These things can, like, you know, kind of snowball rather quickly, and what can end up happening is that my fucking healer doesn't heal me, and then, you know, I die again and I fucking rage. So yeah,
individuals affected by. This has obviously been demonstrated in certain scenes of the podcast. And when you see Trisha storm off, some would draw that what you're actually witnessing is an episode of BPD and question whether it's actually ethical that we're
confirmation bias. Sure.
Even witnessing what's going on. Everyone accepted that this time round, these sorts of interactions were a very real possibility, and in an attempt to preserve that raw nature to make sure that we're receiving the full picture, even the ugliest parts are left in. Yet, although that rawness was in itself an appeal for many viewers, it also led some to question whether this was really fair given Trisha's own personality disorders, given that these outbursts were thought to be a symptom of the condition in question. It's a complex discussion because on one hand, you never want to rob an individual of their agency. And let me make it crystal clear. Trisha consented to be on the podcast from its inception to its cessation. However, at the same time, when you're walking around topics that could trigger someone, when you're on a podcast that actively acknowledges that it could become nasty pretty quickly, you also have to make sure you're not just carelessly exploiting them.
The problem with it, though, is that what triggers Trisha is different every day. So what sparked that problem is that Ethan called her crazy, which is something that he does all the time, and she doesn't seem fazed by it. But on that day, she was fazed by it. So it's one of those things where, like, Trisha has agency over herself. She's functioning enough that she can control herself, and she can also act like a fucking reasonable human being and say, hey, I don't like this. But instead, she went off the rails. She's having disproportionate responses. If that is a mental health issue, that's not Ethan's responsibility to navigate that mental health issue. I think it's almost ableist to completely be like, oh, well, it's everyone else. It's not you having an issue, a mental health issue. It gives you a reason for why maybe you go off the rails a little bit or have a disproportionate response. It's totally accurate and totally reasonable. But that doesn't mean that it's everybody else's responsibility to navigate themselves around you in a way where that's hyper, like, oh, that they need to be afraid of everything that you might say, do, or think, right? There's a balance in between. And the reasonable thing would be, like, if she had this disproportionate response and then later she's like, hey, sorry, I was just, you know, I had like a little bit of, let's say, like an episode. And that's reasonable to be like, yeah, I understand, and then move on. But that never happened. And I think that was a big issue, is that Ethan wasn't setting a boundary of like, listen, if you have that, that's no problem if you kind of like go off the rails or go a little crazy, and I'm sorry if I may have triggered you, but like, you can't act like that kind of a thing. But there was no boundary set. It was Trisha act crazy, the things would cool down, and then they move on rather than coming into a resolution before moving forward again. Those were the bigger issues there. There's a lot of problems here. Ultimately, the show made them a lot of money, and, you know, I think that's really what it comes down to. And they kept it going, even though without setting boundaries, out of like some kind of fear that it would end. And then what happened? It ultimately ended because of a lack of boundaries set. And that's really what it comes down to.
Although I think anyone would be pressed to say that Ethan ever went out of his way to torment Trisha, also doing nothing about that sort of dysfunctional environment could be seen as...
Nah, he didn't go out of his torment her, but he would poke fun at her. Like, of course, that was kind of like part of the show, you know?
Passively allowing that toxicity to thrive, which, although spectacular points, doesn't really do much good for you, Trisha, or anyone else who works on the podcast. And the moment that you stop taking those outbursts seriously, then you risk enabling that behavior as well. This was an emergent problem that was going to cause a very imminent demise if something wasn't done about it.
Demise. These nuts.
If these were normal podcast episodes, then these disruptions would have likely been the end of Trisha and Ethan's friendship for at least another few months. And at first, it did seem like Trisha was not going to be returning to the podcast. However, given that they had this partnership going, this was something that worked to an extent. I think it gave both parties a greater impetus to try and maintain it. At the same time, doing nothing wasn't the best option either. And in the episode following, the tension between the two was still palpable, with Trisha reluctant to open up to Ethan again after their heated exchange.
I think we're pretty much past it. I think we're past it.
Love it.
Although there was progress throughout the episode, it felt like something more needed to be done to keep this alliance healthy and productive. And by the next show, it seemed like Ethan had found the solution.
Well, I'd stay away from the genetics and back to the brain scans.
You cut that out now, or you'll go home in an ambulance.
Allow me to introduce you to this man.
Damn. Because they were going to fuck so hard that his penis was going to break. That was what she was actually talking about. Nobody understood that, though, because you guys are stupid. I'm just kidding. I saw that. You know, it's interesting. I remember seeing the Dr. Drew episode. It was kind of like a shit little fuck. In my opinion, it was mostly just Dr. Drew enabling her dumb fuck behavior. That's how I saw it, to be honest with you. You know, I remember that. It kind of seemed like Ethan paid Dr. Drew to, you know, defend Trisha to make her feel like she had a win. That's how I interpreted it. I could be fucking wrong. That's just how I interpret it, brother.
Then. His name is Drew Pinsky, but is more informally known as Dr. Drew. He is a renowned media personality and internist, which basically means that you specialize in treating a variety of ailments of the body without the need for surgery. Some people use the term physician interchangeably with it, in case you're more familiar with that term. Dr. Drew is recognized for a plethora of programs, most notably Love.
Who's more fucking familiar with the other term? An internist? Is that what you said? I don't even know what that is, right?
A phone-in show where he would provide relationship, medical, and miscellaneous advice to listeners and callers alike. At its peak, it was incredibly popular, and Dr. Drew was generally perceived as offering pretty decent guidance to those who requested it. Since his discontinuation in 2016, he's continued to make appearances on a variety of broadcasts and has established himself online and on YouTube. On the surface, it seemed like he was a man with fairly solid credentials. So with all this in mind, he was the sort of person who may be able to resolve, or at least ease the conflicts between Trish and Ethan. So, on the 27th of October, he was brought onto Frenemies to help address that rift that had grown between the two hosts. Would he be up to the test?
Well, I feel like we're ending this show on a better note than we've probably done.
I feel great. I was very excited to have you here, Dr. Drew.
On one hand, the discussion appeared to go pretty well. Drew showed an interest in Trisha that allowed them to open up, and they appeared to make progress on perhaps patching up old wounds. There's discourse on drug abuse, and as an expert on that front, Dr. Drew really comes into his element. In many ways, I can see that this was useful for the two. On the other hand, there is a glaring issue. Dr. Drew is not a therapist, and although he's knowledgeable, he lacks the tact that is typically aspired for by those in that profession.
I feel like we have amazing chemistry, and I see the goodness in you, and I know that you're always fighting to bring that out more than like when you get upset or you do this and that and the stuff you regret. Like, I don't ever see that as who you are. I know who you are, and I love that person as a friend of mine.
Okay, well, thank you.
I said it was Ethan's idea to bring Dr. Drew on because he seems to take credit for bringing him on at the start of the video. However, if this hadn't been explained, you would be forgiven for thinking that this individual was drafted in by Trisha.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to hurt anyone, even in my relationship now. I am trying to like sabotage it to not make.
It's funny that they're doing all this, oh, crying, but like she's dressed like fucking Ethan. It's ridiculous.
Make it last because I don't want to be harmful to anybody, and I am. I'm dangerous to myself. I'm dangerous to other people, and it's bad.
Okay,
you know?
so stop. So Ethan, can you see how when you say something like this is a weaponized, you're attacking me? That's tough territory for her right now. You got it?
Yeah, no,
you understand? Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the deal.
Now, I don't want to necessarily place all the responsibility on Toplinsky immediately, because I accept that there was the possibility that Ethan briefed the doctor in a specific way that would make him more drawn to sympathy on.
See, that's what I said. We're on the right opinion. We're on the same page, brother. That's what I fucking said, though, dude. It just seems like he fucking like paid him to have like a particular response. It was so fucking bizarre.
Trisha's end. However, even some of the comments that he makes seem to be slanted or strangely passive-aggressive.
Oh, damn, Tana's looking.
Okay, stop it. Okay.
Oh my God.
So I didn't know her at all. I
goodness.
didn't even know her name. And then I did that.
You're one of those people on the internet, my man.
Wait, me?
No, he is.
Oh.
I thought you meant me because I'm a trans man. Bro, come on, Trisha. What are you fucking? You're a fucking silly dingleberry.
To attack people he doesn't know.
Exactly.
Okay, wait, what do you mean one of those people?
One of those people that
Jewish.
I'm swatting off every day that doesn't understand that people that are out there on the internet are actually people.
I will preface by saying that I'm not a therapist,
They're
but
not.
I have experienced therapy, and I'd like to think I know a thing or two
They're
about
not
working
people.
with people. And one of the things that you should be doing as a therapist is helping someone open up. Immediately.
Yeah, so like, yeah, when it comes to therapy, you don't diagnose somebody like that. You don't go, oh, you're a real piece of shit, Ethan. What you will usually do as a therapist, and I'm not even a therapist, but I think everybody knows this, is you help people come to their own conclusion. But so this is what you do. You're a therapist. Let's say you have somebody come in for a particular issue. You'll quickly diagnose them. Maybe not super quickly, but maybe after a session or two, or even after a half hour, you'll be like, I know what the problem is. and then you help that person come to the realization of what that problem is. That's how you're supposed to operate as a therapist. When you tell people, oh, this is your problem, it comes off very antagonistic, and it makes people much less likely to grow. So, like, that's the problem. And that's what it means. That's why it comes off as so unprofessional. Because, like, very clearly, for anybody who's been to a therapist, you know that, like, what you're doing is fucking stupid, and you're acting like a moron. It's nice when people are like, I know you. Like, people feel good when they feel like they got, oh my God, I know you. You're this person. Okay. But that's not what a therapist is. A therapist isn't like fucking know-it-all that like thinks that they know everything. It's the person that helps you come to the conclusion of like, what's the problem? And that also comes with its own problems, because that's one of the problems that potentially with an irresponsible therapist in general, is that if they can diagnose you and then they can come to get you to understand your diagnosis, they can also misdiagnose you and come to make you think you have a diagnosis you may not have. And I know that it can kind of go off the rails. It's it can get out of control pretty quickly, man. Crazy.
Antagonizing someone publicly, even in semi-jest, is not going to do that. It's not the only snarky remark he makes, and it really feels out of place for what he's been asked to do. However, my issues don't end there. One of the endless problems with Dr. Drew are these closed statements that fail to explore a person's feelings. I really don't want to go too much on a tangent here, but it's really important that a patient can find closure in their own judgment, even if you've directed them there in a way. The problem is when you end the discussion of a particular topic prematurely, even if you think you've wrapped it up, the discomfort in that person will linger, whether it's discomfort with your judgment or doubt of their own judgment. It's not a healthy place to leave someone, particularly if you directly conflicted with their own opinion.
Drew, you could tell me if I need to apologize or not.
Right. She looks like a Twinkie. All right, this is what was promoted as.
Apology warranted. The yellow outfit was the...
In a weird way, that's making too much of nothing, which is, guess what? Photographs lie. And if we don't know that by now, then caveat emptor. You know what I mean? And
you're just an idiot, Dr. Drew. Yeah, it does seem like he's just completely... Why even bring that up? I mean, you know that you're being a little bit of a doo-doo head there, Ethan. Who cares? But, like, you know that fundamentally you're still correct about calling out beauty center shit, so...
I don't know that woman. I mean, if you feel like you hurt her feelings, you should apologize. You don't want to hurt her, I'd assume. But
I don't think I've hurt her feelings. I think you just...
yeah, I don't think she cares.
Right. So I don't think it's a big deal.
Yeah.
But there is something to be learned from that, which is that photos lie, videos lie too.
Dr. Drew kind of establishes himself as an authority in providing opinions on topics throughout the episode, and that's not really right. Ethan doesn't handle this the best, admittedly, by thrusting the emphasis on whether he should apologize to Pinsky, but at that point, you as a therapist need to step in and say, hey, it's not my job to arbitrate these specific situations. It's my job to help you arbitrate them yourselves. Nobody needs to know Dr. Drew's opinion on this subject to find resolution. This isn't to say that he can't express feelings about certain matters, and in many places he speaks with power to subjects that are helpful, but he often seems too driven to make a judgment before all the facts are on the table. Case in point?
Okay, there was an issue. This is a whole different issue, but I had an issue with my boyfriend, which is his brother-in-law, with private DMs. He exposed all these private things, so there's no boundaries when it comes to me. But as soon as I bring up something private with him, then what triggered me was he's like, whoa, you're weaponizing. Oh my God, you're being a bit
I never weaponized anything.
No, you told me I was weaponizing when all of a sudden I thought that was our relationship, just saying whatever, just everything's out in the open. So I was like, okay.
That's what I thought. So she's confused. It confuses her to not know where you're supposed to draw the line. Right?
Yeah, I was shocked.
But don't you see why me now would never say anything like that to you in private?
I can see that, but the same thing, you read private text messages I sent only to you.
Hold on. Ethan, not saying things in private to her because of that does not make you an open person. Right? You can't say I'm totally open about everything, but I can't trust you, so I'm not going to be open. It's okay. You don't have to tell everybody everything, but don't claim that you're wide open and telling everybody everything. She's the one that's really wide open. Too much so, right?
I agree.
She definitely is too wide open. I've seen her whole ass pussy, bro. It's fucking crazy. We give it like a 3 out of 10. It's not that bad, I guess. But no, but all jokes aside, that wasn't the situation. I don't remember the specifics, but it had more to do. I don't remember the specific. I think that what happened, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that she lied about an interaction between Ethan and herself, and so he read the private text messages to set it straight. Then she started going off about how he used to have an issue with a pill addiction, because she was weaponizing that information. In the correct context, it's a much different situation. But obviously, Dr. Drew knows more than me, so
I do agree with that.
Ethan has expressed a direct disagreement with what Trish is recalling. At that point, you have to unravel that. Otherwise, you can't be certain that the image that is being projected is an accurate one. Instead, Dr. Drew takes Trish's word as gospel and moves in with his thoughts, but without addressing the fact that this judgment may be based on presuppositions that aren't exactly true. There's no guaranteed validity. And
she probably gave him like a free trial to her OnlyFans, and he was like, "I got to do this now." You know, he was just simping for that shit. But honestly, if you know anything, she's constantly giving out free trials anyway. So you really didn't need to make this arrangement, Dr. Drew. You kind of nay-nayed yourself, if to be honest with you. That's kind of your fucking problem, bro.
Again, no guarantee.
What happened?
With the podcast, he clearly hadn't watched the situation transpire as he is approaching it with fresh.
Wait, what happened? What did I skip?
I think I've hurt her feelings. I think you just.
Yeah, I don't think
able.
both triggered me.
She's the one that's really wide open.
Trish's
too much so, right?
I agree. I do agree with that.
Ethan has expressed a direct disagreement with what Trish is recalling. At that point, you have to unravel that. Otherwise, you can't be certain that the image that is being projected is an accurate one. Instead, Dr. Drew takes Trish's word as gospel and moves in with his thoughts, but without addressing the fact that this judgment may be based on presuppositions that aren't exactly true. There's no guaranteed validity, and once again, no guaranteed closure. If there's a sensitive personal subject that had previously been publicly revealed, that's very different to one being exposed for the first time. In a way, Dr. Drew is somewhat disadvantaged in judging these situations. He is unfamiliar with the podcast. He clearly hadn't watched the situation transpire as he is approaching it with fresh eyes. However, when you do that, you also need to know that someone's word may not be completely accurate. And if you assume it to be right, you risk never bridging that divide.
True. Trisha's counseling.
Oh, and I've gotten help for the past year because I had 2 mental hospital stays where I was put on a 5150. So like I go into these like
Fugues, these states.
Yeah, like it's like a blackout where I'm like not that person.
Yeah.
Fugue.
And like that was
I heard Fugue State from that one show with Heisenberg.
First time that happened, so now that that's out there on the internet, like everyone thinks that's just me, that I just like abuse people, and it's like it's never been that far.
It's difficult when dealing with Trisha because you don't want to risk triggering.
Oh yeah, something to do with her like grabbing Moses by the arm and bruising him or something, right? That was part of it.
But at the same time, you also want to be careful when dealing with someone whose narratives can be somewhat unreliable. You could be providing life-changing advice, but it wouldn't matter if it's under false pretenses. The presentation of this is couples counseling, but by the end, it has really transformed into Trisha's counseling, with the occasional input from Klein. And maybe it makes sense given that Trisha has more issues. But when you're trying to repair that bond, there has to be some semblance that you're keeping a couple on even footing. They have to be in this together.
Yeah, I can see why your relationships don't work out.
I can see why you've been with the same person for 12 years.
Thank you.
You have no other options, and
God.
Quite frankly, I don't blame you.
Well, first of all, I get that's just funny. Listen to that shit again, just fucking cracks me the fuck up, man. Yeah. First of all, it's not an insult to have like a long-term relationship, but it's still kind of funny. It's still kind of funny a little bit. But yeah, man, yeah.
Ethan may have had problems in how he interacted with Trisha. He knew that frenemies needed conflict, but it's a fine line to walk, and it's fair to say that at points he may have crossed a few sensitive boundaries. However, it was a shared change that needed to be undertaken, and even with the understanding that Trisha was working on themselves, they still had a commitment to the podcast as well if they wanted to maintain it. Nonetheless, towards the end, we appeared to be moving in that direction, as there seemed to be heartfelt comments from both co-hosts, expressing remorse for previous hostility and expressing desire to build from that.
I feel horrible. I do apologize for being so nasty, like from the pill thing, because I know how that feels, and I apologize for trying to be tough and badass and talking about Hila and everything. Like, I always feel bad. Like I feel bad about it when it's not in a joking mode. When it wasn't, when you triggered me, I felt bad. When I was like, good luck trying to get your wife pregnant. Like it was just a mean thing. I don't know what it was, and I'm sorry, and I feel bad.
Oh yeah,
like,
because they were struggling with getting pregnant. Yeah.
It's not the last time. I do know.
Not the last time you'll do it.
At the end, you may have been given the impression that this was actually a proper reconciliation, with Klein and Peters thanking Dr. Drew, committing to another episode with him in the future, and the podcast ending on a considerably triumphant note. But it all felt a bit hollow to me. Maybe that's with the context of where we are right now, but even then it's very difficult to take anything at face value, because even becoming invested in this progression requires an assurance that we wouldn't end back in this place that caused this episode to occur, and I wouldn't think that everyone was prepared to invest themselves in that, especially given the difficulty of acquiring the truth and how Trisha even presented that in the podcast. It felt like we could end up here again, and lo and behold, we did.
Well,
yeah, Hila was watching. She said, why didn't you tell her that she had powder on her lips? I was like, I mean, I was staring at it the whole time.
So mean.
On my screen, it just looked like a glint on your lip gloss.
In the beginning, I said you have powder on your lips, but then you didn't get it all off, and the whole episode was just staring at.
Can we have Hila as a guest on our podcast?
No, she's busy. Don't talk about Hila. We're cutting this part out. She doesn't want to be talked about.
Are you fucking serious?
I'm serious. We have to cut this.
That's fucking crazy. Like, what's even the point? She doesn't want to be talked about.
Because she doesn't like that you're always bringing her up and saying how she doesn't like you and all this shit, because it's not true, and she finds it annoying because she doesn't want people to start thinking that like she doesn't actually like you.
Well, she doesn't. Whatever. It's so fake, and that's why H3 is not what it was, because you guys are fake as fuck and cut things out.
Okay, you're like on a thing now. So.
I'm not. I just think it's so fake. It's so bullshit. It's like, oh, let's talk
about.
So
here's the thing. Bro, what do you mean I don't have a fucking paralyzed. How am I supposed to paralyze this motherfucker? Okay. Anyway, sorry. I don't have the ability to paralyze this person because I didn't get it yet. Okay, because the game doesn't make you get these abilities anymore. I'm sorry. I'm yelling. I'm very sorry. Anyway, the point that I was making before I went in goblin mode a little bit there was that if you're going to continue the podcast, this is one of those things that you kind of have to do where you come on with this stuff. This is fucking embarrassing for me. Where you decide to shut the show down at a certain point this was like one of those things where like, all right, you're crossing a boundary. We're gonna have to shut the show down now, and we're just gonna like, you know, and then you just have a lighter Frenemies episode. You're really just gonna keep fucking spinning on me, aren't you, you stupid motherfucker? Holy Jesus, tits in my fucking ass. Yeah, that's what you'd have to do in order to maintain this show.
Hila asked not to be included, and I'm respecting her request.
Then I'm not talking about anything personal anymore.
Okay.
I don't want to talk about Moses. I won't talk about me. Like, it's just whatever. Who cares?
Should we? Well, like,
Make it boring. Cut it. I haven't cut all of it. I literally couldn't care less.
It was approaching Christmas when another fracas occurred, this time over the topic of Hila not wishing to be spoken about on the podcast. Both involved seemed to try and fail to de-escalate the situation at different points, causing discussion to rapidly intensify, culminating in Trisha storming...
I don't think that they both de-escalated. Fucking, that's neither... What do you mean they both de-escalated? What?
Has occurred, this time over the topic of Hila not wishing to be spoken out on the podcast. Both involved seemed to try and fail to de-escalate the situation.
No, neither. Okay, so Ethan actually tried to de-escalate. Trisha didn't de-escalate, right? Like, what it sounds like is the reason that Hila doesn't want to be on the show is because Trisha won't stop talking about her, saying that like, you don't like her, blah blah blah, airing out public shit. Where like obviously that's not something that she wants to be aired out. She doesn't want like all of her public shit to be aired out and all this other stuff. And it makes it like frustrating because she doesn't want to have to come on and be like, you know, I actually like you, Trisha. Like, it's not a big deal. It just turns into a weird family squabble, especially since everybody's dating in some capacity. And Trisha doesn't understand boundaries because she's a fucking idiot. Well, she understands them. She just doesn't respect them because like she cares about her feelings more than actual boundaries. That's pretty much it. Trisha is just being a passive aggressive dickhead, like over and over again. That's all that's happening there. So they're not both trying to de-escalate. She like Ethan's just like, yeah, you know. She doesn't want to be talked about because she does like you. And she doesn't like that you bring it up. That's fair. Maybe you wouldn't call that de-escalation. But what Trisha's doing is she's just like, oh, fine, I won't talk about anything. She's being passive-aggressive. She's being withholding intentionally, even though she doesn't mean it. So...
situation at different points, causing discussion to rapidly intensify, culminating in Trisha storming out and making some exceptionally strong comments.
She's really upset because she was saying how Hila doesn't like her.
Hila says, don't talk about me on the podcast. All I said was you should have the guest. He's like, we can't mention Hila. She doesn't want me to talk about, oh, she's too good for a fucking podcast. Even though we were talked about, they never once insulted me at the beginning of spring. She has a fucking podcast. I brought life to the fucking H3 channel, but oh, Hila's too fucking good to even mention her name. I said nothing bad. I said like, oh, we should have her as a guest or whatever. Like, I don't even mention Hila.
So it wasn't, listen, I don't remember all the specifics, but it wasn't just, Hila doesn't want to be, I just wanted her to be a guest. It's more that this seems like the straw where she's constantly talking about Hila, and Hila just fundamentally doesn't want to be mentioned anymore. It's a boundary. I don't know if Trisha does this again. Trisha doesn't understand what a boundary is, right? So this is the problem.
Don't want to be talked about. Fuck.
Okay.
I literally don't care. Literally, I don't want to come back because I really
literally,
fucking care.
She's not.
And you are too. You're a fucking cunt.
You take
have no fucking
cock.
backbone.
All right, you should leave. We'll talk later. Yeah, you should get out.
I am going, but I'm gonna talk later. Fucking bitch, you too.
You're a cunt.
It's not about dumping.
Over the next few days, Trisha put out videos elucidating on their feelings. These videos are long-winded and not the clearest. Some of them are very angry, some of them are sad, but they all highlighted one thing: that Trisha was struggling with their identity and often didn't know what portrait they wanted portrayed on the podcast.
Wow. Holy fuck. Who cares? That's her fucking problem. Struggling with her identity. She's like 30-something years old. Not for nothing, but Jesus Christ, get your shit together. Struggling with my identity. God.
Yeah, they didn't feel like they had a choice in many capacities.
I don't like pushing myself for the sake of drama for the show. I don't.
Even if that's true, that's what she's done the entire time. She just creates a version of herself for attention. So like if she says, I don't like doing this for, like, I doubt that Ethan's prompting her to like be more dramatic for attention. She just naturally does that. That's it. It's just her. The fuck?
I don't mind a debate. I don't mind. Obviously, I love Ethan and find Ethan funny. I like our dynamic. You know, it's very similar to when I was friends with David Dobrik. Like I like the poking. I think it's fun. I think it's entertaining. Obviously, people find it entertaining, and like I like it. I find it somewhat stimulating to have a opponent, if you will. But I do think Ethan pushes me to get this reaction of me walking out. Me walking out is something I don't like.
This seemingly caused a lot of anguish within them, and in many ways it looked
It's very clearly not true, considering this instance was just, I want, like, it was her constantly talking about like if she had done that when Ethan was being antagonistic about something, because Ethan would occasionally be antagonistic about things, of course, that was part of the dynamic. But you notice she didn't go off on that. She went off when she wanted Hila on the show, and he's like, no, I'm going to be a human right now and set a boundary. And that's when she had a problem. She doesn't have a problem with being antagonized. She has a problem when people set boundaries because she's selfish. Like, that's it.
Like the only solution was to quit, with Trisha even acknowledging it as a viable option. However, after the success of Dr. Drew's first appearance, our expert was once more called in to settle their feud, this time alongside Dr. Mark Young, an expert on entertainment and business. Okay? Nice. Well, Dr. Drew was already pre-booked for this appearance, it just coincided with the pair falling out, so I guess it all fell into place. However, this episode was definitely more contentious than the last. There are obviously...
Oh, really? He was already booked before this? Maybe the whole falling out was all a scam. It's all a ruse. That was all... Oh my goodness, guys, we figured it out.
Tonal issues that I've previously discussed, but many of people's problems come down to the core message of the episode. It's 2 hours, and I'm not going to be talking about all of it. Watch it yourself if you dare.
Or she says she's joking when she says stuff like this, but she goes, well, she says of Ela's mom, Moses' mom, he's not very close with her, and she wouldn't be invited to our wedding. Or you guys wouldn't be invited to our wedding. Or you guys aren't close with Moses. She always says stuff like that I feel like is driving a wedge between Moses and his family.
So can we just talk about how like this now, looking back at this after being on social media for a while myself, I realized they never should have talked about this in public. This never should have been a public conversation. Yeah, I agree with what Ethan's saying. Like, she would say shit like that to be antagonistic, but this should have just never been public. You know, there's people on the internet need to fucking have some goddamn privacy in their fucking lives, man. Jesus Christ. Now the whole fucking world's speculating on this kind of shit. It's fucking crazy. You know, talk about this in public. Why do you need to talk about this in public? You know, keep it to the private. Because then now the internet's taking sides. Now one side could get defensive over the other side. Where it's just like, it's not about who's right. It's about resolving the issue. And it's easier to be wrong when you don't have the entire fucking world staring at you. You know what I mean? Sometimes that's too much pressure. Too much oversharing. Yeah. They shouldn't have even talked about this. They should have just taken a week off and just been like, let's talk about this in private. Let's do the rest of it. Bro, they're supposed to send me back. Why the fuck did it send me here? Changes the game. Fucking shit my pants.
There's one more piece that I think is important. When Ela asks Moses about it, Moses says, I didn't say that.
Yeah, that's actually not important.
The main question posed is how these two should be dealing with Trisha's outburst. Now, on Trisha's front, this is a difficult question for sure, but this is why you need someone who's actually an expert in this field. Dr. Drew, for all his abilities and qualifications, is not. So the focus often...
No, you know what they could have done? Got an actual therapist offline. They could have talked to a therapist offline if they really gave them much of a shit. You know?
Turns to Ethan, where the discourse quickly becomes focused around how he should deal with Trisha. But Dr. Drew's
they both have TOBS, bro. Terminally online brain. They both have TOBS, bro. So like everything is about like being right in the public sphere, not just about like doing what the right thing is to do. This is a problem. People don't even realize they get to this point.
On this front also falls short.
You just will.
Yeah.
And Ethan, your job is to not respond to splitting.
Yeah, but she's driving away. But I can't if she's
my
wife.
You're allowed. I got to get on your case for this one. You are allowing the wedge to be put into place. She is doing what she does. She is doing her splitting thing. And
yeah, Trisha's just a dumb fucking child. That's what he's basically saying here. It's just she's a stupid child that has no like autonomy over her own fucking decisions. What a therapist, bro. I would never, because that's another thing. Therapists are not this dumb and fucking irresponsible about people. Because all he's saying is like, you know Trisha, and you know she's gonna be a fucking raging bitch, so you have to deal with it. No, that's never what a therapist would say or do, dude. That's fucking irresponsible as fuck for him to even push this weird narrative. It's fucking childish. It's crazy. Oh my god, it's fucking nutty. It's nut bars.
Your job is to go, You know also, Trisha, that one of your things is unregulated aggression, hostility. Once it gets going, it goes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Ethan somehow can't handle that when that happens.
I can handle it.
Well, no, you escalate it as opposed to just containing it.
Yeah, you guys, listen, if you have somebody with a mental health issue, treat them like a dumb fucking child. That's what Dr. Drew is saying right now. You can give them some courtesies, of course. But, you know, like my wife is a woman. That's her mental disorder. And so sometimes she comes home and like, oh, always tell me about her day. Like, I don't care. But I listen to her, of course. And I go, she's just a woman. She can't help herself. Right? That's how you deal with people. No, but all jokes aside, like, yeah, it's a difference between like being understanding versus like taking it. You still have to set boundaries with people just because they have like they might have like some kind of like a mental illness or whatever the fuck you'd call it. You still have to like set boundaries with them. And all Dr. Drew is saying is treat Trisha like a stupid fucking child with no autonomy. Trisha should feel insulted by this. Who wants to go around in the world without consequence? Yeah, you can act however you want. Like a stupid fucking child. Yay! Like that's embarrassing. I'd be fucking embarrassed if everybody talked to me like that. That's insane.
And so
you gotta watch the clip.
The whole mantra of merely moving on from inflammatory behavior seems rather disagreeable. Maybe if they were both 10, it would be some wise old parenting adage, but they're not. You are allowed to assert boundaries at this stage of a supposed friendship. It's almost like Drew believed that any other action other than rolling over is innately provocative.
Nah, I think that Drew's paid to fucking have like a dumb fuck response. I like they do the same thing with lie detector tests on the internet. They're like, oh, have this answer and stuff, you know? I think it's all performance. Either that or Dr. Drew really is just a stupid fuck. I don't really know. I mean, it's one of those two. Dr. Drew, you pick your poison. Either you're an incredibly dumb fucking person or you're a sellout that'll take money to have to give particular diagnoses, and I say that loosely.
And that's just not true. As a matter of fact, you could well be enabling toxic behavior by not at least challenging it. Personality disorders may make you more predisposed to certain behaviors, and it may help understand and explain actions, which is why it's important to approach these situations with sympathy. But it is never an entire explanation, because the moment it becomes that, you're not only painting all those people with personality disorders in a bad light, but you are giving a person a blank check to let it happen again.
So it's like if somebody's like predispositioned to be like violent, because some people are. You know, and then when they act violent, you're like, yeah, you know, I know he killed that toddler, but you know, the baby cried. It's kind of the baby's fault if you think about it. You got to know, baby, when he gets angry, he's gonna shake you till you're dead. You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of like that's what you're saying here. It's fucking stupid. You can't just let people act like with fucking impunity, or is it without impunity? You get the point that I'm making here, though, right? I mean, you have to be able to set a fucking boundary with somebody, regardless of whether they have like a mental health issue. It's crazy. All right, people with mental health issues aren't the responsibility like everybody else. Like you still have to be a person. You have to like learn. It's harder, and you should be forgiven a little bit more easily or understood better. But it doesn't make everything fucking okay. It's stupid as hell.
You shouldn't take offense when you don't know what's what. You just can't take offense to stuff when people are just talking.
You can't be a person.
Later, if you're able to substantiate these things and
you
find
can't
out
be a person
that you know Moses is not trustworthy or does feel the way that Trish is telling you, well, then it's something to talk about. But in the meantime, it's just whatever. Don't react.
So in a way, I think the problem comes down to the fact that Dr. Drew has been brought on to save the podcast. And maybe the only viable option in their mind is for Ethan to appease Trisha. But it's not a healthy option long term. And maybe
though, imagine though, like because I was saying that I think Dr. Drew is basically getting paid, right, to change his perspective or to have a particular perspective. If that is, bro, I don't want to give that to them. If that is true though, if you think about it, if that is true, okay. That means, but Trisha would still believe it, I think. I think that what would happen is Ethan, this is how I think it would go. Ethan would identify, okay, we're losing the show a little bit. Trisha's going a little sussy. How do we fix it? Oh, what if I pay Dr. Drew to have a particular response that humanizes Trisha's perspective? Maybe she'll stay on there because she's starting to complain about people hating her and blah, 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 blah. Right? And then all of a sudden, but Trisha thinks it's all fucking real. And all of a sudden, where the fuck are we? Trisha thinks that she's actually not a raging asshole. I think that's the fucking problem, bro.
In this scenario, the only way to save the actual substantive friendship is to seek real therapy for each other and maybe not have every single interaction be a public spectacle.
I think, first of all, I'm willing to admit my mistake. I should have definitely talked to you about this before we started recording. I should have said, hey.
Can I stop you right there? That does not feel like you mean it.
Wow.
Oh, it doesn't? I do mean it.
Make it really clear that you mean it, because this will come back around to hurt you if she isn't convinced that you mean it.
One of the greatest issues of this generation of Hollywood experts and wannabe therapists is that they are better at being media personalities than they are at dealing with real people
doesn't
who
feel real.
deal with their issues in the public.
This doesn't feel genuine. It's like, okay, what kind of a dumb fucking thing to say? Christ.
Spotlight. I think it's completely acceptable to provide live advice in a format that
Trisha's allowed to not have genuine interactions. You have to deal with that, but then you need to always be like, it's just weird. What a fucking loser. Dr. Drew's such a loser.
Allows you to keep the person seeking advice anonymous, or at least not make them the center of the matter at hand. However, when you're applying a very personal type of therapy, you need more than charisma to make sure that what you're saying is actually helpful for those who will inevitably take those words to heart. Especially someone like Trisha. What we were watching wasn't therapy, it was theater, and it was questioned whether the people involved were better off for it.
But I feel like with each of these blow-ups, you guys get, I wouldn't say closer together, but it helps you guys manage your relationship better.
Also, this is the bullying builds character 2020. What a ridiculous statement.
For that one,
yeah, I wouldn't say closer together, but
like it could be possible that every single time they have like a blow up, they have like a fight, it could make them so like that happens in a normal relationship. You know, every time you have a fight, like my wife and I fight every once in a while, like everybody's normal. And then you kind of learn how to be with each other. That part is true. But that's just, I think that is reasonable life advice, but that's not really correctly applied to this situation. I think that's more of just a stupid fucking thing to say. Because every time they have a fight, it just enables Trish to have more and more fights, especially when they deal with it in this regard. So generally, fundamentally, that is a thing that happens when people fight. I don't think it was happening here. I think it's Dr. Drew just trying to sound smart. He's just like, guys, I know what it is to be a real person with real relationships. Let me impose some very basic wisdom onto you. Did you know when you fight, you get better at not fighting anymore? Like, no shit, Dr. Drew. I've been in a relationship before. But that doesn't mean that it's applicable to this situation. That's all it really is. I don't think it's really like bullying kind of a thing. Like, bullying builds character. That's not really what it's about. It's more just like, going through trials and tribulations with a partner or another person will help you overcome those things if you can overcome them, That's really what I think it is.
It helps you guys manage your relationship better.
Also, this is the bullying builds character of 2020. What a ridiculous statement.
Ethan Klein. Yeah. Beep, bop, 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 bop. That's what he's singing.
Tell me what do you think about the truth about
Okay, but you're asking me right now. And so
because you're not being honest.
Okay, but do you want me to reply? I will be honest, but I don't want you to be like, you're attacking my parenting. Do you want my honest opinion?
No, because you said, you say, okay, well, your mom should be here then.
I do think I would have my mom watch over a nanny. I don't trust strangers with my personal experience. I don't think your nanny's the worst. I'm just saying my personal experience.
This is not. This is.
I remember this. This pissed me off too. Like this is a whole thing where like she was saying that they're bad parents for having a nanny and stuff, like dumb shit. Like yeah, I'd rather have my mom watch my kids than a nanny too. But like this would mean that their mom. It doesn't have to be 24/7 available for them to do whatever. I don't know where they live, but like if they have a nanny instead, like whatever, they're working. Who gives a shit? This is Trisha just like imposing weird. She's just being a bitch, even though she doesn't know what it means to be a good parent. I know she's a kid now. I hope that she's a good mom and all that, but like she didn't exactly have the most like the healthiest upbringing, so she doesn't really know what it's like to be raised by a good parents or be in a good like family situation. So she's kind of ridiculous. Why is this changing talents? What the fuck? Changing talent?
This is not the exact conversation that happened. I don't think it's productive to go over it now.
Well, you just asked me. Did you not just ask me to give you my opinion on this? And that's what I'm saying. Do you really want me to tell you? I will. I have no problem.
We already
with it.
talked about this.
Okay, but you just asked me to give you an opinion again about it.
I heard your opinion. I heard it.
I don't care to share it again. I'm just saying, like, if he wants
because
me to
you're
reply,
like
I will.
like it's very obvious that she was in that moment digging as deep as possible.
I was not digging it. He was pushing it. Okay.
So
now a lot of Frenemies audience really resented Trisha immediately after this episode, particularly given that Dr. Drew's advice seemed slanted in their favor. But I find it hard to blame them in many ways for the actual advice they received. The buck stops at self-proclaimed experts in this case. And it's not like they're completely in the wrong. Trisha does deserve sympathy, but just not in a way that invalidates how Ethan feels. If Ethan was the therapist type, then maybe he'd be able to handle Trisha in a way that doesn't affect him. But he's clearly bothered by Trisha's behavior because Ethan is not a therapist. In fact, sometimes he can be quite the opposite.
H3's a hypocrite because he said Nick on his podcast. It's like, dude, you're fucking. You call yourself a news source. Like, get fucking real. You know what? If you think I'm wrong, if you think that I'm
those are the good old days. Old man emoji. You know those messages? Yeah. No.
a racist and a hypocrite, if you didn't bother to watch the podcast and you downvoted and you left a mean comment and you call me a hypocrite, fuck off.
Unsubscribe. Yeah,
don't
just
watch.
leave.
Don't watch.
Because we'll.
To be honest with you, even though like Ethan should have done this was the response that like I wish Ethan would continuously engage with, of like, hey, fuck you, bro. Like, have the genuine, because like whether you agree or disagree with Ethan, obviously very disagreeable in my opinion. I can respect the genuinity of what he's saying. You know, that's where it comes down to for me, more than anything else. Because like he means this. He's like, yeah, you know what? I did something, and like if you think I'm being a hypocrite, then fuck you. Okay, you know. Whereas now we occasionally get the performative apology. You know. But I guess it's been a while. So.
We'll have a lot less of that shit to deal with in the future.
Keemstar, the pinnacle of logic and sanity on YouTube.
I have a strange relationship with Ethan Klein. I was always a massive fan of his work with H382 Productions, and I don't think my appreciation for his content has ever fully dissipated. But I do think the podcast kind of revealed to me that he had a few more layers than those which were displayed on the original channel. And in a way, it's not exactly a massive surprise. He always had the ability to be quite pointed towards people. I mean, that's how he first came into conflict with Trisha. But when it's in that environment, you can always write it off as comedy. On the podcast, it didn't always feel like that.
Well, you know what it is? It's one of those things where, like, when you're making the occasional video, when you're making like the occasional video about like XYZ, and let's say you get a criticism, you know, whatever, you know, it might suck, you might respond in some way, and then you might move on. Maybe you'll make a video about it. When you're always doing a what the fuck, bro? Like, cut this bitch in half. What the fuck is the thing? When you're always making a podcast and it's like every 3 days or however often, you feel compelled to respond to it at that moment, and then it kind of like keeps things going, or people can like they can be more critical of like your response to something, you know, that kind of shit. Like I said, like it shows who you are more than anything else. Like you can't really like it's harder to take a break if you're on like a scheduled podcast, whereas like if you're just releasing videos semi regularly, it's just a totally different dynamic, of course. you know, for all we know, Ethan hasn't changed at all, and he just like has shown more of himself. You know, I don't really know, or maybe different things change. I mean, who really fucking knows, huh? Yeah.
Across as quite cynical and trenchant. I think sometimes that can provoke people, mostly people who aren't there, but still, if you're doing a podcast with a person who's easily provoked, then maybe you should be more considerate. But at the same time, you also need to retain some sort of sense of self. Otherwise, you're going to be holding yourself back. And I think the challenge posed to Ethan after this episode was one of great magnitude. Yet, although I've made it clear that I think Dr. Drew's advice was subpar, I think Ethan seemed to find his own resolution that worked quite well for a bit.
But anyway, what we have here today is the steamies, as if drinking the piping hot steam.
Oh, I thought it was like a steamy dump.
Yeah.
Sorry, in my game, I left because there was a bug in the quest, and then right when I left, it allowed me to hand the quest in, and I didn't get to hand it in, bro. Now I'm upset, I'm gonna cry. I was just fucking complaining about that.
That also went through my head. You could think of it either way. It's a steamy dump. It's a steamy tea. What it is the real award show of 2020 that you wish was here, but the streamers are too much cowards to actually cover what matters.
The first episode after Dr. Drew was the Steamies, a self-acclaimed honest spin on the Streamies, an award show where all the fantastic influencers celebrate their successes. However, in the Steamies, these awards were a bit more ironic, with Trisha even being in attendance to pick up their award for the most dramatic creator. What a coincidence.
Overwhelming majority, 47.1%. Trisha Paytas! Wow. You won. Here it is. Most dramatic creator of the year.
Wow.
They love you. They really love you. And we have a very own Frenemies styled rhinestone steamies presented to you. We're gonna have to get this engraved.
That's beautiful.
For Trisha Paytas, most dramatic creator of 2020. Congratulations.
Their first video of the new year seemed to follow in a similar direction, and it helped they had the substance to work with.
Frenemies is under attack. That's gonna be the title. It's gonna be really good.
Frenemies is under attack. Okay, I like that.
It's true though. It's
Are we
true.
actually? Oh.
Two of YouTube's most controversial personalities is creating new conversations about mental health. That sounds good, right?
I don't like being a poster child for like a mental health. All of a sudden, it's like.
Yes, you do. You absolutely love the attention. What are you talking about? You're a liar.
BPD and mental. It's just like.
I agree. I don't like it either. We're just two friends doing a podcast.
I did watch your H3 live a little bit about someone saying like, I just hate that that's what it's about. Like, how dare he collab with a girl with mental health issues? It's not like I killed somebody and I should be like locked in prison forever.
You see, over the Christmas break, their squabbles and subsequent attempts to patch it up had caught the eye of certain publications and creators who felt that the content published on the Frenemies podcast bordered on exploitive.
Looks like exploitative? Really? What's exploitative? Of who? Is that what D'Angelo Wall said?
Ethan, as the chief organizer of topics, comes in with the spin that Frenemies is under attack. Maybe a bit hyperbolic, but it provides a springboard for them to reinforce their bond. I think in this case it works, uniting them around a cause. Ethan also goes out of his way to reassure and support Trisha. A lot of people really appreciated this. They use this momentum to transition into a really good segment in it where they just watch old clips of Trisha on TV, something that I absolutely adore. Maybe it's just my love of game shows, but it's really wholesome. The entire episode is actually quite great, and many people commented how refreshing it was that they genuinely seem like friends here. And I began to think, maybe Dr. Drew's advice wasn't the best. Maybe his tone was too blasé for most, but maybe it's what made Trisha the happiest. Maybe it's what made them the most confident going into the podcast. And maybe it provided a sense of resolution on that identity issue that they had expressed conflict over. Therapy isn't a one-size-fits-all method, and if Ethan's main goal was to keep the podcast going, and he still seemed to have a good time, then who was I to judge? Maybe I was being too critical.
Yeah, they're like, if you touch her, you'll be escorted off like mid-show, we don't care. I was like, okay. And then I touched her on accident. I was like,
what a diva. You're just Ellen. You're just a TV host. You're not the fucking queen.
I know. I was
Yes,
so
she is.
nervous.
Wait, I didn't. Okay, this is great. I'm glad we're doing this.
The episodes after seemed to be
a lot of. I just fucking want to say a lot of Ellen hate.
But Ethan isn't like those other people, and who was I to judge? Maybe I was being too critical.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, they're like, if you touch her, you'll be escorted off like mid-show, we don't care. I was like, okay. And then I touched her on accident. I was like,
What a diva. You're just Ellen. You're just a TV host. You're not the fucking queen.
I know. I was so nervous.
Wait, I didn't. Okay, this is great. I'm glad we're doing this.
The episodes after this seem to be continuing in this vein. People actually seem to be preferring this style. It still seemed pretty sharp and witty, but what a change.
What about all the Beatles?
Well, I think John Lennon's the only one that said that they're bigger than God.
They all corroborate with it. I don't like.
To be honest, they kind of are bigger than God.
Damn.
I think God is the biggest.
Okay, name one song he's made.
Well, not much on the surface. Ethan didn't seem to become a shell of himself like some would probably worry.
I know one of them. Christ has died. Christ has risen. Christ will come again. Everybody clap. Everybody clap. That was my hymn for the day. Now, up next, my her for the day. It's so funny, Papa God. You are so funny.
Trisha seemed a lot more optimistic going into the new year. However, I do think the awards show illustrated one of Ethan and Trisha's greatest combined strength, that although their spontaneity had its own appeal, they were at their best when they were building off and reacting to other material. It's a very simple observation at its core, but all of the worst arguments seem to begin when Ethan and Trisha become too fixated on themselves and their own conduct, procedure, and sometimes that of the podcast and those close to them in the moment, particularly when one of them took it personally. Sometimes it's a hard discussion to avoid, given Trisha's nature to go off on tangents about their personal life. Nonetheless, I think that Ethan came into 2021 with a refreshed sense of focus. Although they both were still somewhat easily distracted, he would often bring the video back to the core thesis. He didn't allow himself to be pulled away towards subjects that could lead down a problematic path, and I think that was definitely beneficial. But I also think that with the new year and the new drama, there was a new purpose. Things seem to be looking up for once, and whoever was responsible for it should have given themselves a pat on the back. Maybe Dr. Drew was the therapist we didn't want, but the therapist we needed.
Like Batman.
Were we missing something?
We're missing Batman. The wall? Is it Donald Trump? All right.
Here's the thing. There were a lot of theories at the time that Trisha and Ethan played up that drama for the camera, which is in a way what they were responding to that episode. Some believe there was a financial incentive to do so. And it's not like that theory holds no water. Those moments did tend to receive more publicity from the podcast and other sources. But they were so successful without that conflict, it wasn't necessary for their collaboration subsistence. And often with the fate of the podcast on the line, it's not a boundary worth pushing. The long-term trade-off was not worth it. If anything, the content at the start of 2021 showed that Frenemies had the ability to be just as successful without hostility. And I think this movement towards a more cemented friendship was almost an arc in itself, and very satisfying for audience members to watch. Now, make no mistake, they were also helped by an influx of drama which covered creators that Trisha and Ethan both had interactions and history with, ranging from Shane to David Dobrik to James Charles. And when pickings were this plentiful, they didn't have to skimp out on topics.
She was upset that I was going to make out with Seth, and so I flipped out.
You being mad about the Seth?
Well, that's not true. I was here.
Mad about the Seth makeout thing is crazy. It's crazy.
Mommy makeout day.
Is it?
Was that real? Like him saying it's crazy three times, or was that edited?
No, that's the clip, unedited. Not being comfortable with it. And here's the footage.
Nah.
And not only you saying you're not comfortable with it, but David was, I mean, look at, people misuse gaslighting all the time. This is gaslighting.
Right.
Because you know something's wrong, and he's trying to convince you that you're crazy.
Right.
However, this didn't mean that they didn't share more personal moments or tackle difficult subjects. In fact, as I've shown, Ethan really went out of his way to support Trisha. They even had an episode where Trisha spoke about many of their struggles growing up, which at the time...
Oh, because I see that was one of the problems that I had. Like, it seemed like he was doing a little too much to like agree with her. It seems like maybe that was an overcorrection of Ethan out of some kind of desperation to keep the podcast alive. It's possible. I mean, people do it all the time. They'll fuck up and then they just start overcorrecting, you know? So, yeah, maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's all it was.
Seemed pretty riveting.
We weren't close. My dad was in California when we lived in Illinois. And my mom, I had issues with my stepdad, so that was my main focus. Well, not my stepdad, one of her boyfriends. And so that was my main focus at home. And then I tried to say stuff, and then I was like, oh, I'm not gonna say anything.
Oh,
my mom worked 4 jobs, so we were by ourselves all the time. Like, she worked the country club, she was a bus driver, she was a substitute teacher. Like, she worked like so much. And so like her boyfriends would be home or whatever. But it was bad. It was, you know, I thought if like my own like principal doesn't believe me, like no one's gonna believe me, you know. So
You're not a pathological liar anymore.
pathological, what's that?
Or
Like
you
chronic?
said you're a chronic liar.
Oh, like you think I'm lying about this now? No, I'm not lying about it.
Yeah, I used to be a liar, not anymore. Spoken by a truther. Yeah, by a true truther.
I just am asking because I know people are going to be like, she admits she's a pathological liar and you can't trust anything she says.
Like when I was younger, but I'm not now. I don't lie. I make a really conscious effort to
I believe everything you say. I don't think you're a liar.
Many people really felt like Trisha was beginning to change as a person, and in a way, they definitely were. They were being nice to Ethan, tolerating his assertive comments, saying a lot of genuinely sweet things that many viewers found legitimately endearing. However, I'll bring it back to Dr. Drew and the notion of mutual change that I felt was a bit neglected. At the end of the day, Ethan certainly was capable of doing more to accommodate Trisha, and if you would rather cater to Trish than ask more of them to keep the podcast going, then I think that's justified. But there was still one element that I think Trish needed to provide, and that was trust.
I think my trust with like influencers in general, like I really thought they were my friends. So when you kept being like, I'm here for you, I'm your friend, and I was like, oh, you know what I mean? I feel like maybe a lot of that is.
She's self-diagnosing herself as a pathological liar. You know, there might be some truth to that though, because we were just talking about like people will self-diagnose and then they'll go off the fucking rails with like their perspective and all that shit. I wonder if she like she kind of lied sometimes and then she decided to self-diagnose herself as a pathological liar and then use that self-diagnosis as a justifier for why it's okay for her to lie because, well, I'm a pathological liar and it's a mental illness or something, you know? I know that maybe that's a little bit of a stretch, but it's interesting to think about it, you know? It's interesting to think about that.
I think there's plenty of other things that cause trauma in your life before that, though.
I think that I went to a mental hospital for the first time in my life after David and Jason.
It should be no surprise that with their history and their dispositions, Trisha isn't a very trusting person. And in a way, it's not like I blame them. I think it's very difficult to trust people when you've had that trust abused in the way that Trisha seems to express it. However, Ethan isn't like those other people, and I have my problems with Ethan, make no mistake. But sometimes a weakness can also be a strength, and one of my criticisms is that Ethan can play favorites a little too much. Now, everyone is biased, however, I think Ethan is unreasonably harsh towards some people and far too lenient with others. Particularly in the episodes where they were covering drama, Ethan really used an aspect of himself to go at many people Trisha had expressed issues with, really asserting his loyalty. But Paige's reaction often showed there was still an inkling of doubt as to Ethan's sincerity. It always just fell short of the heartfelt moment, at which point you began to wonder if there was anything Ethan could do to break through.
Do in the moment, because I always think that I'm on the defense with you when you were actually on my side. And
I'm always on your side. Always.
Right.
Right. You don't believe it. That's fine.
Now, Trisha isn't a stranger to making sassy comments, but they always seemed like a way to shift the tone of a conversation and prevent themselves from showing that vulnerability and trust that may allow someone like Klein in. You could tell their wall was built high, and in a normal world, many would say that this is profoundly illogical. Even if you loathe Ethan, all logical routes would point towards his desire to maintain good terms with Trisha, beyond the podcast as well. The personal investment was significant, especially given Trisha was now Moses' fiancé. Hell, they even did a whole couples episode with Ela making an appearance as well.
Wow.
All right, Ethan and Trisha first.
Now, with peace and love, I will say I think we're both good drivers, Ela. So this isn't like, I know both spouses say, or usually between two couples, it's like one is obviously better. I think you're a really good driver.
All right, just show your answer.
But I said me.
Me.
Let's be real here, okay? In the traditional relationship, men are better drivers. Okay. Now I know that I've defended against this before. Okay, but I'm gonna explain to you why. I'm not saying men are better drivers. I'm saying in relationships, men are better drivers. Okay. Because if you ever think that I'm ever gonna let my wife drive, you're absolutely incorrect. Fuck that shit. I hate women, so I'm never gonna let a woman drive, even if she's a better driver than me. That's what it comes down to. That's why men are better drivers, because we won't let women drive. Just kidding. I'm car sick, so I don't let my wife drive. But also, it is real. It's a real thing where like girls just like, yeah, I want my husband to drive. I think it's just like one of those like things. Like my wife just doesn't want to drive. She'll drive very occasionally if I don't want to, but like that never happened. Last time she drove me was when I was car sick. But I think that women just don't want to drive. In misogyny, I don't know. In my experience, just women just don't, or maybe men just want to be the ones in control. I don't fucking know, bro. But I know that anytime I'm in a car with my wife, I'm the one driving, and she doesn't want to drive. You know what I mean? It's man go vroom. That's what it really comes down to. Men go vroom. It's so based. It's like my wife's a passenger prince. You're a passenger prince. Yeah, see, that's something. I don't know. You can't see over the dash, but that could be it. My wife loves my car. She's driving it right now. It's really her car now. That's what she says, but whatever. I don't care. Once I get my new Dodge Challenger, we'll see who laughs last. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I don't know. Anyway, that's just my experience. I feel like a lot of I see the memes on TikTok though, where all the girls are like, driving. I ain't gonna fucking drive. You know, you got your personal chauffeur as your husband. You know what I mean? So.
Everybody said me.
Hold on. Moses,
everybody said me.
Wow.
That's pretty funny. Ela, you think you're a better driver than me?
I love your whole explanation. Yes, I do.
Interesting.
In many senses, Ethan was bending over backwards to stand up for Trisha. He gave them a platform to speak on certain matters. He believed them. He advocated for them at every opportunity. This caused backlash at points, particularly when he went toe-to-toe with other creators over dramatic matters, particularly when people didn't believe Trisha's testimonies, which outside of the H3 fanbase was still a significant online presence. There are numerous episodes where David Dobrik and the Vlog Squad are addressed. Trisha has a lot of history and baggage with them, and much of that is aired to the point where Trisha claimed that lawyers were becoming
involved. It's going to look like I'm obsessed with David. I can't put everyone's story out, because it takes away the credibility from everything I'm saying.
I don't know, though. I disagree. I know you said that, and I totally get it, because this is like a lot of
people are going to, yeah, people are not going to take me seriously if I just turn into the David.
You're giving like a platform to people. Like I'm shocked Seth shared that story, because he didn't get as much attention last year when he was trying to talk about this, and Big Nick as well. Like I'm shocked that they came forward.
Why do I have so many women in my audience and men in my audience? They're like, yeah, I have my wife drive, or I drive as a woman. I'm surprised. Why do I attract I want to attract the traditional male Christian conservative relationship. For some reason, I got all these fucking woke people in my audience. Oh, I let my wife drive. I'd never let my fucking wife drive. I don't respect her enough to drive. Jesus Christ. No, I'm actually surprised though. Like most of the men I talk to and shit, like usually they'll drive. But that's cool, man. You guys do you in your relationship.
Big Nick is still on good terms with David, and it's like at least you're giving people like a safe platform where they feel they're backed by a big creator, which is you. Because going against David alone, you just like
it just gets lost in the
so
void.
Scary
Ethan was prepared to
boy.
antagonize himself to certain audiences if it meant backing his partners, with Skeptic billing him as opportunistic and only siding with Trisha because of their status and the revenue that it brought. Now, I'll give my own subjective opinion on it in due time, but it was divisive then. But between that divide, Ethan sided with Trisha. Was Trisha completely on Ethan's side? Well,
and also you're fat, so you qualify. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding because of the argument. I'm sorry.
Look who's talking.
I'm fucking mad.
No, you're not, but the haircut doesn't do you any favors.
In episode 29, there's this interesting interaction where Ethan makes a comment directed towards Trisha about their weight. Trisha then retorts by insulting his hair. This then leads into a rather elongated discussion about which one of them is fatter. All in all, it seems like a pretty inconsequential conversation, until around 40 minutes later when Trisha decides to retract their statement and apologize for their previous comments.
I like your haircut, by the way. Can I just say? I like your haircut. I don't want you
No,
to be mean. I was just trying to be mean.
No, I agree.
No, you said I was fat, so I needed to fire back.
No, I know.
I felt a little like on the defense.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
No, but you made me feel a little bad, and so I wanted to make you feel bad, and that was
Thank you. But I actually agree that I always look way fatter when I cut my hair.
That's why I wear extensions.
But I don't feel, but it's fine. Thank you for apologizing.
Okay.
At that moment, it seems like quite a nice gesture, but there's a catch.
Hey, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad.
You don't have anything to say to me? You also called me fat, which
Then he did instantly say, "I'm just joking," and I guess for whatever reason it was relevant to whatever context they were having conversation in. So, isn't that why they did that? I
figured that.
Okay.
Oh. Well, wait. What's the point of an apology if you were just
I thought,
looking for reciprocation?
I was just looking to see if you had maybe forgot, but that's fine.
Wait, when I called you fat for the
that's what triggered me to call you fat.
Wait, the TikTok thing or what
Yeah.
I said? I forget what I said.
Both times you said I was fat twice in this episode.
Now, if you believe that Ethan should have apologized for his comment, then fair enough. But it's a strange situation because those sorts of jokes never seemed off limit prior. And as Ethan points out, the expectation that someone else should apologize for something isn't a good motive for an apology.
Well, so I know it's easy to shit on Trisha. In this moment, I will say though that this is actually like a growth moment for Trisha, though, right? So Trisha has issues. Like, okay, so Ethan will say something that is for whatever reason triggering in the moment, even though it may not be historically triggering for her. Like they might have other interactions where she doesn't care. And what she'll do is she'll go off the fucking deep end. This time, she kind of sucked it up. And then after, like, however many minutes, say 20 minutes, 30 minutes, she's like, hey, I wanted to apologize. I said something out of anger because you upset me. And then she's like, but can you apologize to me as well? I actually think this is a growth moment for Trisha. This is actually a reasonable interaction for her to have. This is a reasonable response for her to have. Hey, I'm sorry, but can you also apologize to me? There's nothing wrong with asking for an apology. You might be like, well, it's a conditional apology. No, it's not. She apologized and then asked for an apology. There's nothing wrong with asking somebody for an apology fundamentally. If you think that there is something wrong for asking for an apology, then you're kind of a baby. Because like you should. If you feel offended, saying, hey, can you apologize for that, is very mature. Especially since a lot of times people will make a mistake and they won't even realize they're offending you. So I actually think that this is a very good growth moment for her. I think that this is like this is the correct interaction that she should be having if she feels like she's been wronged in some capacity. I think that this is fair. Hey, is there anything you want to say to me? I think that this is totally reasonable. It's totally fair.
The point is, though, that he didn't apologize, and there's a moment of awkwardness while Trisha processes Ethan's response, and you just have this feeling that something still isn't quite there for them. Ethan was only prepared to compromise on so much, and it was unclear whether Trisha was fully satisfied with that.
What's happening? Oh, that just kind of abruptly cut off. You think you're a baby to have an on-demand apology? Can I ask you, like, have you ever dated somebody before? Because that's like a weird thing that you just said. There's been situations where I've said something to my wife that she didn't like and I didn't realize it, and there's been situations of the reverse. Oh, there's no quest giving thing over his head. That's just a normal human interaction to ask for apologies for things like that. You may not explicitly say, can you apologize? But you could be like, hey, this upset me. The way she did it was different, but like it's fundamentally fun. It's part of being in a relationship with somebody. You think I'm more pro Trisha than Ethan? I don't think that any of that's coming off in this video. You must have just popped in. Have you ever loved before? Yeah, that's a good question.
With acknowledgement to the previous part and everything that I've said in it, the Frenemies episode still seemed headed in the right direction, with an energy that did become more positive. It still seemed viable that Trisha would finally settle in the place that they were, with the people they were with. The absence of those more large-scale conflicts would make many believe we were perhaps approaching calmer waters, and no one could really be blamed for expecting anything else. At the start of episode 37, Trisha seems in rather high spirits. They mentioned that there had been an argument with the climb, but both parties expressed reluctance to delve into details, and they seem happy to move on from it. Maybe people noted how exuberant Trisha was during this episode, maybe even a bit too exuberant.
Yeah, so there is some. So anyway, guys, head on over to Trisha or sadboy2005.com.
We did this as our collab. This is our first collab. We have 4 more collabs coming out this year, and then we're gonna do our own in-house stuff. I'm so Daddy Crush is definitely an inspiration. When I always wanted to do like a clothing line, but I never saw anyone do it. And then not that it's easy, but like seeing you guys do it, I was like, this could be like attainable. You know what I mean? And
Go
then
for it.
I have like, you know, I feel like I don't know. Anyways, I'm really excited. I think like the quality is good. Everything's hand stitched, hand printed, like this is hand dyed. This is hand sprayed on. Yeah.
By who?
They dyed.
By who? Like fucking. Like children in fucking China or something? Who fucking hand stitches this shit? I feel like that's probably true because most clothing is like that. Could you imagine though bragging? It's like, yeah, it's all hand stitched. But by who? Oh, just like fucking starving kids in another country. Oh, okay. It kind of takes away from the hand stitched, I feel like, if it's from starving people. But I guess at least those starving people have a job. I don't know.
There's some dude in this video going.
Someone questioned a few of the comments made during this podcast and whether they were completely all right, with some wondering if they were having a manic episode. Regardless, as good as their mood appeared to be, there was one talking point that they did briefly stop on.
They're about equal.
You're on lunch right now, and you're, oh, hey, what's up, Papa Gut? What do they say? Love you to see you on my live at lunch. Very cool, very cool. Hopefully you're having something delicious, but also a little bit healthy. I don't tell my wife I had taquitos from 7-Eleven today. Shouldn't have had those today. So. You know, bad boy, but you know, hey, is what it is. Am I right, fellas?
It's kind of a coin toss for me.
Oh my god. Super. Technically, because you didn't actually. Anyways, you know,
I pay
the logistics. Well, you get a little extra from Frenemies. You had to pay the crew, so we pay them for Mondays. You did tell me that.
Oh.
So I pay them too from our earnings. So.
Interesting.
Okay. I pay you, Dan.
The arrangement between the two split the podcast profits 55% to 45% in Ethan's favor, with 5% going towards production costs. In exchange, Ethan also claims that he organizes the episodes and does the rest of the work. Trisha decides that this isn't really a topic for discussion right now, and although Ethan persists a little longer, the conversation subsides shortly after. It seems like a mostly trifling detour, one of many, but I'll put a pin in it for future reference. The next episode is a mostly entertaining, albeit uneventful vlog, where Trisha continues to impress people with their encyclopedic knowledge of Hollywood.
This used to be a KFC and it's now a Zanku chicken.
Wow! That is insider info.
They're actually right. Fair play. Anyhow, I digress. Though once again, Trisha does scold Ethan for not coming in costume, it all seems fairly friendly, and I shan't dwell on it. I think we should turn our attention to the next episode.
I know! Pregnant! So exciting! That was a good title, too. We're pregnant.
We changed it because...
Why?
We didn't know for sure. And then live on the show, Ela finally got the call from the doctor.
In this episode, there is a pretty significant development in the client's personal life, that being that Ela is now pregnant. The podcast reaction seems fairly elated, and Trisha seems equally excited for the both of them, even being surprisingly self-aware about their emotional response to the news.
It's hard work.
I keep making myself think I'm pregnant. I keep thinking I'm sick. I'm like, I'm sick. And then I was like, maybe you're pregnant. I'm like, no, I'm never.
Me too. I keep thinking I'm pregnant too. Sometimes I have to take a real big shit, and it starts kicking me when I'm in the middle of watching a show with my wife, and I'm like, oop, I'm pregnant. And I shit it out, and then I'm like, you know, I wasn't pregnant. I just had a poopy coming out.
It's just the McDonald's that you eat every day.
Yeah, we have McDonald's. Anyways, that's really exciting. If you keep saying I make it about myself, I'm sorry. I keep relating these stories.
Well, if you guys are serious about...
I think a lot of people have retrospectively tried to read into Trisha's response here, but honestly, nothing seems particularly out of the ordinary. Trisha seems pretty hyped about the release of their new music video, which is an all...
You know, I didn't realize that the 5% thing came at the time where like they had another kid, or is this their first kid? Isn't it the second kid? I wonder if Trisha was feeling like a younger brother. Like the older brother that's like, oh, you're going to have a baby. You're never going to pay any attention to me. I wonder if that is genuinely like a Trisha response.
To My Chemical Romance, and it was Pride Month as well. Hurrah. Maybe everything was turning out just as we had hoped. Two couples, both happy and healthy, making their way in the world and rooting for each other. In spite of all the uncertainty, this may have been the completion of the arc that we had followed. Not all endings are as happy as we'd like them to be. It's difficult when you're watching...
They are if you pay a little extra, you know what I'm saying? Get that happy ending, baby.
These videos at that moment to really know exactly what's going on between them. And it was completely understandable that people had the impression that Ethan and Trisha were consolidating their friendship. The topics yielded a lot of unifying moments, and they seemed closer than ever in many ways. The instance that I've picked out in the previous part didn't happen on a rather regular basis, but they still underlined that failure to take the final step to put that trust in Ethan's hand. There was still that doubt as to whether Ethan could give Trisha what they wanted. But what did Trisha want?
Baby. Like everybody wants to like be me or be in me, always.
And you don't trust me when I say I have no desire to fuck you or be
Yeah, I know you're lying.
One point that I've covered a while back was one of Trisha's first appearances on the podcast. They've always had a slightly strange dynamic with Ethan, often switching between an I hate you shtick and an off-puttingly flirtatious vibe that wasn't always met with approval by those who interacted with it.
Fine.
Okay, let's talk about...
our collab?
Bro, I wouldn't do that for $1 billion fucking dollars.
Like a showering video? You wouldn't just shower with me like in a shower. That's sexual.
Not even for $10 million.
Could you imagine if we just stood next to each other naked in the shower, just like doing a shower, like
why do you think anyone would pay for that?
They would.
Why?
We can split the money.
Yeah, hit this fucking
You
dividend,
love money. We talk about this. You are driven by money.
I don't love money that much.
Now, I'm not here to say that I think Trisha ever held strong feelings for Ethan, although some people hypothesized it. I think that often quirky behavior in that domain could be put down to past interactions. Maybe. At the same time, I think there was definitely...
Can you show us the past interactions so I know what you're talking about? Because I've never really seen Ethan flirt with her, but if that's something that happened, I would like to see it. I don't know what you're referring to. Yeah, you want the confidence? Yeah, Trisha has hell of a confidence.
Expectation that at that point of the podcast, they would be the priority. I don't mean this in a romantic sense, but I think as they became more and more familiar with each other, Trisha seemed to develop a belief that they would have more influence on the general identity of the podcast itself, and they would be able to direct it rather than being this guest for hire. Trisha is an extremely distrusting person, and wherever there was something that seemed to bother them, some discrepancy in their mind, they would use it to fuel their own doubts and to cut themselves loose from the person that they believe to be the source of that. I think Trisha, like many people, almost became enslaved by their own expectation. That expectation for the podcast to crash and burn. Every now and then they'd make these comments that invited Ethan to rise to the insults, or escalate them even, in a way that would provide them with some justification of completely severing that tie, freeing them from the obligation. It was a technique that often died down and was even sometimes resolved shortly after. But if the mood was right, or wrong even, it was the sort of thing that could spiral. And in episode 39, it did.
All right, so anyway, I mentioned the name of the person who's we finally ready to talk about Gabby Hanna today.
Talking about Gabby Hanna, what could possibly go wrong?
Everything, I guess.
Unlike other episodes with Instance, what we were about to witness wasn't immediately apparent judging by the thumbnail and title. This may be due to the fact that Ethan didn't want to make it seem like he was cashing in on the conflict, or perhaps because Ethan didn't view it as second to the much more prominent conversation relating to the titular subject, Gabby Hanna, a person who may have helped bring Trisha and Ethan together in the first place. Episode 39 starts like many episodes do. Unexceptionally, Trisha doesn't seem to be quite as energized as previous episodes, but it's not out of the realms of normality. Ethan is ominously dressed in an unconfessed costume again. However, barely a few minutes in, and Trisha is already dissatisfied at the affairs relating to their costumes, seemingly frustrated by the lack of control they have over its selection.
You got it off Reddit and you're like, we're gonna do this, and I'm like, I don't like. This is definitely not my idea.
You told me you didn't like it.
My idea would be Maui and Moana. My idea would be Sharpay and Ryan from High School Musical. I've never once picked our costumes. Never once.
What?
Never once. You can back check in the thing. Never once.
You have never once picked our
Never
outfits?
once.
Okay, show this.
I don't want to be the girl in the movies. I want to be the boy too. Like I want to be able to be like.
This goes on for a couple minutes before they reach some sort of resolution where Ethan commits to doing more Trisha's costume suggestions, and the next half an hour passes without major incidents.
Wasn't like their last fight when she was dressed like Ethan? Like, she seems to do that. She seems to like dress like a guy too. So what is she talking about?
Though Trisha does make a few comments towards Ethan about the procedure of the podcast.
So.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Okay, let's talk about Teddy Fresh for 2 hours. I'm just kidding.
We talk about it for about 2 hours every time we mention it. It's like every episode.
Just kidding. Congratulations.
Have one comment in particular that should have set up some red flags was this one.
Actually, I'm really hateful today, so I need to like rein in the positivity because I have a lot of hate in my heart right now, and I need to like let it go.
For Gabby?
I think just in general, I've been feeling really negative. Like when those people were around my car, I just was feeling negative. I felt negativity.
I got you. You're like, you know, give me some space, you little fucking pieces of shit.
Here, Trisha is setting a marker. They're not in a good mood. They have a lot of hate in their hearts. And to that point, Ethan tries to ease any tension by jovially reassuring Trisha, though they don't seem particularly heartened by his attempts. There's a skit shortly after which seems to cut through any agitation in the moment, but the topic of Gabby Hanna, someone who Trisha has stated they do not really like to discuss typically, given they believe Gabby is stalking them, is a bold choice. It certainly seems to play into their sense of paranoia.
Because when you feed like stalker people, or people, I should say, like this kind of like attention, that's what they live for. Like this girl so wants to be connected to me, and now it's giving her. She's gonna be the Yolanda to my Selena. I feel it one day. It's not gonna be a good thing.
How the conversation manages to tangentially end up at the ever popular topic of pizza, and they bond over that. It seems the mood has been restored, and all is well once more. But then we cut to the ad segment, and we notice an empty chair alongside our festery friend. He explains the situation, and he doesn't seem too distraught about it.
All right. He may not be distraught about it, but my bladder is distraught.
Describing the incident as a little blowout, and proceeding with the routine ad reads. However, regardless of the scale of this clash, it was obviously a departure from the conflict-free record, and many were left anticipating the inevitable and what exactly would spawn it. While the topic of Gabby Hanna continues, and while they both seem to have some sort of rational grasp on the topic, they do venture through some subjects that Trisha clearly finds triggering, particularly regarding an interview which they felt wasn't completely in good faith. Trisha seems to take this quite seriously, but also quite soberly, and Ethan provides his standard support, though they do seem to dwell on points that may be considered a little morbid for someone of Trisha's paranoid disposition. Perhaps not the best choice.
We can't. After this, no steamy nomination for her either. We cannot mention her ever
Most
again.
likely to assassinate Trisha Paytas.
Stop!
And the winner is, and then we invite her up, and we give her a knife as a reward.
Stop! That's why I bring security. I have security guards that come with me everywhere. I'm not.
That is kind of funny though. That's a little funny.
Not kidding. She will show up.
Yeah. Most likely to kill Trisha with this knife.
So scary.
With all that said, there is the idea that Trisha being able to vent may have been able to lift that weight off their shoulders, and they seem to express this sentiment of greater stability as well, since cutting certain toxic people out of their life.
Even my aura, my stability in my mind, like the fact that I can handle triggers and like
good auras.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and I've gone to therapy. I've been going to therapy since 2019, so you could say therapy, but at the same time, I'm like, I really think since like I really left that, like everything's been like so much better. Just
very
like
interesting.
Yeah, everything, like health, like money, like everything just like flows, friendships.
But then, not too soon after the pizzas arrived, there was signs of discontent.
No, I got black olives, pineapple, and jalapeno, and it's insane.
So good.
Wait, no, not my discontent. Trisha's discontent, though we are going to have words about those pineapples, Ethan. No, the real problem arises when Trisha begins to talk about Brokeback Mountain, a romantic drama about two cowboys who become romantically intertwined in a rather unaccepting environment. Trisha...
And they also fuck. Hardcore style.
Was clearly very invested in the plotline and also the narratives that were still relevant to this day in their mind. Ethan, however, becomes...
And then one dies of a drug overdose, unfortunately. Pretty sad movie.
A little distracted by the pizza, and the awkwardness radiates through the screen.
There's still people are still like that. Like trans people are getting beat in their face to death.
I'm so over that shit.
And so like watching it, I was just like, holy shit. And like Heath Ledger, Jake Gyllenhaal said Heath Ledger refused to make like gay jokes about it, like during the Oscars, and I don't know.
Is there a third pizza?
You're so not good about this. Okay, let's go to your stupid. I don't like this segment. Just for the record, fan advice is a stupid segment.
It's a little rude on Ethan's part given the subject, but it's nothing that needs to escalate. However, Trisha, clearly feeling wronged, decides to go in.
Well, you know what? What do you mean Chang is spinning? Fuck, they're not even fighting anybody. Whatever. It sounds like she's trying to talk about like a real thing, some trans issues, and Ethan's just like, yeah, I'm fucking, give me more pizza, motherfucker. And listen, to be honest with you, like, well, if you really think about it, I understand, because who the fuck isn't all about that pizza, baby? But then at the same time, like, it's a bit insensitive. Bro, get the fuck off there.
I never pick the costumes. I never do the vlogs. I give so many ideas. I say dancing for the vlogs. I give all these ideas, and you don't. It's just,
what's wrong with that advice
for you? I don't think it's a good segment.
The people want to hear from us.
Okay, do it.
Okay.
But again, it's very interesting because all of a sudden she's trying to talk about an issue. And this comes to like her poor responses. She's trying to talk about a particular issue, and he's just being insensitive, being kind of a dick about it. But instead of confronting him, she needs to pick another problem that she has. I feel like I don't have enough control over the show. Now, I don't know whether that's an actual genuine perspective from her or not, but it does seem like she creates other problems when she has like a particular issue. Thinking about it now, I wonder if she feels like her feelings aren't valid or justifiable. And so she creates other problems to make it seem like there's more than there actually is for some reason. I don't know, you know?
In my opinion, and all the vlogs we've done, I've suggested other vlogs, and like that never does.
Well, if you don't like it, then we shouldn't do it.
Okay.
Since it's a show about me and you.
No, but you're saying I do all the work, but I'm telling you I don't like all the stuff you do. I'm just kind of go with it because I'm like, okay, I guess this is what you want to do, but I have to start saying no because some things are just not good ideas.
Although this feels like a rather dramatic change in tone, you can tell that these are frustrations that have been boiling up, particularly given their prior mentions. Although Ethan feels like he does the heavy lifting, Trisha clearly doesn't feel like they've been given the chance to, and is quite blunt about it. They also don't think the material for the podcast is original enough.
But you're asking like, we do all the work. It's like we spent one Frenemies rehashing all the stuff you said about Keemstar and H3 Live, which was 2 days prior.
Okay, it happened one time.
No, it's happened before where you just like bring up stuff that you already mentioned, and it's fine. But
why are you attacking me?
You asked me, you said tell me, and I'm telling you, like all your just because you guys come up with everything doesn't mean it's good. It's recycled a lot of it, so it's like I can come up with new ideas. A lot of it.
No. If you have ideas, I'm all ears.
I watch H3 Live and we talk about the same thing, and I'm happy to talk about it.
It's not always like that. It's happened before. I agree.
It happened last time. It's happened a lot.
Sometimes I forget what I've talked about. Honestly.
But you're saying you have all this crew that does all this work for you, and nobody could remember that you talked about that 2 days prior.
I agree. Somebody should have said something. I was like, guys, why don't you tell me when I'm talking about the same shit over and over? Because I tell them, I go, yo, make sure to include this, and they go, oh, okay. But I go, oh shit, I talked about the same thing.
Ethan defends himself on this front, though conceding on one point, while asking Trisha to be a bit more honest with their emotions, something which then prolongs this tension, eventually leading into the dreaded discussion surrounding revenue split, which once again comes back to the notion of control.
But I feel like you're so angry about this.
I'm literally not, but it's so funny. I'm not. I'm angry when you say something.
You need to admit when you're angry.
Ethan, I promise you, this is really is gaslighting. I go to a lot of therapy right now, and this really is. When I say I'm not angry, I'm not. I'm like just trying to tell you that you're like, oh, we do everything for the show, and I'm saying it's not always good. I'm not angry. If I was angry, I would like leave or something, but I'm not. But you telling me I'm angry
or something. You're not upset. Okay. People we hire. Why would I ask you about people I hire?
Because it's Frenemies and you take the budget for paying the crew. That's what you told me. You take highlights, you take 5% to pay the crew. No, so why don't I get any input on the crew or what we do?
These are employees of our.
So why are you taking highlights and 5% of Frenemies? You told me that it was to pay them. That it could be working
for production costs.
Okay, but you told me
it's for
at the beginning.
Costs.
You told me at the beginning it's like they could be working on other things. Because I made that argument too. I'm like, well, there are.
You think Moses complains to her about these things? He's like, how come you don't make more money? Blah 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 blah. You know, like, yeah, he has a production team. Why the fuck would he take advice from her? Oh, you know, I have other people. Why do I need to hire other people? Like, it's just a stupid thing. It just starts spiraling out of control, and it doesn't matter anymore. If she ever had a valid criticism, it dies, because who fucking cares? Oh, well, I wanted to have control over hiring this person. Who cares? Like, who cares about you? Like, you don't know dick about shit. You're not particularly intelligent. So why the fuck would we take any of your advice or any of your hires? It doesn't really make any sense to me. It's just kind of stupid. But, like, you know, if she had a valid criticism, it dies with her ability to express herself, like, reasonably and honestly. Because when she refuses to be like, yeah, I'm a little upset about this or this, this or this, then, like, you know, people are just like, okay. Like, and it just loses all fucking focus what she's saying.
H3. Oh, they could be working on other things. So I'm like, okay, in that case.
For production costs. I take 5% extra from the podcast revenue. And I take the highlights revenue. And everything else we split.
Right. So for production costs.
Yeah. And so we had to buy.
But that was the first time we ever spent money on production costs.
It's not about that, dude. It's literally about we are producing the show and I'm taking a cut. I feel like that's beyond reasonable.
Yeah. All the
beyond
highlights.
Reasonable.
5%. 5%. Do you realize how much 5% was of our last one? That should be enough. But also like highlights, and then you weren't the membership had to fight for because you weren't. Oh, I forgot to tell you about the members. Like
Yeah, but the members are all for the same channel. So like 3 different podcasts, I think, at this time. So like they're not just subscribing for one thing, and I think that they still give her like a ridiculously good cut of the membership.
50% of all the members.
Trisha seems rather irritated.
That's actually like insane. If she gets 50% of all the members across all 3 podcasts, that's a lot. She doesn't deserve that. That's stupid, right? Trisha, I wonder if it's just Trisha wanting to shut the show down. I don't really understand it because I don't understand how much of like an entitled baby you have to be to think that like it's his show, he's producing it, he's providing the infrastructure, he's doing pretty much everything, you're just showing up. Like why are you shitting and coming over that? Like it's pretty insane, especially since like after this whole thing ended, Trisha's equity died, it plummeted. She gets like completely railed. Like obviously she's not she thinks that she brought more to the show than she really did, but after this whole interaction she doesn't get like any views or anything, and that's fine. Like she still does well money wise. I'm just saying like she overestimated her value that she brought to the show,
despite proclaiming that they're not. And when Ethan expresses this, it only seems to worsen their mood, with Trisha believing they're being gaslit. This then causes them to express doubt regarding Ethan's intentions, and then Ethan, once again giving up, concedes that he must have gaslit her.
I'm just because you can be upset and still show up.
But I'm not upset, and that's what gaslighting is, because you're saying I'm gaslighting you by saying...
You're not upset. You're perfectly you're in a perfect condition right now.
He didn't concede her at all. He was being sarcastic. I don't know what you're talking about.
This was a grave mistake.
Wow. Holy cow, that's crazy. I mean, I don't know how I just don't see what you just did. That's really
What
crazy.
did I do?
We have to end it now. Like, really.
What did I do?
We got to stop for real. Really. We
Okay.
need to stop. Please.
Trisha, let me just say.
You know what though? Looking back at it, shit. I'm not gonna give you too much shit for it, but she's like, we need to end it and stop it right now. That's her just trying to turn the show off and then deal with it privately. And Ethan kind of keeps pushing, and I understand because he's like, what did I do? Like, he's like, what did I do? You know. He was being sarcastic, but like he has a right to be, whatever. But that's interesting. I never thought of it like that. Like Trisha was trying to de-escalate, and Ethan just kind of didn't want. He was like, "What the fuck? What did I do?" And he was, which again, he was being sarcastic, but interesting. It seems like she was making steps towards better growth, even though she was being an unreasonable fuck in general.
Sorry.
Ethan, that you just did that. You're right. You're right. Nothing's wrong with you. But I go. You don't know how much therapy I go to a week. I go to 4 Zoom sessions a week.
No, I understand.
Zoom sessions.
What you just said was, you're right, Trisha. Everything's fine. That's insane. The fact that you did that to me is like.
Nice sounds. Nice music.
This is one of the problems with the rollover strategy. Sometimes it's completely the wrong thing to do. In this case, Trisha is expressing.
He didn't roll over. I think that's one of the problems. Is like maybe he didn't pick the right opinion. Didn't pick up on it. He didn't roll over at all. He was being sarcastic. Okay, Trisha, I don't do anything wrong. You're right. He wasn't rolling over. He was, if anything, he was like giving her pushback on it in a sarcastic tone. You could probably argue that maybe it wasn't the best way to give her to give like that criticism, but he wasn't just like rolling over on it.
A doubt, a product of paranoid thinking. There is no doubt in my mind that Ethan was not trying to gaslight them. He just wanted clarity on how they are feeling. But Trisha continued to push that theory, and in the hopes that admitting it would make it die down, Ethan does just that. The problem is that Trisha doesn't want that. They didn't want to be right in that case because what they were expressing is something that represents their worst fears, that Ethan is just taking advantage of them and reaping the rewards, and psychologically deceiving them whenever they bring it up. In this case, their thoughts were that by framing their behavior as angry or frustrated, Ethan was trying to use their emotional response to discredit their legitimate criticism. Although in a difficult spot, Ethan should have stood his ground, explained his perception, and tried.
It's kind of the whole segment kind of gets knocked off base when this guy didn't understand that Ethan was just being very sarcastic and he wasn't actually just conceding to her. But
calm the situation through a rational de-escalation. But he did seem tired, and his concession, despite perhaps being a mistake, may have been a reflection of his own mental exhaustion of trying to upkeep the podcast that was taking its toll. With that said, given his sponsor segment, he clearly expected this to be resolved by the next episode. After all, we had seen Trisha evolve a lot as a person in their time on the podcast. Alas, this appeared to...
Again, the bigger issue there, and I remember this, is that he kept the camera going on from Trisha's perspective. She tried to end it, and then he didn't. And again, like, I don't blame him. I remember being back in that time, and I didn't interpret it like that either. But like, she was more annoyed by the fact that he didn't end it. He kept it going on, and her perspective was like, it was part of it was for views, which might have been partially true. He might have kept the camera going on just in case something entertaining would happen, because that was the most entertaining part of Frenemies, is when they would break up and they would get back together and having a good old laugh at Trisha. So like, realistically, like in that moment, like, yeah, that's the bigger issue. He didn't concede to her. He was being sarcastic, and again, sure, fine. but like that wasn't her biggest issue that she had at that moment. So I don't know how he didn't pick up on that. That's a little weird.
Actually be the podcast final episode. As the following morning, Trisha announced that they were stepping down from...
Do I think the sarcasm was warranted? Yeah, because she was upset and she wouldn't admit it. He's like, it's okay if you're upset about this. Just be honest with me and stop pretending you're not upset. He's like, I'm not upset. You're gaslighting me. My therapist says, like, you know, like, just shut the fuck up. You know, he has every right. And then he was being frustrated. She's like, you know what? Fine. I always do this. Because she bad faiths the fuck out of him.
Frenemies indefinitely.
I get it, like, and I get now he's saying that H3 produces and he deserves that as a producer, but it's like I would have loved the opportunity to pitch in half for the set to, you know, because I really do feel like I built this show like with them, like at 50-50. Like I don't think I'm the main reason, because God knows my channel and my podcast doesn't do like what Frenemies does, you know what I mean? But at the same time, like H3, I have like it wasn't doing what it's doing now either, and I feel like I helped build that. Like I thought Frenemies we were building together, like from the beginning was like.
You are, but see, this is like another reprogramming of what happened. It's just retelling like the history in a different way. Because like, yeah, she did help build Frenemies, but she just wasn't the main contributor. Like, just because you are half of the person on the show, it doesn't mean that you deserve half of the money, right? Like you said, like you can't pull the views. You can't pull the views. You don't put enough into the infrastructure. And just because you have ideas doesn't mean that they'll be successful ideas. That's just realistically speaking. So, like, she's just overestimating herself in this scenario. I wonder if Ethan ever said that, because that's what I would have said. What is this kid doing? I guess we're kicking him. Sorry, bro.
5% goes to help the crew, and then the other goes to production costs. So I thought we were like building something, like building. It was gonna be like a bigger, like set, bigger things, bigger vlogs. But it's just like, if I knew I was coming in as a third H3 show, like I swear, hand to God, would not have done it. And then yesterday, just hearing that, like he's the producer and he does everything, when I really tried hard to contribute, and I really tried hard to like bring my own stuff every week, and I feel like I did. I feel like I had topics and stuff, and it's just like it hurt me.
As a video, it is extremely incoherent, but it's not hostile. Trisha expressed great regret over the decision they're taking and vents many of the frustrations that seem to be creeping up on them in the final podcast episodes. They felt that Frenemies had become such an independent force of content that they deserved a balanced input, something they didn't have. They in hindsight admit that they were frustrated, but didn't feel like they were in that moment, and obviously didn't respond well to Ethan's comments. They've also felt generally uncomfortable with the crew, and certain incidents have certainly underlined that. With the knowledge that this feeling is mutual, they don't want to return to that environment with anyone walking on eggshells. Although they stand by their gripes, they're clearly upset with how they handled it, and they wish it hadn't ended like that. And they hope they can remain firm friends with Ethan and Hila.
You know, I know he's saying they in response to like Trisha, to be like respectful of her potentially being non-binary, but also considering there's probably like 17 voices going on in Trisha's head, there's another reason to call her they for that too. Because she's fucking crazy.
No longer serving me, and I will say for the record, like Ethan and Hila have been like so freaking kind to me, like. And I hope it doesn't affect our like personal relationship, because like obviously like they are like gonna be family. Like I really love them, but at the same time I always say like don't work with family, don't work with people you're close with, and like I kind of like feel that, right? Like
as a video, I can understand why some may have issues.
I think that she just wanted to get like one of her friends employed or something, if I remember correctly, or it was some weird shit like that. I don't know. She thinks too much who the fuck she is. That's really what it boils down to. That's really what it boils down to. She overestimates herself and her contribution to things. She's not very humble. She's not like a fucking humble person, like a normal humble fucking person.
With its presentation and maybe its message too. But I honestly think that maybe stepping down was the best thing to do here. And Ethan seemed to reluctantly yet gracefully accept their resignation, putting out a couple tweets on the matter which expressed disappointment yet acceptance, stating that he had done all he could. In a way, it was a bittersweet moment. With this in mind, we could finally bring the Frenemies saga to a close.
Bring it
a
back.
Nice, peaceful close where everyone remains friends and we can all move forward together.
Bring it back.
This crazy yet flawed experiment was finally over. May it rest in peace.
Or was it?
Yeah, right. There ain't no rest for the wicked though, and as quickly as it seemed the drama came to a peaceful conclusion, it reignited once again. Ethan was clearly unhappy that Trisha announced publicly they were stepping back from the podcast before speaking to him, which I can understand, and he reached out expressing his own frustrations. Trisha responded to this by posting another video called One More Thing, not the title of their new sad boy song, admittedly.
The H3 employees have nothing to do with Frenemies as far as our 5% salary. The 5% thing. Yes, Ethan gets an extra 5% from the main channel, but he also gets 100% of the highlights. So technically 105%. And the highlights make a shit ton of money. I add up the views of our Frenemies highlights and not
105%. Wow, you're good at math.
The H3 highlights of our Frenemy highlights, and that's like, it's literally probably half of what we make. It's a lot. I would guess anywhere from $50,000 to like $80,000 like a month. Like that's just a guess. I don't know. I don't see the numbers. I never do. And I'm not asking for the
dude. The problem is that like, dude. Okay, so maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe the highlights make a lot of money. It's totally possible. I don't really know. What I know is that like, for my shit, the way that I do my content, like I'll post my highlights make a lot more money than my actual show, right? So like I'll stream and then like I'll do whatever and I'll get between like 5,000 to 10,000 views on like a stream. I'll make like maybe $100-$150, but on my segments will make like maybe like 2 to 250 of the same episode. You know what I mean? So like it makes a lot more. Depends on the day, right? So, like, maybe it was. I don't know how much of their shit was sponsors. I don't know much of this. Maybe she has a valid criticism. But again, she went about it in such, like, a dumb fucking wrong way that, like, she couldn't, like, she could have been like, you know what? I want more than 50%. If she said I want more than 50%, because the highlights make a lot more money. And so I think that I should be given 50% of the main channel because maybe the highlights are difficult to kind of like deal with. They might be a little bit difficult for Ethan to like come up with like the specific figure on the highlights because they do highlights for like 3 shows. It could have been like a little frustrating. So if she said, listen, I want 50% because the highlights make a lot more money than you're leading on. And I think it would be good if I got some like something from there as well. That would have been like fair. But like, yeah, I think I want 50% because the highlights themselves pull in enough money. Like that would have been fair. But, like, that's not really where she's coming from. She's just kind of, like, shitting and coming and farting and, like, screaming every single time she's frustrated. And she's not saying these things offline. Renegotiate your contract. Say, I want more money. I know how much your highlights are coming in, blah, 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 blah. Maybe she's actually justified in her wanting more of the money, but we're not thinking about it in that capacity. It's okay that it's his set in his studio. She's allowed to advocate for herself to have more money. The fundamental problem is that everybody keeps talking about this in public instead of, like, talking about it reasonably in private. That's what should have happened. Maybe she should have gotten more money. I don't fucking know. I personally don't really give a shit. But maybe she should have gotten more money. Maybe, like, let's say, I don't know how, like, let's say the highlights were 30% of the revenue overall from the show. I don't really know what their split would be. Well, maybe she deserved a lot more money. But again, she's not really expressing this in, like, a particularly good way. So nobody's, like, on her side. She's not articulating herself, like, very well in her frustrations. And the biggest issue is she's only bringing it up when she's angry at him for something else. That's the only time she ever brings it up is when she's angry for something else. So, like, that's a huge problem as well. You know?
Crew to be fired. The crew have been so great to me. I'm asking, and Ethan and I came to terms with last night to like have a producer, like even if they had a new hire, like I would love my sister. If everyone's, there's a couple couples, working on the show or whatever, or people related to each other, the 5% and talking about their salary and the crew only gets 5%. Like, I have no idea what the crew gets paid. I lashed out that I didn't like the ideas and I lashed out on Ethan because Ethan is the one that presents me the ideas. I don't know how it works with them. I don't know who comes up with it. I don't know how they brainstorm. I don't know any of that because I'm not included in any of that.
The video is meant to be a clarification on the money matter, though once again, Trisha goes off on various tangents and it seems mostly unexceptional as Trisha videos go. Certainly a departure from the angry Trisha that we had seen before. Ethan, however, feeling that Trisha's responses were quite unsporting, tweeted his frustration claiming that the video was causing undue hate towards the crew. Now, as a video, it's more defensive than aggressive, and I would be surprised if it changed that much. But once again, that was their experience. Trisha, however, obviously felt hard done by because they believed that Ethan was using the crew as a shield to try and attack their voice. I can understand why this may have bothered them in the moment, but the best thing they could do in that case was to make sure they didn't prove Ethan's point. We all know that when Trisha feels Ethan isn't being just, it will spiral. And from here, there were a series of tweets by both parties, mostly Trisha, arguing their case. Many people were urging Trisha in particular to take a step back, especially after DMs began to be published, which actually ended backfiring when people pointed out Trisha's curious use of certain terms. In this case, both sides seemed to relent momentarily, with H3...
I remember that. The backfire was quite intense. There was something about Trisha talking about, like, sexual assault and how you should believe all victims, but then people were coming after Moses for apparently selfing somebody, which would be considered a form of sexual assault. And she was like telling people that they shouldn't believe that, but they should believe other stuff. They ended up hitting her with like a hypocrisy nay kind of a thing. If I remember correctly, it's a lot to go into. I'm not going to go into the specifics of it. I also don't remember all the specifics of it, but it was like a very loaded situation.
Stating that he needs to take a step back on the night and expressing regret over his tweets, and Trisha doing the same the following morning. Many wanted them to hash this out in private, and with both sides seeming to walk back their conduct a little, it was thought that maybe this would be the opportunity.
This is a good idea.
The problem is that I think Trisha did legitimately feel like they were being treated poorly, and when they're trapped in an environment with someone who they feel is acting without the best intentions, they don't want to confine themselves to that space. Yet, instead of consulting a friend or a reliable third party...
Did she call him Jewy for not paying? That's shitty. It's a little bit of a chuckler. It's inappropriate. What a fucking asshole. Let's call him Jewy for that. Oh my god. You know what though? Here's all I know. I tell the story sometimes. I think I've told it one before. It's a little bit funny because I'm ethnically like a Jewish. My father's ethnically Jewish. I think like half or something like that. I don't know the specifics because he's a piece of shit that never was really in my life. But anyway, my mom told me that funny story about how when I was a kid, and it made me feel like, oh, maybe there is a money part of it. And I don't know. I'm just saying. When I was a kid, apparently, I you have a child, you don't know anything about any racial anythings. I remember my mom would tell me that I would take money from her, not steal it. She'd give me money for ice cream. And then I would use it to buy ice cream for my friends, but I would always haggle with the guy. I would always haggle. So I'd be like, oh, let me get these 4 ice creams. Like, okay, $4. I'd be like, well, I only have 3. And then I would argue with him until he would just give it to me for $3. I remember another time I was at the YMCA as well, and I used to like gamble with candy. I would always win. I don't think that's just kind of irrelevant to the story, but I just remember that being a thing. Also, another question: why am I so fat? I don't know. Maybe there's a money thing there. I have no fucking idea. I don't think it really matters, but maybe I would just build differently. Maybe I'm just built different. Maybe I'm just built different, bro.
They decide to make the internet their trusted.
Maybe I just have the money gene. I'm also, I don't know. Maybe it's nothing to do with Jewish people. I have no idea. I'm just saying, an interesting story, anecdote. It's an anecdote from my story.
Confidant, a generally bad decision, not just for yourself, but for the other person who feels that you're betraying their trust by taking it to such a public platform. Social media for Trisha was event space and not one that was very healthy.
Good morning, guys. It's
good morning.
Again. I, of course, didn't sleep last night, and I just wanted to,
I did.
This thing has gotten so blown out of proportion.
Okay.
I think I'm just in shock all this happened because it just spiraled from one thing and then it became another and another.
The following morning, though, Trisha posted a video titled I'm Sorry, where they channel those regretful sentiments. They apologize a lot and believe it was a misunderstanding and insist they don't want to be viewed as that hateful monster that they may have appeared as the day before. This is something that they genuinely felt bad about. With both sides back to a more sympathetic stance after a brief moment where emotions overflowed, it seemed that maybe both parties could find closure on this matter. This was the conclusion that we needed. However, it was not the conclusion that we deserved. Why did we forsake God?
Hello, everybody. Not a typical episode, obviously.
Now, for many, episode 39 is technically regarded as the last episode of Frenemies. However, there is one more video in the Frenemies playlist, a video uploaded on the 10th of June 2021, 2 days after Trisha officially quit, by Ethan addressing much of the drama that had been occurring. He comes into this video with the intent of correcting the record, given that Trisha had been making a variety of public statements. Ethan seemed to be approaching this with the signature peace and love, and not wishing to burn any bridges.
So I say with peace and love that, as a friend, I have come to love and appreciate Trisha.
As a friend,
as a partner, I think she's one of the funniest people I've ever known, one of the most talented people, one of the most dynamic and entertaining people I've ever known. She puts me in these tough situations where it's like, I'm losing no matter what. She can say whatever she wants, what she puts out publicly. And then, if I just sit and take it, everything's distorted. And if I say anything, then I'm the bad guy for, coming after or something, which is not my intention at all. This, just for the record, is not.
The video seems to seek to clarify certain points that were made, first being the employment one. Ethan states that they actually discussed this after the argument on episode 39, and Ethan had agreed to let Trisha bring on a producer to try and ease Trisha's discomfort with the current arrangements.
So the day after we shot, after we had broken up, we had a conversation for the first time ever about her wanting to hire new staff that she would look for and hire to work on Frenemies. That was the first time we had ever discussed that. And after talking it out with her, I agreed. I said, okay, we can, you know what? Again, because I just want to make everything smooth and manageable. We had this big blowout. We talked the evening afterwards. I said, you know what? Let's hire a producer. You tell me who you want to hire, and I'll hire him.
His only stipulation was that the situation would be left to settle for a few days. However, the following day, he was blindsided by Trisha's video, which in his opinion undermined the agreements previously made and framed the situation uncharitably, especially given what Trisha had asked for initially was rather unreasonable and disrespectful in his mind.
I don't know. From a business partner perspective and a friend perspective, that video really rubbed me the wrong way because I woke up after having a conversation with her where I agreed to everything she wanted to do. And I wake up to her being saying all this stuff about private conversations we had and saying, oh, it's the crew's fault. It's the people on the crew were unhappy, and I don't know. I just felt like that video was just so unnecessary and
so sussy, in my opinion.
I just didn't get it because I had done everything possible.
He also clears up some misconceptions as to why the crew were reluctant to shoot the day after, citing that it wasn't due to Trisha's behavior on set, but actually him feeding comments back to them about Trisha's requests, which he concedes was his fault, with him taking the final decision to not shoot despite the crew's openness to do so.
She told me that she wanted a whole new crew for Frenemies because she didn't feel comfortable with them. She wanted a whole new space. She wanted a whole new crew. And it just, I don't know. It's like she couldn't meet me halfway. A whole new crew. We need to essentially fire everybody that's worked on the show from the beginning, find a new space, and change everything. This is where maybe I fucked up, okay? Is that I was talking to the crew like, Trisha wants to, I was like, listen, Trisha wants to hire a new crew. When the crew found out she wanted to fire them all.
Well, I mean, that's not really his fault. That's what she wanted. And one of those things are like kind of stupid. It's not really his fault. I mean, like, listen, if you're gonna say some dumb shit that you want the whole crew to be fired and for a new crew, like, you have to own those fucking dumb words that you spoke. So, yeah, fucking take an L on that one, Trish.
They're first of all, they've always been down to go work and do the shoot as scheduled. They are good, loyal, you know, hardworking employees that are down to get the job done no matter what. I had done a temperature check, like, how do you guys feel about going to do this? Because there was just people like, you know, the vibe was like, Trisha wants to fire you guys and hire new people to do Frenemies. And also, do you want to go meet with her and shoot tomorrow? And so obviously
that might have been
they were like, well, it's a little awkward, right? But of course I'm willing to do it. So I made the executive decision as their boss, trying to foster a healthy work environment, that let's just not do the shoot tomorrow, bearing everything that's happened, and take a few days to chill off.
He states that Trisha's comments about certain things alongside DMs that were leaked had caused people to go out of their way to harass individuals who had not done anything wrong. He expresses solidarity for the people he works with and reaffirms the stance that Trisha's behavior was unprofessional in his eyes.
I don't think it really matters whose idea it was. The fact that Trisha was just going to sit there and trash their work was kind of unacceptable to me, because ultimately I have to create a safe work environment for my employees, and it's just kind of toxic to sit there and shit on their work, whoever did it. It doesn't matter who did it. But the thing is, she keeps harping that in all of her videos to the point where not only is Sam now getting shit on her like social medias, people have gone out of their way and been like, you're the reason Frenemies is over. People are going to like AB's wife, people are going to Dan's girlfriend, and just like random spit firing shit at them with the chance that that's the person Trisha was talking about.
Right.
And it's just not acceptable, you know. And this was part of a private conversation that she made public to try to justify why she wanted to leave the show. The crew did nothing wrong. I misunderstood the situation. I told Trisha that people were upset that she didn't like the segment, okay? I take the blame for that. The reason they were upset that I misunderstood is because she said she wanted to fire them all. They were always willing to do their job, period. They have done nothing wrong.
This is all fairly anecdotal, with his own perspective thrown in there.
Even with like the way he's talking there, though, I could see why people would get the idea that like maybe he concedes in some ways a little too much. You know, like there seems to be like moments where he could probably put his foot down a little more. I don't know, like part of that he's like, oh, I misunderstood the situation. Did he though? Or is he just saying that as a way to like de-escalate in one way? You know, I wonder if he actually did, because it just like, again, I don't know, and I could be just fucking crazy, but the Dr. Drew thing. Like, was Dr. Drew, like, actually, like, did he pull him on there just to mediate, or did he pull him on there so that he could give Trish a win? You know what I mean? Bro, I'm fucking drunk. Come on, dude. This isn't fun gameplay. Look at this guy. He's just, like, sitting on the ground, taking a dump.
However, the tone changes to the next part, where he seems to address the inherent problem with how Frenemies have become. This idea that Ethan had become a, quote, emotional punching bag. And while he often had to show restraint in those moments, Trisha had free reign, a double standard in his mind that he lost patience for, venting many of his own frustrations surrounding Trisha's behavior, including claims about their contributions, their conduct while they were creating content, and their nature to publicize drama.
She called my wife, like, the C word. She called me, you know, she said the most horrible things. She said, I'm a terrible parent. Hila's a terrible parent. And for me, it's like, okay. And I understand, again, that she has mental health issues, but at the end of the day, it's just not.
Yeah, that's one of the things I got pissed off, because this comes like 3 months later where he's like finally, or maybe like a month or two later, where he's finally like, yeah, this was bullshit. And it's like, well, if you think about it, you're kind of doing the same thing Trisha did, no? Like, you're holding in your frustrations with her instead of like fully expressing yourself. And so for what? So that this podcast can stay on there? There's just an issue with both of them not correctly setting boundaries with each other. I think Ethan probably more than that. Trisha does more wrong things, but Ethan doesn't like correctly assert boundaries. Like with that, like, you should have never restarted Frenemies until after she apologized for what she said, and if she wouldn't, then I would just move on. you think I'll ever work with somebody in like in an intimate space like that who says that I'm a bad parent, like you have to be a fucking moron. Like, not for nothing. But I feel like, you know, you have to set the boundaries to not be like walked all over. And you might be like, oh, that's rude, it's victim blaming. Not really. There are instances where like you can set boundaries, and like you not setting boundaries for what? Like, if one of the reasons you won't set a boundary is because you work with that, because like, oh, you want to maintain like the work with that person, it's not like a reasonable reason necessarily to be fundamentally disrespected, especially since you don't need the money, right? Like, I understand like taking shit from like a boss because you need the money and you can't speak back. I get that. But we're talking about somebody who's rich, and you'd be like, listen, if you want to work with me, you have to X, Y, and Z, you know? I mean, there's an issue. And obviously it's Trisha's fault for saying those horrible things, but you have to be a strong person. You have to stand up for yourself as well and actually like set these reasonable boundaries. I
don't feel like it's fair. Even though she has those issues, it's just, I can't be her emotional punching bag. And then the minute I speak up for myself, it turns into another like show ending fight. It's just not a fair relationship. I texted her trying to be mature and handle it personally, like off the internet. I said, you know, I just want to be honest with you and say I felt it was really unfair how you put that video out, you know, after we worked to try to resolve this. And she ignores my text, and she posts another 20-minute video 30 minutes later that was in response to my text that was more like, oh, the crew's the reason why this happened, and sending even more hate to their fucking Instagrams. I'm a patient man, but I'm not like superhuman.
Another problem he communicates is Trisha's nature to not actually confront their problems. Now, we've known this for a while, but in this case, he shows that Trisha did not indicate there were any problems with ideas that they had subsequently trashed on the podcast and after the podcast, including that of the costume and the segment.
And it's like, imagine how confusing it is, because she goes on the show and she says, oh, this questions is so dumb. It's lazy. It's crap. I hate it. I mean, the day before, she retweeted it unprompted. I did not even ask her. That's just really.
Yeah, I mean, again, this has been one of those things that you probably should have brought up at the time instead of like swallowing it up, you know, where I mean, like, yeah, I said that you should handle this privately, but like if you're not going to in some cases where she's like, this is a terrible segment, like you thought it was great yesterday, what changed? And like push her on that kind of a thing. You know, these are some of the instances where you should have probably done that in the moment, rather than concede. Again, there seems to be an issue, like a bizarre issue with Ethan constantly conceding for some reason. I don't understand it. I don't really get it on points that he's like correct on.
Difficult, like how much she hated the costumes. It was my idea. She never wanted to do it. She doesn't even know the character. She says, I don't even know this character. I sent her this picture. Said costume idea. She says, laugh my ass off. Oh my God. This is one of my all-time favorite movies. I love her. I don't understand. What am I supposed to do? That's what I mean. It's like, I can't humanly do more. She expects superhuman care.
He then continues to explain his justification between the 5% gap between shares and the profit from the podcast, something that he clearly feels he's been quite generous and transparent about. He addresses the DMs that Trisha shared, the investment he made on merchandise, with an escalating tone of exasperation, conveying the frustration at the investment he lost.
We pay for the set. We rent the space, we film it, we use our equipment, we employ the people, we edit it, we upload it, we post it, we get that sponsors, we develop the concepts, we work all week to prep the segments, we pay for the insurance, we do the accounting and the payroll. I send her a fully itemized report every month of literally everything and how the expenses break down and her cut. And the fact that she would even accuse me of not being transparent is honestly very hurtful, because I've gone so far out of my way to be as transparent.
Did she say he wasn't transparent? Or did she say that she deserves more? I don't remember that. You know, I don't even remember the TRO showing us that. It very, very well may have happened. I mean, there's so much. This is a very condensed version of what's going on. Again, this is something she should have advocated for in private. She has every right to advocate for more money, but she did it. It seemed like she only did it because she was upset with him for some other reason. So it comes off as incredibly disingenuous. She should have advocated for this in a private setting. Would have been a much better idea.
As possible. I show her literally everything. And then she starts going, I want an itemized breakdown of how that 5% is spent. And I'm like, dude, it's not like that. It's a fee. It's a production fee. I'm not giving you itemized deduction of the entire business. That's just,
that's fair.
These absolutely
you can't overly concede to shit like that. You mean I want to break down? No, you're not entitled to that. You're a fucking idiot. Like, you don't need to a complete breakdown on every single aspect of it. This is your negotiated contract. Like, that's it.
Unreasonable, unimaginable bars that I could never reach. She posted a screenshot of herself calling me Jewy for wanting 5% to cover the massiveness of this production. We spent $30,000 buying all new equipment, cameras, switching board, audio equipment, microphones, everything, so that we can continue to do it at the house for her.
And she keeps bringing up this like, well, you get 5%, so you like, what is that for? You need to be paying. And I was like, okay, you know what? Let's keep the show.
Oh yeah, wasn't there like a thing where they got a studio, but she wanted to keep doing it in the house or something? I kind of remember something like that. Like, right? That's such a vague thing. I don't remember the specifics. But yeah, I kind of remember that. What am I doing?
Going. Let's do it at the house. I'm going to spend another $30,000 on the already $50,000 I spent on the set. Circles, we are splitting the 30%, which is typically our profit margin. It's like, Trisha, just read what I wrote to you. The profit margin is 30%. I'm giving you half of the profits. Do you want 50% of all the revenue? Because I will lose money again. Apparently, you're the only one that's allowed to make money in this relationship. I really don't understand.
Oh yeah, I remember that's about like some clothing line. He was giving her 50% of the revenue from the clothing, but that was like after expenses, of course, which makes sense. But she wanted like 50% overall, but they're only making 30% of the invested profits, basically. I guess the materials and the cost of like whatever production costed them like, you know, 70% of the total amount of money that they were going to make. And so basically she wanted 50%, even though that would mean that they would lose money on the deal, which was obviously fucking stupid.
Although he came into the video with peace and love, it kind of felt that mood waned after the first 20 minutes. If everything he's saying is true, then it's not hard to understand why he feels the way he does. But given what we know, it was not going to temper the situation.
Every penny I've made from Frenemies, by the way, if she wants to talk about money, is tied up in this merch that doesn't come out for another month. I don't even know if we're going to sell. So it's like, for all the complaining she does for money, she's the only one, as far as I'm concerned, that's actually making money from this thing. Because I've spent pretty much every fucking penny I've made from Frenemies into the show, on merch, into the own resources, buying more equipment for the fucking studio, building the set. It's like, it's so easy for her to complain. She shows up, she gets a guaranteed check every fucking month. And I'm putting all my money on the line. And now I have hundreds of thousands of dollars tied up in merch that I'm probably not going to be able to fucking sell. That my wife.
How much money in merch? Damn. Crazy.
Wife worked super hard on, her staff worked super hard on, and now it's like, tough luck, dude. Trisha got paid, and she's complaining about 5%. It blows my mind, and I'm upset about it. I am. I can't hide it. I'm just am. It's just not fair. 5% when I'm literally not making a fucking penny at this point. It's just so disrespectful. It disregards.
I wonder how much money he was making per podcast episode though. Weren't they banging like 1 million views per Frenemies episode? And if Trisha made if $8,000 on like fucking a 10-minute video, I wonder how much an hour-long video makes. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if they make like 40 or 50 grand per episode, but plus the clips. I truly wonder how much. I mean, which still would be burned through if they spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. I just truly wonder.
All the hard work we do, not only on the crew, but now on my wife and all the people that worked on the merch. And it's like, okay, well, you know, fuck you.
In a way, his own confusion may appear contradictory because on the one hand, he expresses the fact that he did not want to overhaul the structure of the show to cater to Trisha's needs with the possibility that they could quit any minute. At the same time, he is still frustrated that he has lost all these investments, particularly on the merchandise front. I think it fundamentally comes down to trust. Although Ethan's vexation is to be expected, it was clear that he had still expected this to happen inevitably. He was the producer and the owner. And when you're in that position, you have to be prepared for someone to walk out on a project. And Ethan certainly expected as much. With this in mind, ending the podcast was probably for the best. And although visibly frustrated, he shows resolve in his final decision.
I mean, we've gone out of our way in every imaginable way to make her feel welcome, accommodated, listened to, appreciated to. And the truth is that I'm very grateful for the experience we've had with Frenemies and all the learning and growing and developing and the amazing growth that our channel's seen as the result of that show. I mean, it's been popular and successful beyond what either of us anticipated. And I have so much to thank Trisha for. It is with a heavy heart, you know, that we end.
Yeah, he did garner a new audience. A brand new audience, a very different audience. And like, I wonder if that was like, I don't know if it was the start, but I wonder if that was like the start, or maybe it just had like a lot of impact on the way that he's been interacting, because he got an audience from Trisha, and Trisha audience is a bit more woke. Let's be real. And then he garnered like a new woker audience, and then he kind of seemed to cater to them a little bit more. Or maybe that's just me, you know, incorrectly applying what actually happened to the situation. I don't really know.
The show, and it sucks. It does suck. But you know what? Life goes on, right? We're not stopping. We're only getting started. And I'm sure that Trisha's got a lot of good stuff up her sleeve for you guys as well. So,
however, Ethan's video did not sit well with Trisha. And maybe they felt offended.
Well, we did get a pregnant OnlyFans. So, you know, you're right. She had a lot of great stuff.
By his expectations, maybe they didn't like the framing, but as always, they responded. And what we received was a lot of content, but not a lot of substance. I'll add a little note here that when working on research, I was disappointed at reading a part 1, as that meant there would be a part 2. What I didn't account for was the part 3, leaving these response videos at 2 hours, 15 minutes in total.
Okay, hey guys.
You watched all that shit, dude? Oh my God, I could not. What a true fucking champion. Oh, bro, you came with this fear? Suck my dick. Turn around, you stupid bitch. Bro, I can't turn around because I got this fucking alert. You see this thing here? And when I try to drag my mouse from here, you can't do anything. It's fucking up my gameplay, bro. Sorry.
I'm gonna just go through this 45-minute video. I haven't watched it yet. I'm just seeing all the comments, and there is just.
Watch it first, idiot.
Today was a rougher day because I had seen the Discord comments.
It's a clip and response style video where essentially Trisha replies.
Sometimes my dog has a rough day too. Hey, you get it because he's a dog and he roughs. It's too funny. Too funny.
To Ethan's points as he makes them in the video. Responding to the clips as they happen wasn't a good idea because you need to know what points Ethan is at least going to make before you make your own points. Case in point.
Dancing in the Discord that the crew never asked to have the day off from filming the vlog. They were going to do it. But Ethan told me that it was the crew and they needed some time because me and Ethan had already agreed to vlog. So that was the first lie.
Here, Trisha reasserts the idea that it's the crew that refused to film. Now, with the DMs, we can see why Trisha may have received this impression. With the context that Ethan has provided, we now know that that's not the case. And he doesn't explicitly say that the crew was what was stopping them from filming. More that he thinks they shouldn't film given the situation with the crew. It's a misunderstanding. They happen. But there's no need to perpetuate it when it's cleared up. But these misunderstandings only go further, unfortunately.
The next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Uh-oh, we got a little bit of a sussy baka.
If you're the boss and I'm the talent and you're the producer, and you care about the well-being, right? It's not a reality show where people are poking for the drama and wanting drama. If you really don't want the drama and you don't want the hate on your employees, why put it out there? Because in my head, when I said put it all out there, I really didn't think I had at that point disrespected anybody.
I'm not going to dissect these videos the way I dissected Ethan's video, mainly because Trisha makes a lot of points they'd already made on other platforms. However, I will try to give a brief outline.
Really, how did I trash the crew? People are now explaining, by you saying, a segment's bad, that it's a thing where everybody works, you're insulting everybody. It's just, in my head, I was just talking to Ethan, whatever. And I said, dude, let's just end this right now, for real. It's okay for real. It's better if I'm not a part of it.
The Brady Bunch.
To me, that's where the conversation was headed.
I think Trisha's video ultimately comes down to them wanting to step back because they fundamentally don't understand what they did wrong. And therefore, unless they can come to some personal reconciliation, they can't compromise on the belief that they didn't act out of line. They don't think they're demanding. They don't think they're unreasonable. They're not trying to force people to walk on eggshells.
But again, this kind of thing, I have to walk on eggshells with you. I have to keep you happy. That's not another reason I don't want to be there. I don't want that work environment. I'm trying to keep you happy because I don't think I make that many demands. We don't, anything they've ever talked to me.
Isn't that part of the problem, though? Is that she doesn't think that you know what I mean? She's like, I don't think that I did. Yeah, you did. I mean, that's the thing, though. You did. You were very unreasonable in the way that you expressed your issues and whatnot. You were very, very unreasonable. They better kill this fucking guy here first, because if not, I'm gonna cry.
I'm just yes. It's grown us so much, and I'm obviously appreciative of everything he put in to start. But now that that's obviously recouped times 100, it's can we use some of it? I get that you're still the producer or whatever.
It's funny because he already addressed it. He's like, yeah, I've so far basically he effectively said he broke even. He hasn't even made all this money back. It's she's made it. I guess she just doesn't understand how much it could cost to do all these different investments, especially when it comes to merchandise and shit. You know what I mean? Put all the shit up front and everything. So it's kind of dumb for her to say shit like this.
But can we use some of it towards, building this thing for us?
They believed the fact that their cut went to production costs should have given them some sort of say in the actual business, and they felt Ethan was unfairly.
Well, see, this is the problem of her interpretation, is she keeps saying that part of her cut goes to production. None of her cut went to production. This is the problem, I think. This is a big problem, obviously. None of her cut went to production. She got a negotiated contract, and she feels as though that since it was a part of her cut was going to no. You had a negotiated contract with Ethan, but she's like, part of my cut. None of your cut went to anything. Your money went to you. You didn't get a cut. This was your cut. You don't. That's the problem. It's the way that she interprets information is just dumb. It's just wrong. None of your cut went to anything. This was a negotiated price for you doing this particular thing. It's as simple as that.
Representing the tone of some of their gripes they had with the production. It's clear they wanted Frenemies to become more independent from the H3 podcast, a commitment that Ethan didn't want to make, because as previously explored, he didn't have the belief that Trisha was going to stick around. The 5% is brought up, but Trisha also asserts this is in the context that H3 keeps 100% of the highlights profit, something which Ethan doesn't mention in his response video.
If some percentages, 100% of the highlights and 5% of the thing is allotted for staff, it would be cool, again, to get part-time somebody. And if people are hiring their girlfriends, why not hire my sister? She's amazing. From the beginning, he said 100% of the highlights will go towards production costs. So I thought that meant let's get new buildings, let's get new sets, let's get, because that initial investment.
No, that just means that you're dumb. No, that's not how it works. Like he invested it in the show, and then he's supposed to get like a greater return on his investment, which didn't seem to be the case.
7,000 is a lot, but now that we're like making it, because it's also money that I'm also contributing.
Trisha does downplay their messages to Ethan about the crew that they had unwittingly exposed the night before, but solidly contends this idea that they wanted the crew fired.
You know, that was kind of like a non-starter, is she told me that she wanted a whole new crew for Frenemies because she didn't feel comfortable with them. She wanted a whole new space. She wanted a whole new crew.
Okay, so I honestly, I'm not saying this just to be gaslighty. I really don't remember saying I want a whole new crew at all. Because I don't have any, I wouldn't have, because the first thing he said to me when I wanted was like a producer for Frenemies, like to focus on Frenemies. He's like, who do you have in mind? I had someone right away. It wasn't a whole new crew to replace people. It was like, let's get a camera guy, like for our one-off segments on the thing. And they don't do any of that, which is, again, fine, because they're very casual and relaxed, and they're all kind of like this like friend vibe. But it's like, it would be nice to have a producer to be able to like this, and this. One person I asked, I didn't say fire the crew. I didn't, like, I've never, ever said that.
This is a real sticking point for Trisha, and in a way, it is almost a central narrative to understanding what exactly transpired, because Ethan obviously fed back that notion that Trisha wanted a new crew, and that was what provoked the response from them that eventually led up to Trisha losing their cool in the DMs and quitting the podcast the following morning. If Trisha didn't say that, then Ethan may well have unfairly framed comments they made, even if they weren't very pleasant to begin.
Maybe he misinterpreted. Maybe she didn't actually do that. Maybe she really didn't. She's just lying. That's the problem with Trisha, is that she's so non-credible that like you don't know what the fuck she's talking about. You can't take anything that she says with like any level of real credibility, because that's really her fault and her problem there. This is a cool sword.
Begin with. We know Trisha wanted someone in their corner, but that's different to a complete upheaval. And although the DMs certainly don't help their case, there is this unresolved detail that does decide the tone.
I want to fire all of them and get rid of them, hire a new. It's like, okay,
Fuck
so
off,
that's a non-starter.
Fuck off. Like, this is exactly why I can't even talk to him, because he's such a liar, and he's like, this is such a lie, and that he keeps perpetuating this. This is what he keeps saying. I've never once said, let's fire the crew. Never once said that. On my grave.
Now, I struggle to comment on this specifically, but going off the evidence, I can't say that Trisha wanted to fire the crew, and I don't think they said that explicitly. But I think given the comments that we have read, Ethan may well have interpreted it that way, especially given how they seem to demean the work the crew had done. And Trisha has a record of trying to push for a particular result without openly stating it. They were clearly unhappy with the current crew. Once again, it seems like a possible miscommunication that could be cleared up. But Trisha takes anything like that as a bad faith personal attack. And although I could understand why they would feel a bit taken out of context, this isn't a gossip forum. You're appealing to fans of the show, and if you want the audience to not view you through that cynical lens, then you have to at least lend some charity, especially with what you've said. But it's Trisha's choice. And after this point in particular, they're clearly driven to view Ethan as a liar and a manipulator.
Not shoot immediately.
Ethan showed the text.
Trisha, you already did.
It's like, it's just not professional to do that on air when the crew is there. It's her first.
So end it. Ethan, end it. It wasn't professional, then end that shit. Like, end it. And I asked him to end it, and he wanted me to have that walk-off moment.
Oh, yeah.
Like, just stop talking about it. He goes, why should I ask you? Why is this? Why are you upset about this? Like, just end it. Like, this is...
Now, once again, here
I'll give her that a little bit in that moment, because I brought that up before. That like part of her criticism was like, "Oh, you're keeping the show going for like an entertainment moment of me off," which very well may be true. There might be a level of truth to that. You know.
Here is where the uncharitable perspective is really going to gear. Trisha says if Ethan had a problem, then he should have ended the podcast. This may be a valid point, but you could also argue that he wasn't.
What did she mean? Did she mean the podcast, or did she mean that episode? I think, and I could be wrong. She was referring to that episode more than anything else. I think that like end it. I don't know that she was referring to ending the whole show. I could be wrong, but I don't think that's what she meant.
Sure, the best way to de-escalate, and there's no guarantee that Trisha would have responded better to him ending the podcast early. Regardless, it could have been a mistake on his part. However, Trisha interprets this as him wanting to get a rise out of them and to have that dramatic walkout moment. Trisha believes that Ethan is weaponizing their previous meltdowns by trying to use them to illustrate a double standard. As Trisha's perception of Ethan changes,
I wouldn't doubt that they understand that those kind of meltdowns are entertaining, and so it encourages them to, not that they're trying, I don't think that Ethan ever tried to give Trisha a meltdown moment, but when the meltdown moments did happen, it seemed that it's possible that they're like, yeah, let's get this on camera because it will be good for the show. I wouldn't doubt that, because those were the most entertaining parts of the show, you know. Although I stopped watching after one of their meltdowns where like she called I stopped watching Frenemies after she called Hila like a bitch and a cunt and stuff, and then Ethan didn't like stand up to her for that. That really ruined that's what like really was the beginning of me losing respect for Ethan, of like not defending your wife. Like I thought that was pretty shitty. And they never got like a public apology for it, so that bothered me. Lost a lot of respect for that one.
Perception of the whole incident changes. Everything is now a manipulative tactic on Ethan's part.
Ultimately, I have to create a safe work environment for my employees.
So don't air. Why? Oh my God. Why? It's so, but again, I don't care. People call me crazy. I'm used to it. Call me crazy. It's so manipulative. Like, I have to create a safe workspace for my employees. It's like, you're using this, you know what I mean? You're using these employees. You said I disrespected them. That was the extent of the issue. Like,
I think the problem is that when Trisha vents, it's Trisha. It's what you expect. And yet when Ethan vents, it suddenly becomes a personal attack to them. I think there are some things that Ethan could have been clear about. Maybe you could even say that as a large public creator, he shouldn't have said it. But it's not like I watched Ethan's video and didn't understand where he was coming from a human perspective. When you lose patience with someone, you might say these things publicly. And it's not like they come from an invalid place.
Ethan is a piece of shit, a piece of garbage that, like, I swear on my life. Like, before this started, I was like, damn, I lost a really good friend, but you are such a liar. It's so fucked up to lie on that. Show me a text where I'm like, fire the crew, a conversation. Like, that's so fucked and twisted. Just because I've had issues with them, just because I said, like, I don't vibe with them, I don't like their sense of humor, I've never said fire people. Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Trisha has this concept of if you're not with them, you're against them. It's like a basic survival instinct and they can't control themselves when responding to these videos. So any point of ability they may have.
Yes, they can. That's like a bit of an enabler. They absolutely can control themselves when they respond to videos. They just choose not to. Part of it's because they've been conditioned to, like, not have to. People make excuses for their fucking shitty behavior. And some people just don't take her seriously because she's a fucking idiot and a loser. That's kind of the reality here.
Have, and I will try and make a case of them later, is lost amongst the anger that someone would ever say these things to you in the first place.
I really try my best. Like, obviously we have banter on the show, but, like, I really don't feel I've been disrespectful. Like, the idea of shooting that segment down, like, that was the disrespectful thing. Like, yes, it was rude. I'm sorry about it, but, like, damn, like, the whole crew, you're making up lies that I want them to be fired over that instance and taking this thing that everyone's pissed at me about and snowballing it and creating this monster thing and bringing this back up in my face. Like, what if I'm the monster? Then why forgive me in the first place? Like, don't forgive me. Like, just end it there.
Trisha claims that they're in a pretty good place mentally, and they may well be comparatively, but they're not adjusted enough to the YouTube environment. And these videos are just proof of that. It sucks because, once again, I do believe I can make sense of Trisha's qualms, but these videos did not help. I feel like both Trisha and Ethan felt betrayed by each other. How Ethan views Trisha's nature to take everything public and impose unreasonable standards, and how Trisha views Ethan's prejudice towards the situation and how they feel they're trying to mislead their audience. Once betrayal becomes that central focus, these perspectives are only going to diverge further, which is exactly what happened next.
2. Electric Boogaloo.
Like an ungodly amount of merch that I have no idea how I'm going to sell.
But also, he doesn't care about money, and he's worried about how it's going to sell.
Every
Well, I mean, listen, it's when people say I don't care about money, we know that they don't literally mean that they don't care about money, right? So, like, let's say I don't know, like, I shit too hard and my asshole explodes, and we go to the hospital, and it's gonna cost us $5,000 to repair my anus. And my wife's like, I don't care about the money, doctor. Fix him up. Well, yeah. What she's saying there is that she cares more about my exploded asshole than the money. That's different, right? But my wife cares about money. You know what I mean? Like, if it's just that we have the money to not care about it. You know what I mean? That makes sense. It's just a silly perspective. Everybody cares about money. He just doesn't care about money in whatever capacity it is in this case. Like, you're being a silly goose, Trisha. I wonder if you actually think that was like a nay argument. You know, we all care about money. There's just some things that are worth more than money. Okay? My exploded asshole is one of them.
You also get a paycheck every month. You get it from the highlights, you get it from the 5%. You told me yourself that the HC people were on salary before.
5% Rich Piana. Rest in peace. You guys remember that?
Frenemies. It's just an extra day for them. He told me that, like, they're already working there. He acts like...
Trisha's videos aren't particularly helpful. I think the problem with this sort of content is that it focuses on a person's reaction in the moment, which when you're dealing with a dispute is obviously going to be more heated than if you would give them time to see the bigger picture. However, one thing that you could at least say is that they were reactions, and therefore they should be taken with a pinch of salt, even if someone felt the drama was being played up by Trisha. They may have been overreactions, but they were reactions all the same. However, Trisha clearly felt like they hadn't quite made their point. After a couple of days of what some may have hoped to be a return to regular content for them, Trisha once more uploaded another video. This time, though, it wasn't a reaction or a response. In fact, its title appeared to imply something much more serious, with a trigger warning clearly expressed in the title. What is the video about itself?
I put up with Ethan purposely triggering me, trying to trigger me on multiple occasions. I always put up with the triggers.
Well, you don't. You have it's like your 4th meltdown. There was like 10 episodes of the show, and like 4 of them were her meltdown, so you didn't really put up with it, did you? That's not true, silly goose.
I allowed myself to be triggered. And this is not walking on eggshells. It's like, oh, I say one wrong thing. No, this is times where I'm like, don't share the private messages from episode 1. where he shared messages I sent to him.
Again, I'm pretty sure that she lied about what happened and he was defending himself. That's why he leaked those messages. I'm pretty sure that's true. I could be wrong about that, but there was a reason why he leaked it. It's not like he was just like, I'm going to be a fucking asshole. I believe she was lying about something, and he was like, okay, well, then we'll correct the record. I have the messages right now. If you're going to misinterpret what's been going on, then I'm going to set the record straight. So she's playing the victim in this case.
Where he shared Moses' private messages, and we asked him on the show not to.
Well, as it's a Trisha video, there are a fair few clashing narratives. However, the one I'd say is probably the most prominent here is that Trisha believes they were much more lenient than Ethan gave them credit for, despite the fact that they believe Ethan attempted to rile them up on multiple occasions. They believe their hand was forced by Ethan's persistent provocation, listing a few examples. A fair few of these seem to be rather insignificant, but the main instance seems to resolve around a trip that Ethan, Hila, Trisha, and their family took to Disney. This was recorded and uploaded in vlog form to the H3 podcast channel, and it was pretty well received at the time. However, Trisha seems rather perturbed by a comment Ethan made during this trip about an incident they had also briefly spoken about on the podcast.
I want to talk about it. The first things that come to mind, obviously, are talking to my mom about my sexual assault on a trip from Disneyland, a trip that my mom, sister, and Moses had planned for my birthday, and then we did invite Ethan and Hila to come willingly and graciously.
I remember this. I remember Ethan was like, yeah, I apologize, like, immediately because I overstepped. So that was him fucking up. But from what I remember, he like instantly was like, yeah, sorry, that was my bad. Like, he fucked up. Yes, he said some dumbass shit. And then that turned into Ethan refused to pay for the trip or something. Like, that's what always happens. Trisha has like something that's maybe reasonable for her, and then she overblows it. So it's like, yeah, that's reasonable to be upset about that. And then she's like, yeah, and then he didn't pay for the trip. It's like, well, you told us not to. You know, a bunch of rich people fucking bartering about how much they paid for Disney doesn't exactly concern me. So, you know, it's one of those situations where Trisha will have a reasonable grievance in some cases, and then she'll have a fucking abysmal meltdown. She'll go way too far and then demand too much.
Because I enjoyed spending time with them. They're, you know.
Okay, let me at least explain myself.
No.
Let me at least explain myself.
Okay.
We're on the party bus, and we all got our own pizzas. I had my, I love the pineapple, black olive. Nobody else wanted it, so I started picking the cheese off. Okay, and I was just eating the toppings, and the pizza looked like a burn victim. It was all disgusting. So anyway, you looked at it, and you're like, that is so disgusting. I can't look at it. Like, that's just the grossest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was really gross. I physically had to lay down after it.
And I said, Trisha, who are you to talk about gross things? You've shoved a candlestick up your ass. But the reason I said it is because they literally.
So like, yeah, she talked about how it was sexual assault. Well, that might have been, but like the way that she displayed the story wasn't about sexual assault. Now I remember. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Yeah, he didn't actually talk about sexual assault. I was confused when he said that. I was like, is that true? I don't think that he did at all, really. I mean, maybe that was associated with that moment, but that's clearly not the intention that he was coming into that situation. So she, like, obviously, like, overblew that intentionally to make it seem like it was worse than it was.
I know everything about this show.
Why would I?
Which means that I know that they know the meme.
It's not something they want to talk about.
And then the mom was like, oh, that was a little too much or something, which is fair. You have every right to be like, that was too much, but to try to make it seem like he was making light of like a sexual assault is a little silly because I don't think that he realized that.
Bring up in front of your family.
Fine, but like, well, they were looking at me like, okay, maybe I fucked up.
Alongside the other examples, it feels like Trish is having one of their revelations in rationalizing their own behavior, crafting this narrative that their reaction was actually the result of continuous comments and incidents that they failed to address themselves, and therefore let boil over in the eventual meltdown that occurred in that fateful episode. However, one really has to question what motivated them to use such a provocative title, when the topic, although somewhat sensitive, isn't exactly communicated with the same sense of pertinence to the actual subject being discussed. I'm not trying to say a trigger warning was unnecessary, or that it makes any discourse of it less valid, but in the established canon of Trish's upload history on Frenemies, the video advertised itself as much more serious than other content that they have produced on this specific matter, despite the fact that this was once more an analysis of the often fractured dynamic between the two. However, it is a bit more accusatory given that Trisha alleges that Ethan's provocation of them was intentional.
Like, all of that was like triggers, right? When I asked to the very last episode, like, we need to stop. And he's like, yes, you can go up and leave whenever you want. You know what I mean? Like, up until even that point, he wanted me to do that thing. And I'm like, I just want to end this.
This represents this increasingly cynical perspective that each party held of each other, and in his response, Ethan followed suit. Now, given his relevance to the situation, it's no surprise that Ethan wasn't too flattered by how the video was publicized. However, he decided to go one step further, stating that Trisha's video on the matter goes as far to accuse him of sexual harassment, specifically referring to the comments that Trisha made about his commentary on their new skin product.
And then up until like the last episode, like, everyone was like, it's clear Trisha was in a bad mood, but it was a lot of things, from sexualizing my skincare product. Like, I was just like that. I was like, because it's not just my line.
Now, I would stop short of saying that Trish was trying to accuse him of sexual harassment, but I also don't really understand why Ethan's observation had to be construed as sexual. As they say in the episode, it's childish humor, seeing something perhaps rude in an otherwise unassuming scene.
And this is the secret. I'm so happy to finally.
Also kind of phallic.
What?
You say, Trish, what's the secret? And then you show like it looks like a cock. What? Balls and cock.
What are you talking about?
Look, 2 balls and a cock. It's like a giant phallus.
Oh my God. It's the products in the
Bro, it's literally a penis.
You are so childish.
With that in mind, I can understand why
it
Ethan
does.
feels like he's
It does look like a penis, though, but it's not. I mean, like, listen, if we're gonna play like if that's sexual harassment to Trisha, then she's sexually harassing Ethan constantly. Because she's always like, oh, let's do something in the shower. He's like, no, I don't want to do that. And she's like, well, come on, we could do something in the shower. I know you want to fuck me. I think that, you know what I mean? Like, she constantly said this shit all the time. And, like, honestly, it's banter between two friends who are fine with the conversation for, like, you know, whatever. But if you're going to pretend that this is some kind of sexual harassment, then she was absolutely sexually harassing him, like, much more. Again, neither one of them were sexually harassing each other. But if you're going to hold that as your standard, I mean, like, hold yourself to the same fucking standard, idiot.
He's being misrepresented. How the draw towards a discussion surrounding the semantics of sexual harassment feels a bit sudden, and Trisha once more jumps on that to quickly defend themselves and say they weren't accusing anyone of such a claim, harking on Ethan's previous comments about them wanting to fire the crew, suggests that he has a bit of a habit of strawmanning Trisha's comments. At this point, Trisha and Ethan couldn't even agree on what each other were saying, but some felt like Trisha blurred the line in their comments with the intent of taking advantage of Ethan's defensive response, while critics of Ethan thought he was trying to stir up emotion against Trisha by making their claims seem stronger than they were.
Ethan incidentally invited himself to our family surprise.
Invited himself.
And
Sussy.
we paid for him. Ethan and Hila did not pay for their VIP ticket to Disneyland. We ended up paying for Ethan and Hila, which is crazy because he takes that 5%, and VIP tickets to Disneyland is not cheap. And
no, they're pretty expensive. I looked into it. But yeah, no, like this woman like instantly removed the video too. She like instantaneously removed this video after this whole thing came out. Isn't that a little suspicious, you know?
I don't know why he felt compelled to ask me and my mom or bring it up in the situation that how we felt about her having a candlestick up her, you know what? It made us very.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That's the kind of inappropriate shit that I'll say to my mother all the time. My own mother and my mother-in-law. I say inappropriate shit all the fucking time. I'm a child. And they laugh. They think it's funny. And you want to know what? They probably thought it was funny too. That's just life, brother. I'm always saying inappropriate shit. That's how I am. You know what I mean? Now, you could still be like, hey, I don't like that. Like, if my wife is like, that's too much, I'll be like, sorry, baby, I'll do that. You know, I do it on the stream too. Sometimes I get a little too explicit with my conversation about my wife, and my wife will get off and she'll be like, listen, you need to chill. And I'm like, I'm sorry, baby. You know what I mean? But that doesn't make it like some kind of like, oh, he invited himself and then he took 5%. And then he talked about a candlestick in my ass or my... It's like, bro, come on. You're acting like this guy's a fucking predator here. It's insane. You're being what we call in the business a suspicious character from the popular hit video game Umgus, okay? You're being a little sussy.
Very uncomfortable, especially we had just such a fun day. And it was really disgusting. I think that he wanted the shock value, but I think that he forgets that we're family at the end of the day. And
yeah, and that's a humanizing point for him. That makes you look bad. Yeah, he forgets that we're a family at the end of the day. Yeah, sometimes he goes a little too far, and you're acknowledging that you understand this, and then you're still trying to pretend like he's a fucking dickheaded asshole for it. Doesn't add up. Doesn't add up, Watson. You know?
He was not appreciative of that.
The next few days, though, were just pure chaos. Trisha's sister decided to weigh in, supporting Trisha's statement and alleging that Ethan and Hila invited themselves to Disney and had their tickets paid for. Ethan then responds to this sister, Carly, on the After Dark podcast, trying to take a more jocular outlook on the whole situation, but still visibly irritated.
And to be honest with you guys, I'm just trying to make the best of the situation that is quite sour, to be frank. And so I watched this with peace and love. So she's first of all saying we invited ourselves to her surprise party. This is where it's just so frustrating for me. You know, we obviously didn't invite ourselves. We were invited, as Trisha even says in her video. It's like they can't even keep their stories straight.
Trisha then responds to H3, calling them out for this and saying that the sister isn't involved, but also being sufficiently passive-aggressive to boot. And it just felt like this endless cycle of people trying...
I think she tried to make it seem like he was attacking her sister, but like she was just saying wild shit. You know? You're punching down. That's the narrative. It's like, bro, if you're going to talk shit, you're going to get fucking... You know, people have to respond to shit about Ethan. Gotta respond to that. You sussy baka.
Trying to have the final word. When everyone wants the final word, no one's gonna have it.
I'm gonna have it.
Ethan does a thing where he punches down on people, right? Like, he obviously knows he has a really loyal fan base, and they're a really loud fan base.
Obviously, she said it. She said the words that I said.
Endless cycle of people trying to have the final word. When everyone wants the final word, no one's gonna have it.
Ethan does a thing where he punches down on people, right? Like, he obviously...
what was I saying? She's getting punching down some fucking dumb bullshit from a child. The dumb child says that stuff. Punching down. Shut the frick up, bro. You silly goose.
He knows he has a really loyal fan base, and they're a really loud fan base. I'm obviously the one getting all the hate. They see that. So for them to do this video, like, defending themselves when I'm the one getting all the hate, it's like, it's really just punching down. It's just punching when it's low. My sister deleted that TikTok within an hour.
Trisha's newest video further sought to justify their own perspective by making
Talk shit, get hit, bitch. Like, fuck. You can tell your sister not to date dumbass shit. She shouldn't. What you should be saying is she should have never made that video and blah, 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 blah.
Ethan looked more unreasonable than he believed himself to be. Allegations that although he tried to laugh at, he clearly construed as very serious, and similarly hit back at Trisha. And as they took to social media to relentlessly attack each other, it began to feel like there may be no way back. However, if one fact is indisputable, Trisha is consistently inconsistent. And although that would once again change their tone, this time, it didn't quite heal the wound.
Oh, shit.
With each of Trisha's videos, it felt strange, because in spite of the fact that they were clearly unhappy with Ethan Klein, there also appeared to be this expectation that by the next Tuesday, they'd be back at the studio and this would all be water under the bridge. Sure. Trisha even alludes to this himself in a tweet, one which Ethan very quickly rebuked. I'm not subscribed to the school of philosophy that believed Trisha was only upset about the money. And it's not that I don't think there were no legitimate qualms, but it felt like Trisha's videos from a certain point were designed to elicit a reaction from Ethan. And I don't think they did because they loathed Ethan or they wanted to hurt him. I think it's because they almost wanted to play out the situation so that there could be some degree of mutual responsibility spread to the point where they would be inclined to patch it up on the podcast. Although leaving with the usual fireworks, it's clear that Trisha still had a part of them tied to the podcast, even at one point starting their own show called Enemies, which as you can assume was Frenemies without Ethan, something they referred to a few times.
So, yeah.
Yeah, would she make that? I think that lasted like a fucking day and then she gave it up.
This is the podcast Enemies, where I just make enemies because that's just what I do. And I guess I owe it up to this disclaimer. I actually don't want enemies. I will speak the same truth I spoke on Frenemies, but people don't care if there's not like a man next to me. And that's just like the world we live in. I'm not trying to be over here like.
But Trisha, you are a man, remember? You're a trans man, I thought. Oh, it has nothing to do with like people not wanting to give a shit about you if there's a man next to you. It's that you're dumb. I'm not trying to be fucking rude, but like there's nothing. You don't really bring anything of actual value to anything by yourself. So like it's really just that, you know. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like trying to make it seem like people don't listen to me because I'm a woman. Fuck out of here, dude. People listen to you because you have nothing really like important to say. Like nobody cares.
Feminist, whatever. Like I'm fine with that. Like I'm happy to leech onto another dude. Like for my next venture. Like you know that's just how it has to be. If my voice is gonna be heard. I have an apology to Ethan and the staff coming out this week. Me just like go watch Frenemies. I support him having a new co-host or co-hosts if he has multiple. We had ad reads for the whole year, so you know, get that bag, get that coin.
In the past, this sort of outburst had motivated Ethan to bring on Dr. Drew, discuss their differences and find some sort of compromise on how to move forward. Something that once again Trisha references in one of their response videos. However, this time Ethan didn't really change his tune and wasn't interested in resolving any differences between himself and Trisha with their relationship in the state that it was. And less than 24 hours after the launch of Trisha's new podcast where they take multiple jabs at Ethan, there is once more a change of message.
Like the very first thing my therapist told me was like 4 things, which is like get plenty of sleep, get out of the house and socialize at least a couple times a week, and you know, eat a couple meals that are good for you, put good stuff into your body, and do physical activity, like even for 20 minutes a day. And I just like neglected basically all of that. I was like, whatever, I'm in therapy. But those are like really just like simple things that again, probably everybody does, but I just never did. And I've been doing them the past week and I feel more centered. It really did change chemicals in my brain. I have been on medication. Well, that's not an excuse, I'm just telling you guys because I was put on new medication at the end of May and people say it takes up to it can take 6 to 8 weeks to like kick in. So I'm going to be like on the like 6-week mark.
Yes. In this video called Apology to Ethan, Trisha reveals that they've been taking better care of themselves and have come to the conclusion that they actually have some apologizing to do. Fantastic.
I just hope that this can give them some sort of peace, just know where I am at. And it is totally up to them if they want to accept the apology or not. This is my apology. And I kind of avoided it because this was the Taurus in me. I am pretty stubborn. Sometimes
sorry I slandered you. Yeah, basically. Yeah, pretty much. JK, LOL. I think the one thing though is that nobody takes Trisha seriously. So like whatever slander technique she operated in didn't that much. Still annoying though. Still shows her to be kind of a shitty person.
Like, but I'm also owed an apology in this, and I had to really let that go to find peace with myself. Like, I don't want to feel like people owe me anything, vice versa. Like, I don't feel that way in my heart, truly. I hope Ethan watches this. He doesn't watch my long videos. He usually gets them summarized. But if you see just this little clip, I'm very sorry, Ethan, for breaking your trust.
Maybe you should just text him that instead of make a fucking 6-hour or whatever 20-minute long video or an hour long. Fuck you made. Would that make a little more sense? No, of course not. Shitting. Yeah, but that. Dude, just fucking make a video. I mean, just message her, you know?
A rather meandering analysis of their mental health. They speak about how much they've messed up. They don't really speak about too many of the issues in depth, but they try to elaborate on their mindset and how this impacted their behavior towards the clients, and how they felt responsible for sabotaging the podcast because of their feelings. Of the incidents in question, they do apologize for the distasteful jokes they made in the DMs that they leaked. They also apologize for not going to Ethan privately, and just generally their demeanor and how it impacted those around them. Frame those actions as one.
Apologize for not going to Ethan privately, and then they just continue to do the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, what's the point then? Why did you? It's like, why didn't you just go to him privately to hear then? That doesn't make any sense to me. Whatever. Okay.
Yielded from an unhealthy mindset.
I apologize because it was disrespectful for what I said. For whatever this is worth, like, it was never my intention to attack the crew. I see exactly how it came across, and I see it very clearly, and I'm so embarrassed.
What's up, baby?
Because, again, I'm a mess. I'm a messy person. I'm drama. I have issues, as everyone does, but I've always prided myself in being, like, a nice person. I apologize for bringing up money. I apologize for just really, again,
yeah, I'm the opposite. I don't have any issues, and I've never been a nice person.
poor communication. I feel like I've worked on communication so much in my relationship that I've neglected to work on communication, like, on other ways, like speaking up when, even little things, speaking up if I don't like something or don't think, I'm such a hype person. I like to, like, hype.
No, they're called 3D ass fruits. Assist fruits. I don't know what that means. 3D assisted fruits. I guess they made them in like a 3D modeling machine.
Love it, love it, love it. And then, like, it got me in trouble with Nikocado, and I was like, yes, let's hang out. And then I hype, and then ghost, because I love to hype. I don't ever like to shoot down ideas. I don't, you know what I mean? But I really need to be better at communicating when I don't like something, I don't want to do something, and just be better at it and just grow a pair of balls.
It's not an issue with communicating. That's just, like, not saying what you're thinking. Like, an issue with communicating is, like, you know, maybe holding stuff back sometimes. You're just like, I love this idea, when you hate it. It's not a, that's a little different. A little different to me, at least. But, you know.
And talk about it. I'm really sorry. I really am. It's now it's the stages of a Trish freak out, and
okay, just roll my buttons now.
Like, I feel good. I feel strong. I feel like, you know, loved and cared for over here. Ethan, the crew, and Hila, that I'm sorry, and I hope in time that we will be able to talk again. Like, I know once trust is broken, like, it's nearly impossible to gain back, but...
Why is so much censoring or something?
I'm willing to put in effort.
Or maybe it's not censoring.
I don't think it's necessarily the wrong way to go about it. It's important that you make people understand where you're coming from and how your mindset may have caused you to act out in a particular way. And so I'm here to praise him for that.
The problem is, and this is just going to happen with videos like this, is there's so much in between. Like, she went off the fucking rail. She made like 5 videos to like every Ethan's 1 video. So it wasn't quite, you know, it wasn't quite as simple as this, you know? Dude, why are you pulling right now? I didn't fucking pull. I'm the tank. Oh. Hold on, sorry guys. This guy's just a little suspicious character from Among Us.
However, some also question whether this should have been done privately first, and not too long after Ethan Klein replied, echoing other people's issues and emphasizing the damage he believed they had caused with their prior content.
She said in her video, I'm going to make this apology and Ethan doesn't have to accept it. It's not that I don't accept her apology, it's that I don't want to gloss over too much what went down. I mean, it's a lot for me to forgive this fast.
Now, I think a public apology for a public issue is always useful because viewers know where you stand. But Trish had reached the stage where so much of themselves was online that each public video felt performative, and therefore Ethan was going to be suspicious of this sudden about turn, even for Trisha. I think the problem, and this once again ties back to Dr. Drew, with the previous onset of disputes, it became an established solution to almost use other things as a medium to channel frustrations that they weren't prepared to express. Let things escalate, and then rely on the other party's recognition of that matter. I don't doubt that Trisha likely had qualms with the process of the podcast, and didn't know how to express them at first, so lashed out unnecessarily. However, with the context of the subsequent videos and the apology, the initial departure didn't actually feel like a genuine expression of intent. It felt like a way to once again make a statement on a problem that they perceived. In many of these videos, Trisha would emphasize how they're sound of mind now, either due to therapy or changes to their lifestyle, as a way to justify how this was them now speaking with clarity. It was a way to frame their...
Yeah, the problem is that, like, that might have been a genuine perspective, but, like, she's constantly doing that. And it's because what's happening is she's having like a fucking manic episode or whatever episode, and she thinks that she's right, and then she realizes that she's wrong, and she's like, oh man, you know what? And then she acts like she's rising above, like, oh, I know I'm not that bad person. I'm so sorry, but it's just like, this is just a pattern of you engaging in this dumb fuck shit behavior, right? So
past behavior is impulsive, not the real them. But with this, it was difficult to know when we were ever receiving the real Trisha. It felt like Trisha was trying different techniques for the same result, trying to present each one as their real findings and then gauging reaction. Despite my criticisms, though, I will say one thing. It showed that regardless of the defensive front, that Trisha still clearly cared about their friendship with Ethan. Really, all these methods screamed to me that this was someone who wanted something but didn't know how to get it. Unfortunately, because of previous instance, it seemed that the easiest route was to be somewhat hostile. This time, however, Ethan drew a line, and in spite of what may have been an apology, Ethan couldn't accept it. He acknowledged and even appreciated it, but he stopped short of accepting it. The apology may have come from a genuine place, who knows, but it couldn't overshadow the fact that it followed 2 weeks of continuous public mudslinging. It felt like Trisha was looking for the ends but didn't understand the means. If this was 20 days earlier, then maybe it would have started rebuilding that bridge. But at this point, the ravine between the two was just far too wide. How was Ethan to know that this wasn't just another vehicle in an attempt to relaunch Frenemies? There were lots of points that could have marked the firm end of Frenemies, but I think Ethan's tepid response to Trisha's apology indicated the return of the podcast was beyond hope. I think Ethan had come to terms with this end not too long after Trisha had announced they were stepping down, and this was his ultimatum to Trisha to accept it as well. How would they move forward from this? Well, sometimes frenemyships aren't built to last.
Oh shit, wise words from a wise VTuber.
Ethan addressed Trisha's apology one more time in a segment on Off the Rails. In this, he echoed many of the sentiments that he'd expressed on Twitter, in a much more discernible tone of frustrated exasperation, asserting that although he wasn't opposed to an eventual reconciliation, he wasn't prepared to forgive so quickly and needed time. He also wasn't prepared to let someone like Trisha close again, and with that in mind, was not interested in reviving the podcast. Yet this was far from the end.
It's a lot for me to forgive this fast, because this is a person who I considered, you know, family, a close friend, someone I trusted, someone that we were working together with, that I had a very close relationship, someone who I was confiding in. She honestly, without mincing words, was trying to like ruin my life. She was saying everything she could to attack me personally, to attack the business. If this is an apology to me, why do I have to watch it on her YouTube channel with 10 mid-rolls? A phone call would have been nice. She has my number. She knows that I'm open to talk anytime. She messed, you know what I mean? And she apologized to the crew. She said previously she doesn't have any of the crew's contact information. I'm sorry, but that's not true. We're all in a group chat on WhatsApp. She has everybody's phone number.
Around a week and a half after.
Why are you guys using WhatsApp? What are you trying to fucking message kids? The fuck? That's obviously a joke, but why the fuck are you using WhatsApp? It sounds like if you guys are on a group chat on WhatsApp, isn't WhatsApp's like Kick or something, right? It's all bullshit. How come we don't have her phone number? I'm assuming Ethan does, but I'm just confused with that one. It seems a little off-putting. Maybe they were afraid to get you give her their number, so they're like, "Oh, let's just use WhatsApp." I'm confused.
After Trisha uploaded a video claiming there was an unaired episode of Frenemies which featured a greater reconciliation between the two parties, including an apology from Ethan. Many seem to believe this was filmed to promote their post-breakup merchandise release that was being dropped around the same time. However, after the merch sold out nearly instantaneously, the motive to upload the video was assumedly diminished. After Trisha's video covering this, many podcast fans requested that Ethan not upload the video as they didn't want the drama prolonged, and the episode, whatever its contents, was never released. Following this, there was a moment of respite, as it seemed that both had just grown apart, and even if reconciliation wasn't possible, the absence of conflict was a welcome break for most viewers. However, it always felt like a ceasefire as opposed to a peace treaty.
Your number is connected to WhatsApp? Is it? Like your phone number is like is your phone number connected to WhatsApp in a way where everybody would know your phone number? Or is it just connected to WhatsApp? You know what I'm saying? Like my phone number is connected to this game, like World of Warcraft. But that doesn't mean that like anybody knows my number that like I play World of Warcraft with, you know what I mean? Is it like directly connected to it? Maybe I just don't understand WhatsApp. Maybe I'm just a stupid fucking idiot. Maybe I'm a fucking moron. You just said though. You can't just say the word yes. The word yeah. I gave you two specific scenarios, and you're like yes. What does that mean to me? I don't know what that means, dude. You silly goose. You can see the person's phone number. Ah, okay. There you go. That's more explicit. Thank you. Thank you for being explicit. Okay.
Due to this suggested rapprochement on Trisha's video. It's very hard for me to speculate on what may or may not have been said, because the only source is Trisha, and they do have their biases. But if this video marked some sort of understanding between the two, then it wasn't to be recognized by anyone outside. And in future videos, the underlying message was that there was still unresolved tension.
She's always been really nice. I have no issues with Hila. It's like literally was between me and Ethan, but Ethan like drags like a lot of people. And obviously it's his wife, so obviously. Yeah. But like personally, like, you know, we haven't talked or anything, but like I'm totally, like, we've never had an issue. I think it's more because I'm like Ethan and I'm like totally over it now. I mean, I don't know, but.
Have you guys talked?
No, we're like.
I remember this.
Yeah.
For a while,
I watched this and they were like, "Oh my god, you're so right, Trisha," about everything. Like they just like validate everything that she said. You didn't know there was another thing coming. Sorry, I'm just fucking around a little bit. I wasn't trying to be rude. I remember that they were just like, "Oh my god, you're right." Wasn't Bobby Lee's ex-girlfriend or something on that thing? Right? Yeah, Trisha's definitely jealous of Hila. Because she wants to fuck Ethan's hard hog. I don't think he gets hard anymore, so I don't know, just mashing around like a fucking slab of bubblegum or something.
This seemed like Trisha's angle, and maybe if this philosophy had sustained itself, an eventual modification would have been reached. But unfortunately, this was not the case. As I noted earlier, regardless of what you think of the apology, it felt more like another momentary decision rather than a concrete resolution. For many people, an apology normally marks the end of something, a concession that you'd be foolish to walk back on. At the same time, sometimes if people feel they've been manipulated into making a confession, they may retract it, and as time transpired, Trisha seemed to walk back their narrative once more, slowly returning to their former position. They really had done nothing wrong, and the responsibility primarily lay with Ethan.
I think the ending, like, honestly wasn't my fault. No, but like the last podcast, he like admitted to like, oh yeah, because he like, you know, whatever. It's like a whole thing to get into, but he like screenshotted my text, sent him to his staff. He's like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that. You know, basically like saying that I wanted them fired. And I was like, show me a text. So he basically like lied, whatever. And I think he ultimately couldn't continue the show because he was the one that was like at fault.
It felt like the situation ultimately wasn't resolved. Trisha felt inclined to continuously make these statements to try and keep it alive, while making it look like they weren't necessarily going out of their way to talk about it, coincidentally appearing on these podcasts who just seemed to be interested in discussing the latest tea. Throughout all this, Ethan really didn't say much, and whether that influenced Trisha's next move is your judgment to make. What move was that, I hear you ask? Well, as I mentioned a while back, Ethan's often quite vocal with who he despises, and one person who definitely fits that bill is Keemstar, who Ethan has waged war against for a good few years. Trisha in many ways also seemed to be vocally critical of Keemstar, attacking him for a variety of reasons over the years. But if Trisha's relationship with Ethan taught us anything, is that Trisha's sentiments can be known to fluctuate a little. At that time, Keemstar had found himself in some controversy due to the age gap in his relationship with a 20-year-old female. At the same time, both Ethan and Trisha had separately taken to YouTube to criticize him, Ethan on his After Dark podcast, and Trisha on their third episode of Enemies.
And she doesn't know that I played bad guy Keem online. Okay, if you're bad guy Keem online and that's a character you're playing, Daniel Keem, then you're an actual creep in real life. Like, you are actually a real life perv, a real life just creep, just evil, just a nasty old man that's like hurting this girl in ways that she may not know. But you know, because I know he knows, because he's constantly bringing up things people are gonna say, the power play, the this, but she's not a fan. Trying to rationalize it on the show, on Spotify, on his podcast.
Listen, I'm sure people know my feelings on this person. But this whole like rape narrative is fucking childish. Listen, I say, like, listen, I think it's weird that somebody that's 40, whether it's a guy or a girl, is dating somebody that's 20 is bizarre. And the reason is because I don't know what you have in common. Outside of that, it doesn't matter. Even if she was a fan, it doesn't matter. He's not abusing any dynamic. Power dynamic, the existence of a power dynamic is not abuse of a power dynamic, okay? There's power dynamics everywhere, okay? If I was just rich and you were poor, I have a power dynamic over you. What you're telling me is that I can't date a poor person. So now you're just being classist. There are inherent power dynamics between men and women. So what you're saying is that men can't date women. So everybody has to be gay. You see where like these power dynamic issues, if you want to be super woke and talk about racial power dynamics, all of a sudden you're advocating for segregation of like race. Like, the argument's really stupid. And something that I find really annoying is that when it comes to like a 20-year-old girl, this 20-year-old is a baby. She's a child. She has no autonomy over herself. She's being abused. She's being this. She's being that, just for being in a relationship with somebody that's older. But when it's a 20-year-old man, that's a grown man. Like, what's a 20-year-old man talking to a 17-year-old? That's a grown man talking to that 17-year-old. But like, so why are women children? But like, men are these like mature fucking like men. 20-year-old people are stupid, right? That's really what it comes down to. And they play this narrative that like, oh, 20-year-old guy, he's actively doing this wrong. It's like, bro, he's a stupid, to an extent, kid. Like, he's an adult, but he's a kid. Like, he's a legal adult, but he's still stupid like a fucking kid. And you guys are playing this like game. But when it's a 20-year-old girl, all of a sudden she can't make her own decisions. You know what I mean? Like, it's fucking crazy all over the place. It's stupid. It's just a stupid fucking thing. With these like weird double standards that always exist in every capacity.
Is like mind-blowing to me.
Keemstar played this off with the usual bombast that many expected from him, leaning into the stereotype rather than running away from it. If anything, it showed that neither side was willing to yield. Yet for some fans, it may have been refreshing that Ethan and Trisha finally agreed on something once more. But this moment of blissful harmony was short-lived, as less than a week after this, Keemstar tweeted a picture of him with FaZe Banks, alongside, lo and behold, Trisha Paytas, all looking rather pleased with themselves. I wonder why. This, of course, provoked a response from Ethan, who expressed disappointment at Trisha's newfound allegiance. Trisha responded over a variety of mediums, but we're going to skip over those for now. However, what would the podcast actually be about? After all, you can't just judge a book by its cover, and Trish requested that everyone give the episode a chance.
I met Ethan going on his podcast because he did a vile video about criticizing girls' looks, saying that they look like whales, Twinkies, that I look like a corpse, that I look like a WWE wrestler, showing before and afters that I posted myself, trying to be like, wow, they're really fooling.
Don't flatter yourself. WWE wrestlers are hot, bro. What are you talking about? Get the fuck out of here, Trisha. It's kind of pathetic and childish how she'll just bring up something that's already been dealt with. Like afterwards, like she knows it's been dealt with, and then she'll just continuously like reinforce it and bring it back up over and over again like a fucking petty child. It's childish. Like I just hope Trisha understands that people think that look at her and they think she's a loser for this kind of shit. Like, you really, it's fucking incredible. Just petty and childish. Nobody respects you for it. So.
You just vile shit, and I still went on his podcast because I'm like, let me have a discussion, let me see where this goes.
In the podcast, Keemstar explains how he'd reached out to Trisha offering a truce, and Trisha had agreed. Trisha is asked to clarify that they're not necessarily befriending Keemstar, and they're actually still more pro-Ethan than pro-Keem, though they definitely don't hold back in analysing Ethan's behaviour over the previous months.
Trisha,
Yeah.
Ethan will not put himself in a situation where he knows he's going to lose, all right? This is why the last podcast of Frenemies, never aired, right?
Yeah.
Can I say that publicly? Am I allowed?
Yeah, no, you're
There's an
allowed.
unaired last episode.
Yeah, we shot one more for closure, and it was really good because I do feel like I fucked up a lot, but it was the first time Ethan admitted to screenshotting my text, sending it to girl stuff, and I was like, oh, perfect, this will give me some redeeming qualities because he admitted in that I never said fire the crew, and I was like, perfect, people are gonna know, they're gonna stop hating on me. But then he didn't post it because he's like, well, I don't want more hate to the crew, and it's gonna stress out this person. And I was just like, you posted all my breakdowns, but you're not gonna post it.
This is the problem with people like Trisha who will constantly reframe it a narrative over and over again, even after it's been resolved. It's so annoying because what you're saying is just it's completely inaccurate, but they'll just continue. And that's the problem is people with absolutely no credibility, like Trisha Paytas, will continuously assert a incorrect framing, an intentionally incorrect framing of a situation to provoke a response. That's what they're doing. And sometimes you just have to realize that some people will believe her. Those people are fucking stupid. Some people will believe the dumb fuck that spent their entire YouTube career inaccurately portraying situations. And some people will believe that person because they're a dumb person to believe them. It's incredible. And you just have to get it over it, dude. You just have to move on from it and not give a fuck about it because they're just baiting you. They're just baiting you for more of a response. It's just childish shit. So...
This one where I kind of look like at least we're balanced and being in the wrong. Yeah. So I have a little animosity towards him. I still obviously love Ethan, but I do have a little bit of that. I get what you're saying.
I think being sat down with two people who have a history of conflict with Ethan kind of draws Trisha into this discussion about him more than they probably planned to be.
No, don't enable her. Don't give her a break. She wanted to be. She knew what she was walking into. She wanted to be in a conversation that was about shitting on Ethan. Let's not pretend that she's oh, she went to a situation unknowingly. No, she knew it. She knew what the fuck she was doing. She knew what she was fucking doing. Where the hell's the mom that's supposed to spawn here? Fuck. Whatever.
The conversation isn't just about Ethan, but it regularly returns to him, with Keemstar driving home the point that in his opinion, Ethan is a moral weather vane, and pans to the popular opinions to garner a social advantage, while receiving special treatment from YouTube. Trisha often plays off this narrative with their own personal experiences, talking about many of the previous incidents that still seem unresolved to them.
So he's a walking, talking hypocrite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that because I'm also a walking, talking hypocrite. I think, again, it's just the lack of admitting that. I feel if you can admit it, because I 100%, even me sitting here, people are she's so hypocritical, whatever, you know what I mean? But I don't think it is that either. I honestly think it's just having a discussion. But
I want to bully. I want to harass. I want to fucking talk shit. I do.
Toxic, man.
I want to roast this guy, but I can't because YouTube won't let me. But he could say, I got a little dick, fuck puppets. What is this?
Right. And I think that is the hypocrisy of Ethan.
Imagine if you were silenced by YouTube and you couldn't say anything about Ethan, but he was just dunking on you, saying you're the reason why friend me. You'd get so frustrated.
But then you make a video, respond, it gets strike down. You know what I'm saying? It's weird.
No, totally agree. I agree. I mean, I think it's gross when people do make fun of people's looks or small penises or whatever. I don't like when people make fun of people's aesthetic. But I'm telling you, that's how me and Ethan first met. He made a whole video calling me a whale, a corpse, all this stuff, saying how I photoshopped my pictures. So he did the same thing to me. So it is a little hypocritical. But I do think that
it was ironic that this was approximately a year after Keem had offered a truce to Ethan, who started Frenemies shortly after. This time it was Keem's turn to platform Trisha though. It seems that Keem had worked out that although Trisha talked a big game, they were regularly swayed, and in this case it worked out almost exactly as envisioned. Well, for Keem at least. This wasn't out of the ordinary for Trisha. They're known to go on podcasts with people they have grievances with. That's why they appeared on the H3 podcast in the first place. However, given how the discussion does tend to pivot towards Ethan, and given how Ethan doesn't quite share the same philosophy, people weren't entirely happy. And neither was Ethan.
Nemesis.
In this situation, even the photo of Trisha with Keemstar had provoked a bit of uproar from the clients. However, there was also a bit more context that makes the circumstances more prime for hostility.
The girl is not to blame for anything.
Yeah.
The girl is only 20 years old. She's a child.
Yes.
We love I don't know anything about her, but I'm not going after her at all. I was never going to criticize her.
Oh, I thought they were talking about Fresh and Fit when he pushed those false accusations. Because he seems to do stuff like that. She's not a child. She's an adult. She's a young adult, but she's an adult. Oh, dude, this guy's an idiot. He walked in there. So, this is one of those fucking things. It's and then he tries to assert that he's a pedophile for dating a 20-year-old. It's just fucking crazy. It's really a very dangerous narrative that Ethan's pushing here. It's really irresponsible. He did the same thing when he pushed the false accusations against Fit professional. I don't even like Fresh and Fit, but he has a history of this. And what it comes down to is he can push false narratives against people that the general public doesn't like. Doesn't mean that those people are good people, but you can basically virtue signal and be well, they push a false narrative because the public doesn't like them, and it's impossible for them to effectively defend themselves. And it's just like it comes off as like very opportunist, very disingenuous, and very shitty. So, and they're like, "Oh, it's all jokes." It's like, okay, jokes can exist, but like people use jokes all the time as a vehicle to say something that they actually believe, right? Like all the time. That's how jokes work. Sometimes people are just joking, absolutely. Sometimes people are using jokes as like an excuse to say something that's very to try to like use it as a vehicle to push something. These two things exist together, right? Like Steven Crowder just makes jokes. Doesn't mean that the jokes aren't necessarily racist or something. Like when he made just the joke about kneeling on George Floyd's neck. That's not just like, you think that he didn't actually wasn't somebody that's trying to downplay the situation, or you what, right? But to understand that like joke, just because something is a joke doesn't mean it's untrue. And I don't like that people will very unintelligently just say it's just a joke, bro, because it can be, but it's not in every situation. When you're making jokes about somebody being a pedophile or some kind of like a fucking child abuser or something in some capacity, because they date people that are younger than them that are consensual adults, like you're just being a dumb fuck that's pushing like false, like bad narratives. Like you're just being unintelligent.
Or say anything bad about her. This is just about a 39-year-old creep preying on a young girl.
In the video covering Keemstar's new girlfriend, Ethan included a segment.
There's no preying on anything. This is a grown adult. Like it's all preying on this, preying on that. They're preying on somebody. What are you talking about? He's being preyed upon. Right? That person might grow up and be like, oh, that was a little weird when they get older. Or maybe they won't. Maybe they'll be perfectly happy. But they're a fucking adult. Like, where's the line for you? Like, I've never heard Ethan one time advocate for an increased age of consent. So, like, you don't ever advocate for raising the age of consent, but yet you want to complain when somebody that's a consensual adult that has sex with another consensual adult. Like, it just sounds like you're just riding a public narrative so that you can talk shit about somebody that you don't like. It just comes off as incredibly dishonest and shitty.
Which entailed an individual calling in and claiming to be this lady and going into rather explicit detail about the relationship. Keemstar felt that there was a double standard being operated here and tweeted a video tagging Team YouTube and talking about the situation at hand.
You know, I'm fucking so sick of this one-sided bullshit, right? All I want to do is talk shit to these motherfuckers. That's all I want to do, but I can't because YouTube will kick me out of the fucking partnership program, right? If I do that. I literally have the emails here threatening me that that's going to happen. Can't do creator on creator harassment. But Ethan Klein has made about 50 fucking videos breaking TOS, breaking the bullying and harassment thing. He uploaded a fucking video of a Keemstar puppet and he's like fucking it. How is that not breaking YouTube TOS? How is that not breaking the bullying and harassment thing? Now he uploads this video with someone that's supposed to be my new girlfriend. It's like a fake person calling in and they're like, yeah, Keem's got a little dick. Keem's dick doesn't work. And am I over here crying about it? Absolutely not. But let me talk shit back. I really want to fucking know, Susan, Team YouTube, everybody at YouTube, why is it Keemstar versus H3H3? I have said...
Would I raise the age of consent? Maybe. I'd have a conversation about it. I've talked about it here and there. It's an interesting concept. You know, I don't know if I would. I don't know. Like, would I raise... I would make it so that everything was 18 plus, first of all, because not every state is 18, which was ridiculous. I would raise it to 18 plus is the first thing. And then I'd burp as the second thing. No, but I would raise it to that in the first place. Outside of that, I don't know. Good question.
Emails when he broke TOS saying, hey, look, he's doing the same thing that you threatened to kick me out of the partnership program, and it gets ignored. Explain the blatant fucking bias, because all of these fucking YouTubers, David Dobrik, everyone else has dealt with this bullshit with Ethan Klein. Why is it other YouTubers versus Ethan Klein and YouTube staff? Please explain it to all of us right now, why he's getting special privileges.
Not too long after this, the H3 After Dark video on the matter was removed for violating YouTube's terms of service, with many assuming that Keemstar played a hand in this. Though he denied direct involvement in the removal of the video, it was hard to completely buy this idea that his vocal outcries hadn't influenced YouTube in some sort of way, with many requesting to see his flag history. For someone like Ethan, who already vehemently loathes Keemstar,
it doesn't really matter if there's a flag history. He actively just advocated for YouTube to do something about it, so like just own it. I don't know why he would.
There was no two ways about it. Keemstar had committed an attack on the podcast, and a former Friends alliance at a time of heightened conflict was a stonewall betrayal. With this in mind, in his first H3 Off the Rails back, Ethan decides to address Trisha Paytas one last time.
So basically what this is to me, she is what was the name of that famous turncoat during the Revolutionary? Benedict Arnold? Yeah, she Benedict Arnold me big.
You couldn't remember the last name Arnold's? The fuck? I personally, this doesn't even matter, but you remembered Benedict, but not Arnold. I feel like once you remember Benedict, you got the rest. You know what I mean? It's like it's like I've never said Benedict or I've never referred to Benedict Arnold as like just, yeah, do you remember Benedict? Who? Benedict Arnold. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, how did you forget that? I don't know. I'm obviously just being a little pedantic, but it's just like fucking weird.
This is an unforgivable traitorous act. And I'm going to explain in great detail why. And I'm going to be totally honest with you guys. A part of me wanted to take the high road on this and just ignore it. But at the same time, I'm so sick of her disrespecting me and my family and causing shit and just being so toxic, lying. And I'm just so freaking over her
Now, as I've noted, it's not exactly surprising taking a perfunctory look at Trisha's history. They wanted to go on Keem's podcast.
The fuck does perfunctory mean, bro? How do you...
Perfunctory.
Is it perfunctory? Carried without the minimum effort of... bro, that word is just beyond me. Oh, shit, I'm dying. Oh, I got a fucking stagger.
Though Ethan certainly compiles a fair assembly of clips that make even this decision look a bit inconsistent on Trisha's part, especially given their familial relation, throwing some shade towards Moses as well. Trisha's even gone on podcasts with Gabby Hanna previously, so it's clear that they're not entirely hostile to anyone. But in a way, although it makes sense that Trisha would do this, the question Ethan wants to ask is, should she?
Why do you think Keemstar posted this clip to tease the podcast? Do you guys want to take any guesses? Could it be because Moses is on the couch and he wanted to rock the boat that way? Is it because his 20-year-old girlfriend that Trisha just ripped into him a week ago is sitting right there next to Moses and everyone's just happy-go-lucky? And Trisha literally says, "How did this story get blown out of proportion?" Girl, what? Go ahead,
playing Daniel Keem, then you're an actual creep in real life. Like, you are actually a real life perv, a real life just creep, just evil, just nasty, just a nasty old man that's like hurting this girl in ways that she may not know, but you know.
Also, Jesse and all these other people that you've been an absolutely disgusting, vile person to. You are disgusting. You are a liar and a psychopath, and you need serious help. So don't even think for a second that you're trolling or ruining or anyone thinks you're relevant.
So she has that much energy for our word apologist, but keep the same energy because Keemstar, on the same exact situation, said way worse things. And if you care about Jesse's smiles, she seemed to have been way more offended by what Keemstar said than Gabby of the protecting. You have handled this situation with such poor taste. You're right. You don't know what happened, but you sure felt like you did all these years when you consistently called me a liar, mocked my accusations. Sorry you hate all these R-word cases. By the way, must be hard on you. And she included a screenshot of Keemstar saying, "Sorry, Jesse Smiles," tagged her on Twitter. Only has 140 characters. Please don't accuse me of R-word. He's making a joke out of it. Basically accusing her of making false, allegations. But this is just one specific example of Keemstar's continued history of not believing victims.
In part, he does respond to the narratives espoused throughout the podcast, but more tries to take a holistic standpoint that this is Keemstar taking advantage of Trisha for his own gain, showing a variety of tweets and clips that seem to imply that Keemstar is enjoying the situation much more than anyone else is, even supposedly inviting Gabby Hanna on the same day they were hosting Trisha and joking about it with FaZe Banks on the podcast.
Keemstar ends the show early so that he can bring, of all people, in the same studio on the same day, Gabby Hanna, wearing the same clothing. Banks is in the same clothing. Keemstar's now wearing jorts, his trademark jorts, because I think he took a swim. He took a dip. We'll get into that too. Yeah, Banks is in the same outfit, and Keemstar just got jorts on. Legend.
I'll say, I remember hearing Ethan say something like he has to respond to like the allegations from Keemstar and can't just ignore him, or else like all the accusations or whatever go out of hand, because both of them are very mature. And yet, like, he do something like this. Like, there's no, like, I understand they're referring to the Trisha thing, but, like, they both feed off of it, of going after each other. So, don't play the high ground and pretend like you're not trying to do the same fucking thing. You guys just dunk on each other all the time. It's childish shit.
Here, now, again, she's a free speech advocate all of a sudden, and she believes in talking to anyone about anything, right? So here they're kind of teasing her a little bit. They're kind of making a fool out of her. Listen to this.
He was here.
I thought you were gonna do that.
But listen. Imagine if Gabby was here and we posted a picture, FaZe Banks, Keemstar, Trisha, Gabby.
I'd bolt.
The internet would
She'd bolt. She's there. Gabby's there. Or at least she's on her way there. So Keemstar's still being like, well, can you imagine if Gabby was here?
He's testing the water a little bit.
Says, I'd bolt.
Interesting.
Break.
No, I wouldn't do that to you.
She's the only person
I wouldn't do that to you.
On the whole, though, this video is designed to be the final nail in the coffin for Ethan and Trisha's working relationship, and dare I say it, friendship. He even goes on to discuss the unaired episode which Trisha had been bringing up over the last month, and explains that the reason it wasn't released was because he didn't feel like it gave anyone the closure Trisha claims it did, and it was actually quite an uncomfortable recording which he rather regrets. He also notes that Trisha claims to have recorded the episode and has been alluding to it in the DMs, stating that he is not fazed by the implication that they may release it.
How everything had gone down. I was feeling bad about the rift that it had caused in the family and everything, and I wanted to make amends. And in my heart, I thought, what would be great is if we could just come together for one final episode, for it to be wholesome, for it to be just a beautiful experience where we just reflect on the nice experience we have and part ways amicably. As soon as we sat down, basically almost immediately, it just went sideways. It just went off the rails. It just turned into more accusations, and it was just got really icky. And I was like immediately regretting it because it was just not at all what I wanted or expected. This whole claim that like I had never apologized to her, she keeps saying like he apologized. I proved that I never said I wanted to fire the crew. You know, I admitted in my first video about Trisha leaving Frenemies that I messed up in showing the crew the tech. They secretly recorded us, which was like kind of devastating to me, that they came into the house, secretly recorded our conversations before and after the podcast and during. The thing is, I don't care if they release it, so it's not like a threat. I don't know why they think it's such a big deal. It's just a messy episode. But I guess in their mind, they think they've been threatening us with like, well, we recorded it, here it is, we're gonna release it, you know, I'm listening to it back. It's like, I just found that like such a violation to come into our house and secretly record us. I was like, wow.
This may not be closure per se, but it is the closest that people were going to have. Two contrasting yet affirmative perspectives. From this, people could draw their own conclusions. However, beyond the basic allegations of hypocrisy, there was a more troubling allegation. Hypocrisy is when you say something in the moment and contradict that at a later time. And although it can be problematic, it's not particularly exceptional, especially in this industry, particularly as you often can't decipher intent. However, Ethan once more chose to go in on Trisha, accusing them of lying over a variety of issues relating to the podcast, including statements they had made since.
Here's a great one. There's this TikTok account, Contradictions of Trisha, which is like this.
Yeah, that TikTok account's kind of funny.
Watch this. They made a great summary of the situation. Yeah.
Have her on. We are in family.
Have her
So
on.
he did show me something. I'm not gonna like say what it was. I don't want to like put this on blast. But he did show me something. He's like, I would never do that to you. Like he showed me something that could have happened that didn't. Do you know what I'm talking about? When he showed me that thing, he's like, oh, maybe you don't know, but he showed me something that like would have like devastated me, like really like hurt me. And he's like, I would never do that to you. Like, not gonna like, I almost texted him just now. Anyways, it just meant a lot that like he didn't. It could have been just like an attack.
How many followers does this account have? Oh my god.
They're actually, well, because
holy shit.
He also gave some attention to accounts that seem dedicated to showing these rather conscious contradictions, particularly those on TikTok. He seems quite amused by...
Listen, that TikTok is actually pretty funny, though. Let's be real. I've seen it before. It's fucking... They put together some sly shit. I mean, on the one hand, it's fucking funny and cool. On the other hand, it's like almost obsessive to watch Trisha that much. Because you got to go back and... Like, you know, it's crazy. Fans probably help, though. But hey.
Most of these clips. And although you can understand why they would have irked him, often after the collapse of a working relationship, you are prone to trash talk your former colleague a little. So these aren't exactly surprising. However, there is one clip that he seems to take slightly more seriously, relating to an anecdote that Trisha shared while the podcast was still operating fairly smoothly.
Dude, I'm over it. I'm just totally over it. But here's something I saw that actually really disturbed me.
My dog was because of David and Jason. They just surprised me with it for our vlog and made me keep it, even though I never asked for a dog. And yes, we did talk about this. Everyone was like, oh my god, you can't just surprise me with a puppy. I've been wanting a puppy for a really long time.
We had talked about it for a while, that I wanted a Pomeranian, that my mom would help me take care of it.
Just to be clear, we did talk about this, and the plan was to maybe give the dog to Trisha's mom, who really wants a Pomeranian. So
yeah, I've always said I wanted a Pomeranian, but my mom would have to help me take care of it. So we're a team effort with this. I wanted a Pomeranian for a long time. Both me and my mom have wanted a puppy for so long. I live alone. My mom lives alone.
What's the color you wanted too, right?
Yeah, he's adorable. This color is just perfect. Everyone who meets him falls in love with him. They just surprised me with it for our vlog and made me keep it.
We're gonna try and get some houses because we honestly want more. We just love this little guy so much.
We just love him so much, and hopefully that'll show in here.
We want 2 more. We want a little black one and possibly a white one. I never asked for a dog. Oh my god, look at a dog.
You wanna go what?
You wanna go buy a dog today? I never asked for a dog. Can we get a dog?
Oh my god.
My dog was because of David and Jason. They just surprised me with it for our vlog and made me...
It's so disturbing to me how she's openly lying.
In this clip, Trisha's prior behavior...
And that's one of the criticisms of Ethan. And I think I don't remember specifically, but I think somewhat recently, like, he apologized for that. I think that's the day I found out I was banned from his H3 chat. He was like, oh yeah, I apologize for like over affirming what Trisha would say, basically something like that. And then I tried to say something in the chat, and I was blocked from being able to say anything. But on my alt channel I could, on the leftovers channel I could, but on the main channel I couldn't. It's kind of weird. So.
appears to directly refute all available testimony that they articulated on Frenemies, leaving Ethan rather bemused, and even concerned as to Trisha's capability to expound mistruths.
So disturbing to me how she's openly lying. She really convinced me of this dog lie, and she really successfully assassinated their character. Now, I mean, this specifically has me questioning everything. And I can't help but wonder if I've just been a useful idiot to her this whole time. And the essay allegation about Dom, like all that stuff that was made publicly separate of her is like, 100% believable. But like this dog thing, like I just feel like I've been the useful idiot to her the whole time to smear these people that she hates, because this is a flat out horrific lie to make about someone.
In a way, this was the only significant development on the situation. Trisha's appearance on Mum's Basement didn't really change the narrative too much. We knew what each party would probably say. We know where these people stand on each other. However, this moment seemed to at least prompt a brief reassessment of the podcast by Ethan, and this reassessment would only yield more questions in the coming month. Trisha's commented on countless issues and shared many anecdotes in extensive detail, often more detail than a majority of people would ever be expected to recall. Some of these were related to YouTube dramas like the David Dobrik saga, but there were also a lot of personal stories which they opened up about. And as a person with their own trauma, they would share some of these stories to an often very sympathetic audience. One of these stories that was particularly harrowing was about a teacher who had violated them while they were in school, an experience unfortunately a lot more common.
Oh yeah, this was a mess because there were so many inconsistencies with like a lot of the things that Trisha said just in general about her own shit. It was fucking nuts. I remember this.
Than we'd like it to be. But at the time, it was a very powerful moment on the podcast, and they had a set of people surrounding them who were ready to support them. However, with some questions beginning to arise about Trisha's accuracy in delivering information, a new light was shone onto some of these allegations. September 2021 was a rough month. Trisha's decision to appear on Mum's Basement had already put a further strain on the family relationship, under burden from numerous incidents, some of which were documented on the H3 podcast.
What you texted Moses is the most evil thing to ever put out into the universe. If I'm a weasel, you are Satan.
Oh my goodness, she thinks I cast a spell on her too.
She said you are Satan for even putting that energy out there.
Yeah, I remember she was like, if they were, Ethan and Hila were having trouble having a baby, right? They had like some fertility issues, which is totally fair, understandable. But Trisha was like stressing them out. So the mom was like, if you end up, causing the baby to be miscarried, basically, then like, fuck you kind of a thing, which I think is like fair because she was pushing like undue stress onto them. So I can understand the perspective. Maybe it was a little bit over, maybe it was a little extra, but I can understand, the sentiment, especially when you're really trying to have a kid. So I get where Donna's coming from.
You're an evil woman to write down what you wrote. It's unspeakable. To put that burden on me the way you did is the worst karma.
This had continuously manifested with other family members involving themselves, one of them being Moses Ackman, the individual who served as the keystone in the connection between the client and Paytas. He had recently become more vocal in his participation after certain claims were made about his conduct, defending himself while also criticizing Ethan for his behavior. As both parties stewed in the fallout of the latest strife, questions were being raised about the story that Trisha told on episode 17, the violation story.
Not funny, but like my 6th grade teacher, I talked about it on TikTok, the one that used to, he would play like heads down, and he'd come around and like grab my breast and like put his hands on me. He did get arrested. His name was Mr.
You or because of other incidents?
So someone else came forward. I never did.
Gross.
But he had on his computer.
I know we're talking about a very serious topic right now, but I'm just gonna complain about the game for like 10 seconds, okay? Let me tell you something. I'm playing a thing called a tank. There's this thing called mitigation. You can basically avoid taking damage. All right? Stuns stop me from being able to play the game. I don't get to mitigate. It's just boring. I fucking hate it. Why is this mechanic still in the game? To get fucking stunned as a tank from like a fucking non-player character. It's stupid. It's not predictable, fun gameplay. It's just dumb, disruptive bullshit. I fucking hate it. All right? It's not unavoidable. Sorry. Just needed to bitch about it. Anybody who plays WoW, you'll understand. If not, fuck off.
The school, but that guy he did get arrested, and I don't know where he is now, but he did.
One of the details Trisha divulged during this anecdote was that this teacher was eventually arrested on charges of CP. However, with some digging, certain people began to uncover information that disputed this claim. As a matter of fact, it was discovered that the teacher mentioned had retired from his role, passing on from this world in 2019. Along with other supposed inconsistencies, this was covered in a 1.5-hour video uploaded by a creator called Mysterious.
Then the 4th time
Did you change her name again? I thought it was Mysterious T. Okay.
she mentions the same story is on TikTok on March 19th, 2021. This time, Trisha encourages her followers to search the teacher and look up his arrest. So Trisha specifically says that this teacher has been arrested. It seems legit, right? Surely if Trisha is encouraging their audience to look this up, it would pop right up when you search it. That isn't the case at all. In fact, when you Google exactly what Trisha says, this teacher does pop up under the top results, but it isn't because he was arrested. It was because he passed away in 2019, and his obituary pops up when you Google what she says.
This observation began to garner traction in forums and comment sections, with some calling on Ethan to amend the story with mind to information available, and on the 11th of September he released a statement. This echoed much of what the concerned parties at the time were professing, that although it was not necessarily his place to discredit a survivor's story, he also couldn't keep that story up in good faith knowing the elements of it simply weren't true. Now, it's completely fair to acknowledge that given how trauma affects memory and recall of certain events, it's possible that Trisha may have confused the details and names related to these accounts. However, with the previous contradictions in mind, it obviously occurred to Ethan that maybe there was a possibility that this version of events had been somewhat fabricated. And
I mean, she literally said that the information is out there, go look it up, and it just wasn't there. That's not going to be... So when it comes to like the issue of recollecting some events like in the moment, that absolutely can happen, but that's like in the moment. like not remembering all the specifics. A lot of times it's like hyper focusing on details that aren't even necessarily relevant. Like I remember what color the wall was, but I don't remember where it was. Things like that make a lot of sense. She's just asserting that it was a teacher, and then like that they did it and they got arrested for it. Like that's not something that you would forget. Like that's an after the fact type of a thing. So that's why it comes off as so non-genuine and non-credible.
In that case, especially when dealing with criminal allegations, it's fair to err on the side of caution. Ethan had also followed up privately with Trisha, seeking clarification of these claims, with many audience members also publicly stating their desire for this to be addressed. How did they respond to this inquiry? Well, Trisha first put out a deluge of tweets defending them and Moses from those who they felt were applying pressure, and feeling threatened by Ethan's tone in the DMs, decided to share the messages themselves and let people decide on who was behaving with the most decorum. And honestly, it's a dumpster fire, with everyone throwing blame at each other's feet. Ethan compels Trisha to make a public statement, and Trisha shares many posts that they believe were contributing to unnecessary harassment. Both Trisha and Ethan seem to use this accused individual's family in their narrative, Ethan in his post and Trish in the messages. It's hard to know what the family themselves want, but I'm not sure this is it. In the end, they become secondary to further allegations leveled towards Trisha's fiancé, Moses, which had been circulating recently as well. These allegations included stealthing, which, as I understand...
Right, that's what I was talking about from before, where like Trisha's like, these aren't true, but the other allegations are true, and it's like, okay, it kind of comes off as hypocritical to listen to victims in some cases, but not other cases. If your logic is like, you should believe me because I'm a victim, you know what I mean?
And is the removal of the contraceptive device during sex, without the consent of the partner. No. Allegations also resurfaced surrounding Moses' intent to date Trisha in the first place, with some still wondering if he was just there for the money. He responded to some of these claims in a tweet longer where he asserts that the main complainant had an unhealthy obsession with him, which has subsequently warped their view, sharing DMs to supposedly substantiate this. It brings one person's motive into question, but it doesn't disprove the claims themselves, especially the ones made by others. With that said, it's hard to comment further when you don't know these people involved, and I honestly don't. However, in the DMs, Ethan expresses belief in the person leveling these accusations and seems to imply that Trisha is being rather hypocritical in their stance. They express visible distress at the situation.
I'm bleeding. I texted.
I just can't. I tried not to fucking laugh. I have a hard time not laughing sometimes when people cry. Especially if I think they're fucking full of shit. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I know it's so inappropriate. Oh my god, I fucking hate myself sometimes. Oh, I gotta get a little stun on there. I'm getting fucking mollywopped right now, motherfucker. I'm hardcore tanking here, baby.
Please stop. Stop talking about this.
This was clearly having a negative impact on others as well, though, with Ethan announcing that he and Hila would be taking a week off the podcast in light of everything. The stress had just become too much for them to bear. At this point, although I think everyone was exhausted, people were by no means appeased, and remnants of the feud persisted over the following weeks, with a variety of people and media sources contributing their think pieces.
DPS sucks.
Much of this occurred on fan forums, where one person shared a message from someone who claimed to be a former student at Trisha's school. They attested that although the teacher in question had been dismissed from their role for possibly disreputable behavior, it wasn't related to his conduct towards the students specifically. Once again, this wasn't verified, and to be honest, it's quite hard to verify without people revealing...
Really quick, sorry. I know that, again, okay. There's 3 people in this game that are from the same server doing the exact same damage, pretty much. I think that it's just a fucking person botting 3 characters to try to level them up, and they're doing abysmal fucking damage. This is weird.
Private details, which most people aren't, but it was more food for thought. In response to Ethan's request and pressure from the public sphere, Trisha responded on the 15th of September with a video titled Addressing Everything. I'm not going to go over the details specifically, but Trisha maintains their stories and in response to the new form narrative of their supposed lying, contends that knowingly lying is not the same as misspeaking, which is what they feel they did. They say they don't fact check and have a tendency to spew secondhand information without actually understanding it themselves. They take responsibility for that, but they don't agree with the characterizations presented by many of their critics, especially those in the forums.
There's a difference between misspeaking, hearing things and not getting all the facts right, not fact-checking, versus sharing something you know to not be true for the malicious intent of tricking someone or making someone look...
I mean, that is true. There's a difference between misinformation. Well, okay, excuse me. I guess I could actually say misinformation versus disinformation, right? So misinformation is like when you get something wrong and you don't realize it. Disinformation is when you intentionally propagate something. There is a difference between that. That's basically like lying and being misinformed. It doesn't really matter because Trisha lies so much. She should be more responsible, especially with something that heavy. So
bad. And so I get stories mixed up. I hear things from people and I don't fact check. And that was ultimately why I should never have had a podcast. I should never have been on Frenemies. But I'm not the only person in the world to do that. Having said that, I have never lied about any things that have happened to me.
The truth is difficult sometimes, and sometimes we have to accept that we'll never know the truth fully. What you ultimately had was 2 very vehement factions, and when that arises, it can be difficult to deal with. It was certainly fostered in environments like Reddit where fans of one side tended to convene. I don't think it's completely fair to say that because someone misplaced details, the whole story is false. But at the same time, Trisha's response still didn't placate the criticism relating to stories
Yeah, I mean, that Mysterious Tea video goes into like a lot of specifics about it. It's uncomfortable because you know what, something may have happened to her, and it's hard. It's unfortunate that people speculate, because I remember I speculated as well. Like, I'm not going to pretend like I wasn't part of like the speculation clear, because there's so many different lies. Like, she pushes like bizarre narratives. Like at one instance, she's like, I was never self-conscious as a kid, and I used to be like hypersexualized when I was as an overweight person. And then the other hand, she's like, I was bullied a lot in school for my weight, and this and she's constantly it's so hard to take her seriously for a lot of the things that she's saying, you know, which I feel bad about, like speculating so deeply into that kind of shit. But it's just like it's hard to even get into like the full scope of how bizarrely and consistently like she'll lie about weird things. It's fucking kind of unhinged. Well, obviously it's all over the place. You know,
where there was contradictory evidence available. In a way, no two situations are the same, and they shouldn't be treated as such, even if someone is an unreliable narrator. But when the accusations at hand were becoming so sensitive, the tensions were only flaring further. As Trisha said while defending Moses, people can lie. And the question was whether that person was Trisha.
Bada bing, bada boom.
In the week after their video, Trisha removed over 1,000 videos from their channel, cleansing approximately 1 billion views of their work. And the week after, Ethan announced the start of their new collaborative project with the less controversial Hassan Piker. Less controversial.
You said less controversial? I don't know. I know that he's going to play like the, you know, America deserved 9/11 thing. That's not even close, like the most controversial this motherfucker's done. But, you know, hey, everybody can grow. Am I right, guys? Everybody can grow.
That America deserved 9/11. Did you mean that?
No, obviously not.
With the family connection also firmly in tatters, it would be fair to assume that this would end the drama, especially with Ethan seemingly making a commitment to withdraw.
I think the running defense for Russia one was worse, by the way. If you're going to show anything, fuck the 9/11 shit. He obviously meant that. He was trying to be antagonistic dick. Whatever, who cares? The shit where he's like, fucking Russia had a claim to fucking Ukraine, that one was like way worse to me, you know?
From discussing Trisha, and Trisha seemingly wanting the drama to be over. However, a lot of internet criticism persisted, particularly the two sides who wanted to portray the other side as dishonest, because what we saw was a stalemate, which meant fans felt completely free to make assumptions about the characters of people they were criticizing. After being referenced in Ethan's stream, accounts dedicated to publicizing alleged inconsistencies such as contradictions of Trish on TikTok began to pick up traction, only further creating groundswell around these narratives. The account raises interesting points.
All right, really quick. Be right back. I think my wife's home. I'm going to say hi to her real quick.
Points, though at the same time, some of these clips are a decade apart and are considerate of the fact that people's perspectives change. But we'll come to that in a moment. Besides that, there were still occasional allusions to...
What did I miss?
To make assumptions about the characters of people they were criticizing. After being referenced in Ethan's stream, accounts dedicated to publicizing alleged inconsistencies such as contradictions of Trish on TikTok began to pick up traction.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, like realistically, sometimes people just change their perspective. It's not necessarily a hypocritical moment. Like sometimes people just like change what their original perspective was, you know?
Only further creating groundswell around these narratives. The account raises interesting points, though at the same time, some of these clips are a decade apart and are considerate of the fact that people's perspectives change. But we'll come to that in a moment. Besides that, there were still occasional allusions to each other's existence. And with Trisha's upcoming marriage to Moses, it was hard to keep them both out of mind too much, particularly when such an event would usually bring the family together.
Well, my friends, happy birthday to Hilda. Hilda, who is pregnant, who is beautiful, who is everything. You are the everything. I love you so much, and I'm so excited to spend the weekend with you.
On December the 10th, in a stream the day before Trisha's wedding, Ethan made a comment in passing that tomorrow was Hila's birthday, which would have been the 11th. However, Hila's birthday is actually on the 12th. This caused some of Trisha's fandom to claim that Ethan and Hila were lying about their birthday to purposely draw more hate towards Trisha, as some other fans had also been claiming that Trisha was purposely mimicking impactful dates of the clients in a continued attempt to provoke them.
Thank you, everybody.
Hope you all have a great weekend. New leftovers on Sunday.
Going over the streams, it seems that Ethan may be celebrating Hila's birthday on the Saturday, as he declares that he's recording another episode of Leftovers, the one with Hassan Piker, on the Sunday. It would be one hell of a way to try and rile his fans up, though as shown, many audience members' perspectives were so cynical that they couldn't help but theorize if every comment had an underlying meaning. It's unsure whether either party believed that the other was taking backhanded jabs at them, but this all seemed to boil over when Trisha posted a rather tone-deaf TikTok barely a few days after the wedding.
When you can't finish conversion classes, so you just pay to be Jewish. I'm just gonna mute that for now. That's funny though. That joke is funny. I don't care what anybody says.
I mean, tone deaf is one way to put it, but it is just ridiculous that they thought this was a good idea. I mean, it's not an active admission that it's what they did, but it's a pretty heavy inference. I can't.
Bro, it's a joke. It's a joke about how they paid to finish their classes, and like, yeah, it's a little anti, but whatever. Edgy jokes are bigoted. I don't understand. Like, people like to pretend that they're not. I don't understand this. Like, if you make a joke about how a fucking woman should go as places that being in the kitchen, or how a man is a wallet, right? It's an edgy joke. It's still sexist in either way. It depends on the intention. Do you actually believe that? Like, I don't get any malice out of that video. It's just like a cheeky video. I mean, that's all I'm saying. You know, because in other cases, like, yes, like I said before, like jokes can be vehicles to push like some kind of like ill intent, but I don't understand what's the ill intent there, right? Like if you're just making jokes about how somebody dating another consensual adult, how they're a predator, the ill intent is trying to make it seem like they're a fucking predator. But if you're making this, I don't see what the negative. I personally just think it was an edgy joke, and I think people had a meltdown because it's Trish, and I understand because like, you know, everybody hates Trish, and so like anytime she does something, you shit on her. But I defended that joke before. I'm going to continue to defend that joke. Just like I defended Ethan's current joke that got him the week ban, by the way, which I'm still going to fucking defend. It was an edgy joke meant to outline that Ben Shapiro, you know, is aligning himself with, you know, Kanye West in a way, despite the fact that Kanye West is saying inflammatory things about Jewish people. Not actively, but in the way that he like employs Candace Owens, who works at Daily Wire, that he is the founder of, and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah.
See any other punchline?
Hey! Shut up, Raquel. Just press play. This is my show, bitch. I'll give you a stone cold rock bottom, bro.
Sure, those dance moves don't directly relate to Judaism unless they're implying that such seductive dance moves are payment. But I have to admit I'm not familiar with that currency either. Either way, it's anti-Semitic, and Ethan, displeased with this, decided to break his vow of silence and directly address Trisha in a response.
So you say you couldn't finish your conversion classes, which tells me that you don't care enough about the culture to put in the actual work to do it the right way. And then you say that you just paid off a rabbi to just say you're Jewish, which is, first of all, a lie. No rabbi would do that. And second of all, anti-Semitic, because it just propagates the notion that Jews only care about money. And that's very...
Maybe he thinks it perpetuates Jewish stereotypes. Yeah, it does. That's why it's like a joke based on like a stereotype. Like that's all stereotypical like, bigoted jokes will play off of a stereotype. Again, it's about the intention of the joke. And here's the thing too, and I've said this before. The person that the joke is directed at has every right to be offended. Like a Jewish person has every right to be offended by that joke because it's a joke against Jewish people, of course. Or I wouldn't say against, but it plays on Jewish stereotypes. But again, as a non-biased party, I could say like, oh, like I'm ethnically Jewish, but I don't give a fuck about the religion. Like I could sit here and be like, yeah, I don't think that there's any ill intent, right? Like that's how it is. Like if I make a joke about like a woman, or if I make a joke about like a men sometimes, or whatever, you're allowed to be offended. Doesn't mean that I had poor intentions. That's the only point that I'm trying to make. Why is this such a messy poll? Holy fuck.
Very serious. You know, the whole thing is just disgusting.
And I will say that there's a little bit of hypocrisy because like Ethan's whole big arc now, and this was, I guess not, maybe he's changed a little bit, was like, oh, they're just jokes. People need to get over them. They're just jokes kind of a thing. So like, maybe it's not hypocritical. Maybe at the time he was like fucking hardcore pearl clutching. So maybe it's aligns with his mentality or his narrative back then. But now he's in like a super big line of like, hey, like jokes are jokes in a lot of capacities, and he makes justifiers for doing things as, hey, they're just jokes. People shouldn't take them so seriously. So like he shouldn't, by his own logical consistency, now even agree with the argument that he made back then, especially with like with the way that he's been operating lately. So listen, just saying, dude.
Frankly, and if you don't want me to stitch your anti-Semitic TikToks, then turn Stitch off. I don't want to hear you bitch about that. And the worst
First time you're going to restart the stream. I'm probably setting this to members only after the stream, which I typically do. So just keep that in mind as well for like a day, just so you know if you restart the stream.
The thing about all this is that there's people around you that know better.
One of these was done on TikTok where he explains how Trisha was harmfully stereotyping those from his religion. However, clearly feeling like he had not contributed enough to the discourse, decided to dedicate a section of his off-the-rail soundbite stream to Trisha's comments, explaining that with the wedding behind them, he had no reason to hold back, attacking both Trisha, Moses, and everyone else in the blast radius. It seemed like a pretty cathartic experience for him all in all. The soundbite of Trisha's sister discussing the 5% subsequently won the bitterly fought knockout tournament, seemingly becoming immortalized in H3 history.
Where'd that fucking
17,000 votes. Take that 5%. Has gained the lead. 51%. Take that 5%. It's all unfolding. It is all unfolding here at the 2021.
Take that 5%.
Oh, I'm speechless, folks.
It's clear that although he hadn't spoke about the matter publicly for a couple months, he had...
Yeah, he really... I remember hearing him do this, and I was like, dude, Ethan seems to have a problem with like bringing up old shit and like... I don't know, man. Like, listen, I understand having a bad reaction. I understand getting it out. I understand this. I understand that. But like, I don't understand the obsession, and he seems to do it with multiple people, of constantly bringing up old things over and over again, reasserting them and re-talking about them over and over again after they've been done. I understand Trisha made the TikTok, and you could be like, yeah, I think it's a little bit anti-Semitic, whatever. Again, Ethan's logic, at least now, is that like, hey, there's a joke. So, you know. But like, why keep bringing up old stuff? It wasn't like this intentional, I'm going to talk about Ethan thing. It was like very indirect. It wasn't even indirect. It wasn't even directed at him. She's marrying a Jewish man. And there seems to be a pattern of him like feeling like he needs to completely bring these things up over and over again. And I wonder if he does it. I wonder if he does it because he feels like I don't know, for views? Like, does he want to get relocked into like these situations? Like, it's just bizarre. Did this stupid fuck just pull? I swear my mother's life, dude. I will fucking roundhouse your ass.
And stop thinking about it, as you come equipped with a plethora of evidence and anecdotes to combat the narrative propounded by Trish and those around them.
Yeah, you keep they cosplay Hasidic Jews, did they? She's married a fucking she's marrying a fucking like ethnically and religiously Jewish person. So like, is it really cosplaying them? Like, I mean, it's her fucking husband. You know, if it was anybody else on TikTok making a joke like this, that was like a non-Jewish person like converting to Judaism or whatever, then you would have been all over it. You know, it's because it's Trisha, and that's fine. Just be honest with yourself. That, like, yeah, I just hate Trisha, and like I'm going to bad faith her into oblivion. Like, just be honest with that. Like, don't try to justify it fundamentally. It's a very isolated, specific issue, and you might have an argument there. You know, but I'm just saying, let's not pretend that it has anything else to do other than the fact that it's an edgy joke made by Trisha Paytas. Okay? Keep that in mind.
In fact, this is arguably his most ruthless stream of them all, showing very little regard for the backlash that he may instigate and revealing some rather personal details about Trisha.
I was on a Trisha Paytas embargo by Hila for the sake of her family attending the wedding. Well, that shit is over, and they're gone back to Israel.
Mask off. Mask off.
I don't know. And apparently they don't have internet in Israel, so like, I don't know. It comes off like a mask off. It comes off as like kind of petty at this point. Like, why?
And actually, the worst part is that Moses knows better. I mean, he's fucking enabling straight up anti-Semitic, harmful tropes, making a mockery of the religion, and it's fucking disgusting. And they should both be deeply ashamed. And them both.
It's just crazy, like really thinking about where we're at now with like the recent joke that he made that he hopes Ben Shapiro is like the first person to be gassed if there's a Holocaust. It's like, dude, how the fuck, like, just think about that. Like, you don't even, he doesn't even agree with this nowadays, at least. Again, maybe he just changed his perspective. I don't know, but like, holy fuck, dude, are you shitting my balls right now? This guy just pulled the whole fucking boss and a whole pack of shit. Bro, you
some love. Good. By the way, this is coming from the girl who has done OF videos with her whole fucking family. So don't feign like that you're so.
I remember that. I think that her mom recorded her and her sister doing like a mud fight or something. That was the whole family thing.
Outraged by this candle story. You know, I mean, Kaylee, if you were so worried about your mom not knowing the intimate details of your sex life, don't make OF videos with her, you fucking freak. And by the way, people have dug up so many videos of Trisha and Kaylee talking with like really detailed questions about sex with their mom.
Gross.
Like disgusting, weird shit that I would never in a million years.
That doesn't mean that like it gives you the right to have those conversations with her mom. Like, so.
Want to discuss. So you know what, Kaylee? That wedding is over. Fuck you and your whole family. How about that? Fuck you and the womb you came out of. How about that, Kaylee?
Yeah. Cool.
And once I guess
it went well.
Once I asked Moses if she ever asked him to pretend like he's Hila, and he said yes, but he refuses to. Well, if you ask Moses, they're all water, so incest is fine. All sex is best to Moses when everyone's water. He's like, hey, it's all good, baby.
Defensive, like,
why? I deleted it after everyone was telling me how fucking dumb of a take it was. but everybody already downloaded it. You already said it, and you tried some shit.
You think that one of the reasons why Ethan's talking about Trisha again is because he hasn't really been able to dunk on anybody since Trisha? Like, I'm just being real, you know. I don't know, like, well, you know, let's be honest. Trisha is easy to kind of dunk on. A lot of bad takes. She has a lot of dumb shit. So I wonder if that was part of it. You know, I don't know. Maybe it could be I could just be thinking out loud.
It ain't my fucking fault. You're an influencer. Don't act like you're not. She is. She's been on the videos. She has her own OF account. She's an internet personality. I don't give a.
Bro, come on, get the fucking close, you idiot.
Got 5% of an operating brain. Oh boy. I was bottled up. What can I do, you know?
Ethan isn't a person who necessarily abides by the internet's code of honor all the time. And whereas the milder individuals who spectate this may find its savagery a bit...
What is the internet code of honor, I wonder? What does that mean? I'm just curious what the fuck that means.
Disconcerting. Ethan seems to be under the impression that this is his justice. For all the times he has felt wronged by Trisha's behavior, their lies, their manipulation...
Holy fuck, Tori. That was a disproportionate response. Okay. Because she's married to him, my husband is white and doesn't call me the N-word or say racist remarks. He doesn't get a pass because he's her husband. Okay, let's be clear here. There's a profound difference versus saying the N-word versus making this like a lighthearted joke. It is not the same thing at all, and you know that. It's not like she called him the K word, which is a anti-Semitic like slur. She didn't say that. She made like a lighthearted joke. It's not even close to that. You could disagree with me. I have no problem with disagreeing with me, but that is a disproportionate comparison and every facet of it. That's definitely not the same thing at all. Definitely not the same thing. If she called him the K word, again, if you don't know what that is, then you don't need to know what it is. That you would have been right, but that's not. We're not there.
This was his chance to deliver that blow. However, Trisha obviously didn't respond well, releasing a video pleading with him to leave her alone, calling both Ethan and Hila obsessed, and basically every other word under the sun that would frame them as a victim to the client's endless tirade of abuse.
Every little jab, every...
It's just like a very different thing. Like she made a joke about like buying the rabbi whatever thing. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I guess it would be similar to making like a joke if you had like if I had like a black wife, if like my black wife's family is loud in movie theaters or something like that. You know, it's just not. It's not on the same field. You know.
Video he's made obsessing about me. It always scares me.
The
backlash I receive from their subreddit and their fans to Ethan himself just obsessing over every little thing I do. Meanwhile, Ethan can't stop talking about me, can't stop getting bans and strikes going off on Twitter on just random people blocking his content and just being so angry.
Same.
And lawsuits and all this stuff like that. And I get it. He's probably...
Isn't the J word? What are you talking about? What J word do you mean? Jewish? What do you mean? Judaism? No, it's not. If you thought that, now I understand why you had your response. The Jewy thing? Oh, that's anti-Semitic. Well, I'm not talking about the Jewy thing. I'm talking about I'm talking about the other dance thing that we were talking about before.
Probably himself in a dark place right now. Like I really could see that. I was like, I know he's in a dark place, so okay, I'll take a couple jabs. But this F them and anti-Semitic and Moses enabling, talking about my sister, people who literally did nothing in this situation, and bringing up my sister again. Just knowing he's inciting all of this. I went from having the absolute best weekend of my life to this, and everyone, my family, and Moses, and he wants a reaction. Don't let him get this reaction. And I'm like, don't let him know that he ruined your best weekend. I said, but he did. He won. Like, can you stop now? Please. Like, please.
In this case, unlike previous videos, Ethan relented and cut out a large proportion of his Trisha rant. It's also important to note that Ethan was facing a pretty harsh set of characterizations from an individual known as Ryan Kavanaugh, who had initiated a lawsuit against the client. His lawsuit mentions Trisha by name and frames them as a victim of Ethan's actions. Ethan had been vocal about the stress this lawsuit had caused him and may have not wanted to increase any risk of defeat, given that the case explicitly mentions defamation on multiple occasions. Ryan had also been blocking many of Ethan's videos, which he had tweeted about around the time, and not too long after, he was again blocked from uploading after an old video was supposedly mass-reported by trolls. Once more, Ethan announced that he would take another break, even after having the strike removed. It seemed that his attempt to close out this story was opening more new wounds. But why? Well, because there's no situation with Trisha in which you can win.
I guess. I probably shouldn't keep going in on it then. It's like an easy target at that point.
If the contradictions of Trish TikTok account and other commentators highlighted something, it's that Trisha is probably the most inconsistent person online. Now, I divide these inconsistencies into three components: personal evolution, small talk disparities, and inexplicable lies. For example,
people asking about nanny and a bar mitzvah, it's hard to say. It's like hard to say until it happens. Like I would like to try, obviously, without a nanny. I really don't judge anyone that has them.
When I have a kid, I'm not gonna have nannies, that's for damn sure.
What does that mean? You're trying to attack our parental abilities? There's something wrong with having a nanny?
In my eyes, yeah.
This one isn't really a direct contradiction, especially with the context that at the time they were trying to spite Ethan. It could just be Trisha coming around to the idea of a nanny and the possible merits to it, especially as they are now pregnant. Small talk disparity, on the other hand, doesn't really show much growth between conflicting statements, but also could be explained away by the fact that Trisha is someone who talks a lot, and their opinions seem to fluctuate rather turbulently, but also ultimately too inconsequential to care about. The content people seemed most alarmed by was the inexplicable lies, statements that seemed impossible to make sense of in the context of how the truth appeared.
My dog was because of David and Jason. They just surprised me with it for a vlog and made me keep it, even though I never asked for a dog.
And yes, we did talk about this. For everyone who's like, oh my god, you can't just surprise me with a puppy. I have been wanting a puppy for a really long time.
We had talked about it for a while, that I wanted a Pomeranian, that my mom would help me take care of it.
Just to be clear, we did talk about this, and the plan was to maybe give the dog to Trisha's mom, who really wants Pomeranian.
This was first brought into context by the puppy clip, and although certain falsehoods like the
You think Trisha would ever do OnlyFans with her dog or something, though? Well, I guess you can't do that on there. I don't know. She just seems to always do weird shit. I'm not saying that like I'd want to see that. That's weird. I'm being truthfully. Like I'm not like, oh, that's a joke. Like but you know,
allegations against a school teacher could be put down to confusion. Others like
the jokes where she's weird. Not that I want to see it. I just want to be explicitly clear because I don't want people thinking I'm that fucking weird. I'm weird, but I'm not that fucking weird. Okay.
Like that relating to the puppy are much harder to explain. Where's the ambiguity there? Trisha said something that was just apparently objectively false, and that's far from the only example. I said earlier that Trisha was most at ease when firing off information and stories about topics that interest them. That was when the podcast ran at its smoothest, but it was only because it was what made viewers and colleagues feel most comfortable.
I don't even know what this is. Like I can't even like cosplay because I don't know what it is.
Oh my god, this is one of my all-time favorite movies.
You got it off Reddit and you're like, we're gonna do this, and I'm like, I don't like. This is definitely not my idea.
You told me you didn't like it?
What?
Can we? I love her.
It's confusing and hard to really understand because you're often left thinking, why would you even need to lie about something as trivial as that? But it's very difficult to come to any other conclusion than that.
I think what it comes down to is Trisha, it was just her OC, her original character lying. Trisha was telling the truth though.
This was intentional. But then the question comes down to what motive causes a person to state inaccuracies like Trisha does. Not just about one detail or the other, but in general. Well, a simple response would be that Trisha is a troll, and they've been trolling long throughout their YouTube career. On one hand, yes, this is true. Trisha has been a notorious troll since the early days of this platform. But on the other hand, it seemed that trolling was a bit more identifiable, particularly in the narratives and the tone. It was also something that Trisha claimed to have left behind them on a fair few occasions when discussing it.
So when people said no, then I did troll and make a video where I started going into altars if that's what people wanted to see. But it was clearly a troll. People were upset that I, did that. And I get it. I get the upset with that. But that made it triggered from people being like, you don't have this, you don't have this. Meanwhile, everyone's saying you're crazy, you have this, everyone diagnosing me. It's like, well,
when you make a video like that or the trans video or whatever, you get a lot of attention. You're an attention seeker, but you usually get a lot of negative attention. Do you see a difference between negative and positive attention?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like my trans video and my DID video were never to be negative. They were never to get negative attention. And I got my last one where I willingly seeked out negative attention was like when Trump ran the first time. I was like, hey, I'm a Trump supporter. I'm not. And I loved getting negative attention back then. That was when 4 years ago. So it was like I haven't done a negative.
Didn't she like almost immediately apologize for that Trump video? Like though, is that does she like negative attention in that capacity? I think that she just likes attention as attention, but then she can't handle the backlash. I think that's like the funny part of what Trisha made is. Holy fucking dog balls, dude.
Attention-seeking video sense.
This was not just a relationship that enabled Trisha to post a few videos. This was a fully fledged business partnership that generated significant income for our prima donna. It precipitated a romantic bond that produced a marriage and a pregnancy. For all that to be a troll would require some mastermind level preparation and emotional robustness that even Trisha, in all their longevity and fortitude, may not be capable of. What's the alternative explanation then? Well, I think the idea of Trisha being a troll is reductionist. A troll is known to actively carry out undesirable actions for attention. And although Trisha has done that, they're not just a lover of negative attention. Trisha has a way of inserting themselves into stories that makes them relevant to the situation at hand. I think if any of the perceived contradictions highlight a common factor, these are often situations where the people who Trisha may be commenting on are unlikely to respond on a public platform in a way that may illuminate these lies, either because they're embroiled in drama that contains valid criticisms, so they struggle to respond in general, or they literally can't respond. Trisha's stories always seem to be rooted in some grain of truth, but it's hard to know exactly what followed.
I didn't want to tweet because like I actually knew him, and I'm not like I'm not saying like, oh my god, we were like best friends, but I hung out with him at least a dozen times when I was younger, like 19 to 20, and I don't really say how we knew each other. Our relationship is
Robin Williams,
him or his family. And, you know.
Well, that's one of the interesting things is I think that she said something about Robin Williams. She said something about the teacher. I guess I won't say his name. And then she said something about Michael Jackson. But conveniently, she said all these things after they had passed away. That was the interesting part. Is she seems to make up lies about people after they pass away. Or what I would consider a fucking lie. That's something that was always very concerning to me. It seems like there might be like an intention to like wait for the person to pass, you know, unfortunately, and rest in peace. And then all of a sudden, oh, you know, A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z happened, blah, 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 you know. That's where it comes off to me.
No, like, you know what I mean? I don't feel like I need to air out dirty laundry or any drama.
One of the curious stories Trisha told back in the day was about an interaction with famous actor Robin Williams, who passed on from this world far too soon. Trisha stated that when they worked as a courtesan, their paths had crossed. This story was recounted on their channel not too long after Robin's passing, and repeated on the podcast, where Trisha brings it up and then seems hesitant to elaborate further.
I knew Robin Williams.
Let me guess, you fucked him. I don't like
talking about now that he's deceased, but I did do a story time all the time, and he was really, really nice. But I don't like
Bob Saget too? I'd believe it. I didn't hear that one, but I would believe it. I'd believe that one.
Into detail how I know him, but he was really nice, and he
Wait, how do you know him?
I just said I don't.
You better tell me now.
No.
So you were a prostitute and you hooked up with Robin?
It was like a
well,
long
he's known for, you know, doing that stuff.
Yeah, but he was really like again of all.
Was he a good lover?
He was really nice. I don't want to talk about it. It's just really so disrespectful. I don't want him to like roll. You know what I mean? Like,
you think he'll haunt you? That's flubber.
Now, once again, with the legacy of.
Sorry, that was kind of funny. Very disrespectful, Ethan. Want you to live. That's flubber though. That's so fucked up. Racing to dick. Oh, goddamn, brother. What are you doing, bro? You can't be saying stuff like that. It's inappropriate. It's inappropriate, brother. Need 2 more points in here somewhere.
Robin Williams and the awareness that we have of his often complicated and problematic character. It's not in the realms of impossibility. At the same time, it's another situation which involves an admittedly rather unlikely scenario with only one available source. This is the case with a fair few other public figures and even
from Trisha Bedabler. Can't listen to this one.
Ones. Although in many cases these stories are mostly inconsequential, the discomfort from Ethan's perspective was that he believed he was used to prop up a false portrait of someone. And it's not hard to see why. It's important not to understate the more sophisticated aspect relating to Trisha's understanding of internet culture. Trisha isn't someone who just exists to lie. They have desires and aspirations. I think in this case, the podcast provided a platform for Trisha to tell a new story that would contextualize their behavior, that would almost be this new chapter in their life. Trisha knows what to do to maximize their attention, and although in the past the best way to do this was through often shallow provocation, here it was actually to create a deeper, more sympathetic portrait, one that would make them look more human and have the audience rooting for them. Many people would have that naturally within their character. With Trisha, it's like another persona for each moment. Trisha's nature to adapt to situations and bring themselves to the forefront of conversation is so prominent that they couldn't help but misrepresent certain situations, while spectators looked on and nodded their head. When Trisha was caught up in lies,
that doesn't make it okay what she's doing. Like, oh, maybe it's like it sounds like what she's effectively saying things for attention, positive attention. She wants people to like her. I mean, that's not a good excuse. Being a lying piece of shit isn't good. Maybe she's just so desperate for attention in her like regular home life. You know, I know her father wasn't really there for her, and then her mother was probably distracted with all like the boyfriends and shit that she just feels the need to lie about something just to get some attention, like a behavioral issue. I don't know. It's possible. You know.
Before, in their first appearance on the H3 podcast, when the lies were quite obvious, people didn't feel so threatened by them. But as people bought into the greater story in its entirety, the impact clearly affected people more significantly. While the podcast was running smoothly, everything went well for them. Their platform was used, and it's clear that many began to fall in love with the Trisha they thought they were becoming familiar with. And because they deemed Trisha a likable individual, very few questioned these stories. I don't know Trisha inside out to say without a shadow of a doubt they actively, intently lied. But they did not tell the truth. And in the months following, it was clear that Ethan grew bitter, believing that he had been duped into providing a platform for someone to speak so carelessly and using his trust to provide an extra veneer of credibility. But that's only one perspective. What's the other? How much blame can we assign to Trisha, and how much can we assign elsewhere?
To who?
By the way, people have dug up so many videos of Trisha and Kaylee talking with like really detailed questions about sex with their mom.
Gross.
Like disgusting, weird shit that I would never in a million years want to discuss. So you know what, Kaylee? That wedding is over. Fuck you and your whole family. How about that?
In the coming months after their pre-Christmas spat, although Ethan and Hila had mostly cleaned up their legal obligations relating to Ryan Kavanaugh, the release of certain pressures didn't draw them back to the topic of Trisha, other than a few subtweets. Likely because Ethan going full mask off wasn't actually a rewarding experience. Trisha did what many expect and put Ethan in a position where if he said any more, he'd be the aggressor. He'd be the one unduly ruining a person's honeymoon. Yet, many were still frustrated, pointing towards all the times that Trisha had spoken endlessly about frenemies after they broke up. But unfortunately, they're not quite the same, are they? One is Ethan, and one is Trisha. Many of the accounts that we've used today, and many of the people who've taken to call Trisha out for their behavior during Frenemies, were completely on board only months before, despite the fact that many of Trisha's comments were firstly made on Frenemies and made long before Frenemies, statements that were well known and acknowledged at the time. In many ways, Trisha's demeanor always strangled the line of trolling master seriousness, and people expressing outrage at this shouldn't necessarily be that surprised. Trisha did exactly what they normally do. Isn't this what we expected to happen anyway? In Trisha's first collaboration with the Kleins, they were called out for specifically lying about a rather important detail relating to drama. Surely it was obvious that this was a pattern.
This channel called Psych in Real Life, they did How Frenemies Reveals a Mental Health Misconception Perpetuated by the Internet. This was a really good one. This was someone who was like in our favor. Some people are in our favor that we show the ugly side of BBT. They're like, you know what? Everyone's a mental health advocate until it's ugly. And
So another theory began to arise. And although I don't think it's the most popular one, I think it's worth addressing nonetheless, particularly given the undercurrents.
Everyone's a mental health advocate till it's ugly? I don't know. Don't kill me, bro. What the fuck? Is that true? I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I don't see too many people talk. So most of the mental health advocates I see on the internet are usually people, a lot of times pretending to have a mental health problem, saying that like, oh, I did this wrong thing because of this. And it's like, they're just using it as like an excuse for shitty behavior. My experience in the internet, on the real world, it's different, but people aren't usually mental health advocates in the real world. But on the internet, the mental health advocates, they're just sitting there like using everything as an excuse for their shit behavior. Like, oh, guys, I can't study today. I have fucking ADHD. It's like, shut the fuck up. I do too, and you're just acting like a pussy. You need to grow your fucking shit up. Oh, I forgot to contact somebody. I forgot to get back to somebody. I forgot to get back to somebody in an email because I have ADHD. Even after they kept messaging me, and I saw them, and it's like, okay. Especially when that person is compulsively checking their social media and pretending like they are receiving emails. You know, people just are incredibly performative with this shit, right? Yeah, but okay.
Of mental health. As discussed earlier, many felt that given Trisha's noted instability, responsibility ultimately fell on Ethan for platforming them in the first place. One of the initial appeals of Frenemies was that Trisha Paytas was such an interesting character and that they often lacked a filter and would say stuff that people do deem offensive. Trisha never deviated from how they were known to behave, so why was it fair to treat them any other way? I think the problem is that this ultimately arose from the desire to keep the podcast together, friendly bias, and some of Dr. Drew's less helpful advice. Ethan did obviously treat Trisha differently when they were a part of the podcast. Although he was no pushover, he didn't really treat Trisha's worst comments with the seriousness that they could have been treated as a critic or even as a friend. And some would even say that he almost left people to observe it like a specimen under a microscope. It was part of the theatre. It could easily blur the lines between melodrama and serious disputes. In the months after, it became easy to view what seemed like melodrama at the time in a much more serious light, and many did, but losing perspective of the original context they were viewed in. Exposing Trisha Paytas is such a strange concept because everyone knows so much and so little about them at the same time. And I don't know what you could say about Trisha Paytas that would surprise me. I spoke earlier about Ethan's bias, and I think it's what's made him a contentious figure. During the Keemstar girlfriend drama, a clip began to circulate of what he said to Boogie, another creator on the older side who'd had an interaction with the younger girl, and Ethan's supposedly differing perspective.
She's a strong, powerful, smart girl. For her age,
Strong,
I just
independent.
was shocked.
Ruh-roh. How old is she? How old is she?
That's a good point.
She will be able to legally drink soon.
Damn, you dog, dude.
Yeah, it was bad, man.
It's not bad. She's illegal. You're out there. You're shaking your dick.
Don't try and find out who the girl is. Don't try and do
the
anything.
girl is not to blame for anything.
Yeah.
She's only 20 years old. She's a child.
Yes.
We love. I mean,
Gotta
I
love
don't know
it.
anything about her, but I'm not going after her at all. I was never gonna.
Gotta love it, dude. It's true. Pretty big hypocrisy. Now, he could have, of course, changed his perspective from a normal person's perspective to an absolute dumb fuck, thinking that a 20-year-old is a child. But, or rather, because listen, I call 20-year-olds children too. They're young adults. They're dumb, but they're consenting, and they have the ability to responsibly, or they have the ability to consensually engage with shit. And you know what? If they date someone that's older, and it turns out to be a mistake when they're older, that'll be fine. But they're not going to have a trauma from it. They'll be okay. No 20-year-old that's ever dated like a 30 or 40-year-old is going to go in the future and be like, oh my God, I'm fucking traumatized. Never going to happen, brother. At worst, it might be like, ah, man, that was silly. You know, that's all it's going to be. You know, they're going to have the same responses like when I did when I was younger. I used to try to impress girls by jumping off of things. Be like, look at this. I had a friend, and she had a girlfriend. I liked his girlfriend. I was like 10 years old. And so I would try to impress her by jumping off my stoop and doing like WWE moves. You know what I mean? Like that, you'll get the same feeling looking back. That little cringe, a little twinge of cringe. That's how you'll interpret that situation. I just fucked up so bad. Fuck.
Criticize her or say anything bad about her. This is just about a 39-year-old creep.
Now, this once again harkens back to the hypocrisy narrative that many assert. However, I think it more shows how often Ethan projects his judgment of character onto an action that many others may refrain from making assumptions about. Ethan believes that Keemstar is an inherently opportunistic, shady individual, probably many worse words. And therefore, from Ethan's perspective, Keem's attraction to younger adults is based on something more insidious than if it was an action carried out by someone he had more respect for. The only issue is that Ethan often doesn't elaborate on this himself and uses general logic that could...
I don't think that that's true. I know what this guy's saying. What he's saying is like, hey, he thinks that Keemstar is bad, so he's bad faithing everything that Keemstar does. That's not what I'm getting out of this. I don't think that's it at all. If that was his argument, I'd still disagree, but it's a better argument. It's like, I think he's a bad person, so I think the fact that he's talking to younger girls is a reflection of him trying to prey on blah, 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 blah. I don't agree with that, but at least it is a little bit more logically sound. But that's not, I don't think that's at all what he's saying. I think that Ethan has gone, I think that with his success in Frenemies, he garnered a new audience of people who are a lot more left-leaning, and so he leaned into that too much, and there is a narrative going on that everything is a fucking rape. That's the modern day narrative. Everything is sexual assault. Everything. 17-year-old sexual assault, 20-year-old and 40-year-old sexual assault. Everything's sexual assault. Everything's grooming. Nobody knows what fucking grooming is, right? Like, nobody knows dick about shit. Grooming, it's insane. Like, grooming is a very intentional, methodical process of setting someone up for sexual exploitation, and they'll call somebody a groomer for nothing, right? I think that Ethan's just riding that narrative. Maybe he genuinely believes it. Maybe he's genuinely that stupid. I wouldn't doubt that. And I think it's more of that. And I think he's like, yeah, see, there's this new thing. I'm going to go after him for this. That's what it really comes down to. I don't think that there's a nuanced argument behind what he's saying. I don't think that he would ever change that perspective for somebody else that he likes, or maybe he would, but he wouldn't express it, right? Like there's no nuance to it. So I don't think that there's a deeper meaning to Ethan. It's too charitable.
Be applied to any of these situations, and therefore, for people who don't think it's fair to cross-apply those assumptions, these positions will seem conflicting. I think the Trisha fallout showed that friend-enemy dichotomy
because that was like 3 years earlier. I don't think it's like a. I think he actually believes this shit.
Ethan clearly experienced. And in a way, it makes sense. Someone who you may perceive charitably may have their faux pas viewed as requiring education. However, if you come to the conclusion that actually that person is not well-meaning, then you may think that they already have the education, they're just discarding it. With that said, it is a distinct polarity. And although some would say that Trisha certainly poked Ethan until he bit back, others would argue he unquestionably gave a platform for a person who was known for their falsehoods and then adopted a victimhood narrative when those falsehoods were turned against him. It's not hard to wonder if the famous episode 17 would have even been considered for deletion if Frenemies never split up.
That's possible. I don't know if I believe that though, because like it's hard to have so Trisha, not a great person, right? When everybody came into Trisha not understanding like some of the shitty things that she's done in her past, especially since most people are like, hey, listen, this happened a while ago, so I'm not gonna like fucking judge her based on that. It's like, oh dude, she went right through that. That was fucking awesome. But then I also pulled this, so now I'm gonna die. So I don't necessarily think that he like intentionally engaged with somebody he thought was like super dishonest. You know, I think it's one of those things where he kind of learned through experience of it.
As we've seen, it's very difficult to use Trisha's words against them because you don't know what's real and what isn't. The truth is, no viewer or audience member will ever truly know who Trisha Paytas is or what they believe because they throw out so many statements that makes me question if they know what they believe themselves half the time. With this in mind, I think some commentators and critics of Klein and their fanbase found the long-term reaction to the collapse of Frenemies slightly inauthentic. Trisha had alluded to this narrative as well, regularly claiming people only cared about certain actions after they were antagonized by the audience. And although somewhat inaccurate, I can understand the gist of it. In essence, they're saying people like Ethan only wanted the drama, only wanted the controversy, only wanted the tea and the hot takes as long as Trisha was part of the podcast. Ethan isn't stupid, and he's very outspoken about people he doesn't like and thinks should probably be deplatformed for their behavior, such as Keemstar. Although these two did one episode actually very long time ago, Ethan has repeatedly refused to share a platform with him since, citing Keem's behavior as examples for why. Some would argue that much of the stuff that Trisha had done prior to the podcast was no less concerning, yet they were still taken on. How come?
I think the problem that you have is that you are impulsive, and so you go and make videos without thinking about it, and then people start to disbelieve you, and they think you're like this drama machine, and that you make these videos intentionally. And so, like, I get why he would think that. You know what I mean? Because it's like every week, you know, it's like I have transgender, I have personality disorder, and so people start to think like, what is really going on here?
I get it. I'm not mad about it, but Anthony Padilla, of all people, Mr. fucking woke, if there's something wrong with someone, which there clearly is, let's say I'm a pathological liar and there's some fucking disorder where I'm just like always needing attention. Like I have something wrong with me. You don't fucking attack someone because something's wrong. How about get that person fucking help? How about butt out because there's probably other people helping? People don't know fucking shit when it comes to this stuff.
Well, I suppose more cynical viewers would assume that once again it comes down in part to control. Unlike a collaboration with Keemstar, for example, Ethan had an idea of how a podcast with Trisha could go. He had relative control of it on his platform, and at the time there was a notion that greater evil for both parties to combat. Trisha did what Trisha was brought on to do, and people catered to them and supported them. And although there were conflicts, they were regularly brought back not too long after with the expectation that if Trisha could be kept happy, the podcast would continue. Some might even say that Trisha's behavior was enabled by an environment that valued their presence over the actual truth, despite the fact that this contradictory evidence was available during many of the discussions they held. Trisha is an autonomous adult and therefore has to bear some responsibilities for their statements. However, if their inconsistency has been as consistent as it's made out to be, some would claim Ethan isn't as innocent as people might assume.
Yeah, I agree with that. She's an adult and she has the ability to, you know, make her own decisions, and what she said is her fault. At the same time, Ethan never really fact-checked her, and that like led to her being able to say whatever she wanted without fucking impunity. So with impunity, without impunity, you know what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't understand words.
That he must have had some awareness of what he signed himself up for, but didn't mind as long as he had control of the environment that Trisha existed in, as long as the narrative was on his side.
I do have a premonition that I feel like I'm going to be like a Jimmy Fallon and I'm going to just have to leave the show, and I feel bad because you're so nice to me.
You're going to move up. You're going to ascend to late night and say, Ethan, I'm sorry.
I'm the next
We've had a good thing, but I have to leave you behind.
Eventually we're going to have to part ways, and when is that going to happen, and what's going to happen? Like, I'll feel bad if that's you. Like, what if, you know what I mean?
I'm pretty content. I'm not looking to move up anywhere. I feel like
that's the problem with me. I'm never content. I always think I'm going to be doing better and bigger things.
Some would always believe that Ethan just wanted to use Trisha.
She's a very confident girl.
His controversial persona for the clickbait and the views, without real regard for the place that Trisha's inconsistencies and outbursts came from. And although Trisha did consent, was Trisha too in love with the attention to even process the situation rationally? Was it really responsible to provide them with that?
That's her fucking problem. There's like, oh, like, wait.
Space any in love with the attention of the place that Trisha's inconsistencies and outbursts came from. And although Trisha did consent, was Trisha too in love with the attention to even process the situation?
That's her fucking problem, bro. Oh, she's so in love with the situation she didn't process it correctly. That's her problem, man. That's not Ethan's problem. She's an adult, you know?
Actually, was it really responsible to provide them with that space anyway? Maybe Ethan only wanted Trisha for as long as they played the part they wanted, and the moment they attempted to take more control was the moment they were no longer useful. This is all just speculation and a reflection of how people view the situation quite cynically, and I want to make that clear. But it often did latch on to one key factor of the podcast, particularly one with such notable personalities, and that is control. So what did that control come down to? Well, one statistic springs to mind.
We bought a studio downtown. That was always the plan, by the way, that we were going to move downtown. And then all of a sudden, I was like, yo, and I was like, yo, we're moving. I told you ahead of time, but it's fine because
you didn't tell me downtown
we're still at my house now. But I said, okay, so I was like, yo, by the way, we moved into our new office. We're going to be there next week. It's good. And then you're like, oh, I don't want to go down there. And but we had made all these plans to move the set and everything and to do everything. So you're like, I don't want to go down there. And then we talked about it for a little bit. And I said, okay, fine. And so we had to buy.
But that was the first time we ever spent money on production costs.
It's not about that, dude. It's literally about we are producing the show and I'm taking a cut. I feel like that's beyond reasonable.
Did I skip or something? Oh, no, this is the end of the video. What the fuck? I'm so confused. What the fuck are they? Okay.
All the
beyond
highlights.
Reasonable.
5%. Yeah. 5%. Do you realize how much 5% was of our last one?
Tell me. 5%. That's set up for the 5% establishing shot, I believe they call it.
As said, it's very hard to distinguish Trisha's true beliefs from the ones they push for provocative purposes. There was one situation which I do feel represented Trisha's opinions from a fairly genuine perspective, as it was one where their behavior didn't benefit this arc of attention. That is arguably the most memed issue of it all, the 5% and what it represented. Although Trisha is a person 5%. Who often isn't completely honest with what they think or how they feel, it's never without a greater motive. And in absence of a trolling motive, we have to ask ourselves, what is so important about 5%?
In her whole family. It's like they're all just sitting there counting the 5%. Like,
he takes that 5%.
You got her whole family. They're just like the 5%. 5. That's a small number.
Maybe Trisha's just trying to become Jewish. But she's penny pinching. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I don't know, dude. I think it really comes down to her genuinely believing that she's worth more, and she might be. But again, the bigger issue comes down, or at least she might have been at that point. I don't know about anymore. It comes down to she would only bring it up when she had other issues going on. She never brought it up by itself. Genuinely, this is something that should have been discussed offline. Maybe she could have gotten more. Maybe she was entitled to more. I don't really know. But this is a discussion that she would have offline, not like constantly every time Ethan did something that she perceived as like a negative. Because I think that's what it is. Every time Ethan would do something negative, everything else would just flood in, and it would take away a lot from her shit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 100. It's 100 numbers. There's 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it.
Now, the quotes and jokes run deep, and rightfully so. I don't think there's anyone who believes that with the production cost, Trisha and Ethan's profit should have been split completely evenly. However, I do think the banter has often clouded the core points that were trying to be made, that weren't completely unfounded. It also reflects the ultimate flaw in the structure of Frenemies and the dynamic between Ethan and Trisha. Both parties purport a sense of betrayal when discussing the capitulation of the partnership, that they both gave a lot to be on the podcast before being thrown under the bus by the other. And maybe this was because that in later episodes they seemed to become much more comfortable with each other. Trisha was invited on the podcast by Ethan, with Ethan owning all the production resources and investing in it himself. Therefore, although it was hosted by both of them, there was the steadying hand of Ethan to keep the show afloat under all circumstances, which made sense given Trisha's unpredictable tendencies. However, it also meant that Trisha was almost always a guest on their own podcast, although their outbursts...
How much longer, babe? I don't know, like a fucking, definitely like an hour.
Often resulted in certain concessions. It also reminded people that their presence was still unreliable, and didn't give them any stead to expect more control over production. However, 35 episodes in and half a year since the last serious quarrel, I think Trisha believed that they had become enough of a mainstay to expect a bit more authority over the direction of the podcast.
The girl that he cheated on with, this Ava Louise girl, he called her a gremlin. It's like, you fucked her.
Go off,
you can't call, I hate
Go the fuck off.
Guys fuck girls, and because they got caught or whatever, then they call the girl the gremlin and stuff like that. Like, oh, she was gonna have to suck your dick. Like, what are you? Mike is such a woman hater, and he hates sex workers. And you can see this by Lana. He's cheated on her. He like publicly admitted to it in a game, saying he got head from people. Like, he's so this is the kind of guy that virtual reality has to get head from somebody over in fucking Florida or wherever the fuck they are, and thinking that's cool. Like, oh yeah, baby, give me. Like, you are such a loser.
You fucked up, Mike.
Perfect example of small dick energy that you need a virtual person to suck your dick.
What is this cringe ass shit that's going on? What is the context of what is even happening right now? What the fuck? Like, what the fuck is happening? Okay.
You psychopath.
It's no secret that they read the comments, and reception had really turned in the prior months. One issue remained though. How are they to bring up this point of discourse? Well, Trisha has a way of not bringing up specifically what they want, rather pushing discussion in a direction that will eventually result in their desirable proposition. In that final episode, it was a problem that clearly bothered them, which is why they attacked the production aspect, eventually escalating the situation to the point where the episode ended prematurely. However, the 5% narrative in my mind was Trisha's logical entry point to this discussion, and a clear signifier of what they wanted. Basically, Trisha's point was...
The video's another half an hour, but like, you know, I talk a lot, so...
was that as it wasn't 50-50 exactly, because that 5% came from their own share, they deserve more influence in the decisions being made. Ultimately, I disagree with this specific line of logic, and I think you have to look more at the share from the perspective that this 5% was nobody's money to begin with. However, I also think there was a case to be made for Trisha to have more of a say in certain decisions regardless of the money, because Frenemies was presented as a joint project, and they were part of the appeal. But that discussion didn't happen because of how Trisha subsequently handled it. Now, the tinfoil hat guy in me would question how much of Trisha's outburst was calculated, and I really can't say for certain in that case. However, I would go as far to say that I think their announcement to step down was done with almost the opposite intent. With people's desire to keep the podcast together and the result of previous tantrums, Trisha had every reason to believe that actually them standing down would prompt Ethan to do everything he could to keep the podcast together, possibly having another Dr. Drew episode which results in Drew recommending Trisha has more representation on the podcast, and Ethan abiding by the expert advice. However, that did not happen. The 5%...
I'm just confused because like I feel like we've said these exact words like before earlier. I feel like I skipped back or something.
As amusing as it was, became that primary narrative to show that from Trisha's perspective, they never really had any control. And for a podcast that they featured on, in their eyes, that wasn't fair. In my opinion, Trisha didn't want the extra 5%, they just wanted what it represented. In the videos following the collapse of the podcast, Trisha emphasized that from their perspective, their input wasn't valued enough. And although certain points they made were contradicted pretty directly, once again bringing that intent into question, I do think there was a tension that neither of them wanted to address until after they didn't have an obligation to each other. Both Trisha and Ethan sought to emphasize how much they cared about each other, and I don't doubt that's true, but I guess the question would be, how much did they trust each other? One clip from Ethan's video in particular seems quite relevant.
So she wants me to hire people, lease an industrial space, of which, by the way, the leases are usually 3+ years on industrial spaces, for something that she's inevitably going to quit. Like, I mean, it's happened 3 times already. So like, and guess who's going to take all the risk on that? Me. I'm going to risk my ass.
Here he states he didn't want to hand over more authority to Trisha in the say of the staff because from his perspective, he was the anchor and Trisha could walk out at any time without experiencing any repercussions. This is true, but in a way, he walks himself into cyclical reasoning because what he said...
I mean, what you could have done is just said like, okay, we can do whatever you want. Understand that if you walk off the show though, like if you end the show, you no longer get like a cut of whatever in the past. We could do something like that, and I get like all the revenue. I don't know.
Is only true because Trisha walked out because of that specific reason, in which case Trisha would just reply, well, that's where the 5% of my cut comes in. Now, as said, I don't necessarily agree with Trisha that a cut should give them a stronger say necessarily. I think it's much more to do with trust, but in this case,
okay, no, so I understand the cyclical reasoning argument. It's like, oh, the only reason that she walked away in the first place is because she didn't get enough say. So by you saying she can't have say, that means that like you're effectively contributing to the reason. The reason I disagree with that is because you're missing one factor, that he is solely financially responsible for it. He's the one that has to make the investment. She's not making any actual investment here. So it's not necessarily circular. It's one of those things where like she shows herself to not be reliable. And so to make this big investment, what the fuck? Oh, is there another boss that I'm missing? It would be, well, effectively irresponsible. Oh shit, I fucked up. That's his biggest reasoning. It's not necessarily because he has to invest. It's more that like she walks off for like anything. She's constantly having an issue.
Do is prove that you ultimately didn't trust them. And you can turn around and say, well, they walked out, which proves that I shouldn't have given them a greater input anyway. But if they walked out on the basis of that specific issue, then it doesn't really prove your point, because Trisha would continuously push...
It's more... Dude, this guy's a fucking idiot. He just walked in there and just got fucking dunked on. It's more about the fact that she wanted to do a bunch of things without any understanding of like what the expense would be and like how difficult it could be to implement. That's more of the issue, I think, in general. Not just like, oh, I'm not going to do it because you could just walk off. It's more that like she doesn't understand the scope of what she's asking, on top of the fact that she's very generally unreliable.
The idea that they were prepared to take more responsibility and that Klein would not grant them that. That was the significance of the 5% in their mind. As noted earlier, there were some who found Trisha's nature to compare themselves with Ela Klein concerning, some even going as far to suggest that Trisha was concealing feelings for Ethan themselves. I wouldn't say that, but what I would say is that Ethan and Ela were able to launch the H3 podcast with the mutual trust that a married couple would invest in themselves. I think Trisha wanted that feeling of partnership as well. They wanted that even split, even leadership, even management, even power. Ultimately, though, deep down they knew that wasn't something that Ethan would ever be prepared to provide, and that just exposed those doubts once more, and how they interpreted them. The core disagreement was this. Trisha clearly believed that Frenemies had outgrown the platform of H3 and that it ultimately needed its own space to blossom. This was a discussion that needed to be had openly and honestly. Instead, it came down to one number. That number wasn't important as a singular statistic, but more for what it meant to Trisha. The fact that there would always be that difference between them, that neither party was completely ready to trust the other. Neither quite possessed that faith.
Nice. Pogger.
This is a serious message to everybody watching my...
What the fuck is this? What the fuck am I looking at? Is this relevant? What the fuck?
Update right now. Peace and love. Peace and love.
Again, with peace and love, and I mean this with peace and love. Peace and love with peace and love. Peace and love. Can you soundbite I'm warning you with peace and love?
Peace and love. It's a phrase you heard a lot on the H3 podcast and Frenemies. It was first said by Ringo Starr, but quickly garnered meme status on the H3 podcast. Okay. At first, it merely held meme status, but eventually it evolved into something greater.
Just don't eat the crust. Why are you hating on the end?
I think it's a way to keep skinny. Dolly Parton once said she only eats the first bite and have the last
with peace
bite.
and love, it's not working. I
have lost 3 pounds this week. Thank you very much. And guess what? I don't eat the last bite. With peace and love, it's not working for you either, whatever you're doing. And you're working out. I'm not even working out, and I'm skinnier than you. Let's go on the scale right now.
I'm not calling you fat. I'm just saying.
Over time, peace and love became a way to contextualize or mitigate a possible disparaging remark.
With peace and love is like saying no offense before calling somebody ugly. Like, that's all that is. With peace and love, you're ugly as fuck. It's like, with no offense, it's the same thing. That's all it is. It's really passive-aggressive more than anything else.
Or negative statement in good faith. Although not a method I would typically employ, I understand that some, especially Trisha, may have found that reassuring. The problem is that eventually it begins to tire as a technique, particularly when sometimes it feels difficult to fully present something as coming from a place of peace and love.
And so I say with peace and love that, as a friend, I have come to love and appreciate Trisha.
It's hard to do that when reflecting on a falling out publicly, and Trisha immediately uploading videos, tweets, and everything under the sun about how they felt placed everyone else on the back foot. Ethan was completely in his right to respond. Although it was a solid response in many ways, there was also a sense of vexation at the fact that he had tolerated so much of Trisha's behavior this time round, and yet still ended up in the same position. The problem is that when you have that building up, your narrative begins to spiral into that cynical perception of a person's actions. Take the issue of Trisha wanting to fire the crew.
Is that I was talking to the crew like, Trisha wants to, I was like, listen, Trisha wants to hire a new crew.
Now, as noted, Trisha did not say this directly, but I can understand why you'd seem to think that they are implying it. Ethan admits he handled this situation incorrectly by paraphrasing Trisha's comments to the crew. However, he doesn't actually walk back the notion of Trisha wanting to fire the crew, in fact, continuing to mention it throughout the video, even stating that Trisha had directly said they wanted to fire the crew.
If anyone was upset, it's because she said that she wanted to fire everybody and get a new staff. That made people uncomfortable. The reason they were upset that I misunderstood is because she said she wanted to fire them all.
Now, Ethan is completely entitled to his interpretation of Trisha's comments, and Trisha hadn't done themselves any favors in the previous days. But once again, it exuded a lack of faith in the interpretation of Trisha's comments, and Trisha hadn't done themselves any favors in the previous days. Once again, it exuded a lack of faith in Trisha's intent. Although Trisha had been unnecessarily rude about the crew, they hadn't explicitly stated that they wanted them fired, and continuing to assert this interpretation cements your stance that you believe that their expression of these feelings didn't come from a genuine place. Some may say, well, he only has this interpretation because of how Trisha had been in the previous days, but he asserts that this was his understanding before Frenemies had disbanded. The wording of firing is also going to be quite evocative because it often implies that people are going to be losing their jobs. However, in this case, as Ethan notes himself, these are people who work other jobs for the podcast, and therefore it was unlikely that this would be the case.
How did you hire Sam without consulting me? It's like, I'm sorry, this is our business. She's not just working on Frenemies. Why do I need to consult you who I hire for my business?
I don't think his point is completely invalid, but I think it conveys a restrained bitterness that was never spoken about while the podcast felt redeemable, which then skews the perspective of that specific case and obviously causes more subsequent anger from Trisha in their responses.
He's bringing up cutting the whole crew list again.
We fronted the money.
In what world? You have all these receipts. Show the fucking receipts, Ethan.
Now, I think its presentation is clearly clouded by Ethan's own feelings about the situation. But I do think it does represent that sort of thing that a peace and love tone cannot offset. And although I think he had decent grounds to believe that Trisha may have been hinting at hiring a new crew for the podcast, I think his representation just showed he hadn't progressed his opinion of Trisha as much as the viewers thought he had. It was clear that he still harbored great doubts. Trisha was no different either. Even though they opened their video expressing love for Ethan, that soon dissipated.
It's interesting he'll show all the DMs except the ones where I say fire the crew or what he said to me the night of things that happened in the order it happened.
Trisha's video is not the easiest to follow because it's Trisha, but even amongst the numerous anecdotes they can fire off, you can tell that these are evident problems, and they've been evident problems for the longest time. The whole leaving Frenemies situation in itself was a good example, but in all honesty, if you just watch back the episode, there are so many moments where they clearly express hesitancy to accept support or the peace and love vibe, likely because they weren't entirely happy with the podcast as it was.
Well, maybe because I always think that I'm on the defense with you when you were actually on my side. And
I'm always on your side. Always. I had no idea that so many people would like it.
Yeah.
And I just want to say thank you for doing the show. And I think you are
I fucking muted myself. How long was I muted there? Sorry, what I had said before about... God damn it, I was fucking muted for temporarily. I didn't even realize it. What I had said there was Trisha keeps saying show the receipts, but that's not really how it works. She's not contesting that he puts the money up. So the show the receipts doesn't mean anything. She's just saying show the receipts, but it doesn't mean anything. Because you're not actually contesting what he's saying. So it's just she's just saying words at that point.
So funny and talented, and you make the show so great.
As noted, I personally find it difficult to write off the idea that Trisha's departure was actually a stunt, intended to result in further negotiations for an issue they viewed as present. But if anything, they proved that they didn't believe that being honest with Ethan would actually bring about the desired result. Instead of patiently talking it out, they believed they had to generate negative attention because they believed that was what Ethan would respond to. They didn't trust Ethan didn't trust Trisha, and they both clearly had issues but didn't have that open discussion because they thought holding it back would prevent more harm.
No matter what anyone says, and I don't care if it sounds cocky, I don't care if people are like, your channel shit, it doesn't matter. Like, I've seen the stats, like, I've helped like subscribers go over to H3. I see comments that say, Trisha bought me here, but I'm staying for Ethan. Like, you know, if it was on my channel, I would have gotten their audience to come find mine, you know, if we would have hosted it on mine.
In actuality, this only yields further frustration because then the other person has to consider the fact that you never really trusted them as a friend and that they were just tolerating your presence for the maintenance of a business partnership. It embellishes an already present rift. And Trisha was the worst person to experience that because they often seem to seek justification for why people hated them, which inevitably implanted the narrative that they were only used for views. This then spirals and only furthers the bad faith interpretations they have of each other. And in the remainder of 2021, we saw attempts from both sides to really twist the knife in because they believed it was the only justified response when the other willfully tried to hurt them, far from that peace and love we'd seen before. Unfortunately, that philosophy can only work as much as it's what a person positively responds to. And to be honest, sometimes I think Trisha needed more than peace and love, or at least they required a tougher version of it. It often represented the eggshells that Ethan felt like he walked on, something that Trisha specifically said they didn't want in messages and later videos. However, if it wasn't what they wanted, why did they support it when it was first mentioned by the expert himself?
Cool, you know, sort of...
yeah, we're on camera.
Responsible to. You're trying to make a show, and you want to not trigger her so much, but you have to get used to de-escalating things. And that's
I don't know how to de-escalate when she goes into...
Stop pushing. So the nanny thing, it was a jab. Why don't you just be like, next topic, instead of, oh, so tell me why I'm a bad parent. Tell me
This is pathetic. Is that really something that they said?
why my mom should be watching my kids. Like, you just kept going for it. And I mean, listen,
you have to learn.
That's pathetic. You have to learn to de-escalate. Bro, you're saying that he's a bad parent, and then you're saying you should just deal with it? Bro, Dr. Drew co-signed that? What a fucking moron. Holy shit.
Where that line is, you have to really learn it and just stop. You have to just go, okay.
What Trisha and Ethan really needed was some private sessions to talk about what frustrated them with a paid professional to make sure these problems didn't boil over. And instead, what they received was this.
You are allowing the wedge to be put into place.
And the podcast suffered for it.
Die, Ethan. That's pretty much.
There's one video that I've refrained from talking about yet because it may just be the worst of them all. During the era where Trisha was attempting to talk about Frenemies without doing it on their own channel, they went onto a podcast with many people. One of these people, though, was Dr. Drew, the former mediating party of previous therapy episodes. In this video, when discussing the demise of Frenemies, Drew continues to repeat previous narratives that he had imparted so helpfully during his appearances on the defunct podcast in question, just with more confidence now that the two had actually parted. It's really strange watching the man who was meant to help resolve it almost play into it and the questionable narratives at hand. In a way, I don't think Dr. Drew's core advice is of no use. The problem is that he takes a lot of what Trisha says at face value, and that ultimately nullifies a lot of his conclusions.
I was repeating them to him to help him understand them and try to frame his response to them because he's not with the one struggling, although he's in the thing with you. He was evoked by what was going on with you.
I've already delivered a fair few criticisms of Dr. Drew, but I think with the full context of the face of the podcast, we can now see the ramifications of clumsily handled relationship advice by fully understanding the actual problems that Trisha and Ethan seem to perceive.
The truth is that I'm very grateful for the experience we've had with Frenemies and all the learning and growing and developing and the amazing growth that our channel's seen as the result of that show. I mean, it's been popular and successful beyond what either of us anticipated.
Trisha wanted to transform the podcast. Both they and Klein acknowledged its astounding success and view count in comparison to similar series on the channel. Frenemies clearly had a presence and an audience of its own, and Trisha's interpretation to me seemed almost like a child, wondering how long they would have to behave before Klein entrusted more responsibility onto them. But Klein didn't want to move on that because he didn't want to rely on someone who may not stick around. Why is that? Well, Ethan still didn't trust Trisha enough. Ethan couldn't predict what Trisha would do and wasn't prepared to put that faith in his own judgment alone, and that was something that should have been at least worked on during the two pivotal episodes with Dr. Drew. In a perfect world, counseling would enable both parties to find closure, yet acceptance in the differences they hold. This doesn't always happen, and for two people as diametrically opposed as Ethan and Trisha, maybe that could never happen. However, the insight they received was probably the least helpful it could be. It created this norm where problems were swept under the rug in the hope that ultimately the strength of the podcast would prevail. But tensions boil over, and bottling up problems will eventually break bonds down. There were eggshells that everyone was walking on, too afraid to address them.
With Ethan, I mean, from the beginning, we've always been combative, as opposed to like you. I know you're always Team Trish, as opposed to like again, it's fine, but like, I know it was like to exploit me, right? He wanted me to walk off that set that day. So my attitude's different, which is fine. I exploit myself. Like I said, that's my like one entertaining quality for the internet. So I was like, fine, that's fine. But it's like, I knew that going into it, that he was always trying to like do another walk off. You know what I mean? So it's a little different as opposed to you.
In many ways, it told Ethan
Who the fuck is Leon Lush?
to essentially seek appeasement for the sake of the podcast longevity. Repression isn't resolution though, and if you have these apprehensions that persist, you should talk about them, even if Trisha may find it upsetting or offensive in the moment. In this case, longevity itself is still temporary because eventually these things break down, because eventually you lose your patience or the other person picks up on the fact that you're still unsure of where you stand with them and begins to unravel themselves in an attempt to change that. That rollover mentality, it showed itself as demonstrably detrimental when Trisha was trying to assert those worst expectations in that final episode, because Ethan just went ahead and confirmed it to try and end the argument, to try and move on. But sometimes people don't move on until they've cleared something up, until they've repaired that trust.
Thank you for giving me a third wave. I feel like I've gone through, Shane gave me the first wave, then David, then we're not falling out.
Well, we almost did, but we pulled through. You're marrying my brother-in-law, so
it's like we're stuck.
Kind of removing the options.
You haven't upped your cat or
I'm not the
anything.
kind of dude who like holds grudges. I like to settle squash beef, especially with people like in my family.
Trust starts with transparency. Understanding boundaries is an important building block to that. Trisha is wildly inconsistent, and hell, it may have been a lost cause to even try and understand what lines they would hypothetically draw, but it would have been better than doing nothing at all. At the worst, it would have allowed the podcast to end on a note of mutual agreement, something that proved impossible in the current environment and was only illuminated by their conflicting interpretations of the unaired episode where they attempted to settle those. But it wasn't just about Trisha's boundaries.
I think every single person, every group I've been with, Shane Dawson, David Dobrik, Ethan and his crew, like they're all these guys that are like, oh my God, Trisha's so crazy. Like, what the fuck? She says this crazy stuff, her crazy life, like candlesticks up her ass, all this stuff. And then as soon as like I get triggered by it, it's like, oh, too much. Oh, like she's just a bad person. She's just like mental. It's like all of a sudden, it's like, you know, it's like if it's too much, they're like disengage. It's
Again, I think the bigger issue was she would have no problem with these assertions that like she's crazy as a joking way, but then sometimes she would just want to take it personally.
I don't know.
There are no two ways about it. The infamous December episode where Trisha loses their temper at Ethan and the absent Hila was unacceptable behavior for anyone. And although their conduct never approached that specific degree of volatility again, it should have been outlined that they wouldn't receive the same treatment if that happened next time. I think Trisha almost believed their loyalty to the podcast was assumed because drama was naturally inbuilt. They repeat this on the Dr. Drew podcast, but they continue to focus on that one event, the storming out, and not actually what followed.
I'm good about this. Okay, let's go to your stupid. I don't like this segment. Just for the record, fan advice is a stupid segment.
Why?
But we can do it. It's so dumb. What's the point?
I don't think Ethan's greatest issue with Trisha was their on-podcast behavior in the final episode. I think what more pushed him towards the conclusion that the partnership was beyond saving was the DMs that Trisha leaked themselves, where they once more lose their cool and Trisha announcing that they were leaving. How this probably wouldn't have happened if Trisha knew it wasn't going to work. And a couple other notable instances, Trisha's explosive behavior had been rewarded with a seat at the negotiation table, with a therapist by their side. That didn't happen. From my perspective, Ethan felt like he'd done everything to keep Trisha happy and it still wasn't enough. And at that point, he decided there was nothing else he could do and concluded that accepting Trisha's resignation from the podcast was the smartest route. This wasn't the first
time. Should have done that after like the fucking second episode. After like the first time she went off on him.
Trisha had said they were quitting, but it was the first time that Ethan rubber stamped it. If there had been an established method in problem resolution beyond just pushing it towards the back burner, Trisha may never have considered leaving the podcast as an acceptable course to having their...
So it sounds like basically what TRO is saying is that he thinks Trisha might have just been almost pretending to leave the podcast just to try to like use it as a leverage and be like, oh, I'll leave the podcast, and thinking that Ethan would never give it up.
Farms recognized. They needed a system for these problems that was mutually acknowledged that if breached would bring about the show's termination. If Trisha did have some form of rationale to their behavior, then this would at least serve as greater motivation to not act in a way that they did after the show's downfall.
That's pretty cool.
No, I knew this show would only ever end if you said
I can't end anything. I've never ended anything. Like even the most toxic relationships where people like cheat on me over and over and give me STDs, like I still won't.
I've never cheated on you or given you an STD.
Thank you.
So we're doing good.
We're doing good.
It's very easy to point fingers at people directly involved in the drama. And to be honest, I think there is some responsibility that can be attributed there. But I also think that sometimes you need the right guidance. And in this case, that could only be provided by a professional therapist who didn't have any biases, any priorities, or a public personality to maintain. If you put the survival of a podcast above the survival of your friendship and the openness that you can express in it, then the podcast will suffer nonetheless. It is built from that friendship or frenemieship, not vice versa.
People have to understand that's what they've set up. I don't understand why they, I guess it's because people, you know, they don't understand mental illness. They don't really understand it. And that's why we're here talking today.
However, as much as we can assign blame to subpar advice, it was also Ethan and Trisha's decision to bring Dr. Drew on and abide by his wisdom. If anything, the presence of a personality like Dr. Drew showed that although the drama was personal, Frenemies was still just a spectacle and it needed to be more than that to survive.
I don't.
When Ethan started the H3 podcast channel, I think he hoped that it would allow him to present a more unfiltered, authentic version of himself. And in a way, he achieved that. However, he also experienced issues expressing that natural self and working it into conversations with other guests, and often getting into drama himself. Drama and conflict aside, there was definitely a need to surround himself with people who play off his best parts and ameliorate his worst. Nowadays, he does that pretty successfully with his crew, but back then, Trisha was the catalyst to bring H3 into a new era.
Dude, Coachella versus open casket funeral.
Who would have guessed that a few select comments could spawn such a tumultuous and memorable partnership in the YouTube history books? And in many ways, they did create something timeless, an experience that many were grateful for. Given their characters at the start of the podcast, people really didn't believe it would last more than a few episodes, but over time that expectation changed, and the investment manifested as well. And for much of the time, the show appeared to undergo an evolution that transformed both Ethan and Trisha, moving from a dynamic of tense rivalry to strong camaraderie. With that in mind, there was a perpetual sadness that the podcast couldn't be something greater, as it seemed to be progressing in that direction for so long.
I keep saying I love this show.
How many hours do we have left? Like 10 minutes.
Like everyone just like stop the podcast. I'm like, please don't stop this
I know I had a lot to say. I'm starting to burn out. I'm surprised it took me this long to burn out, bro.
podcast. Is all I got going.
Well, let me read you what they said.
Without context, the episodes constructed a poignant story, one where Trisha had experienced so much maltreatment and desertion that their own responses were a product of their reception. In some ways, it seemed like a believable account, particularly given the cannibalistic nature of internet culture, and the conviction that Trisha spoke with made it all the more convincing. It was an occasionally difficult but very sympathetic portrait of a person who is often judged quite harshly by the internet. Additionally, it was a sobering moment for a lot of viewers, and maybe prompted a fair bit of reflection on their behalf. However, often the problem with the internet is that it's a pendulum. It judges an individual either far too harshly or not at all. And in the deluge of sentimentality, some left their better judgment at the door. So many were sold on it, and maybe if someone detached themselves a little more, they would have picked up on certain lies designed to play up this story. I don't think this means that Trisha hasn't suffered in their life. I want to make that clear, but I do think they were too committed to it, too committed to a vision in their head that wasn't going to happen. Trisha is a person whose words have often held very little impact online because of how notably unreliable and melodramatic they are. But Frenemies changed the game for them due to the assumed realism of that podcast environment. Unfortunately, although it was a new format, it was the same old Trish. And given they'd proven to have lied a fair few times prior, including during their debut appearance on the H3 podcast, it was almost impressive they managed to rope people in once more. I think in this story, Ethan saw himself in a position where he could be the start of a healthier online relationship for Trisha. He really did try to make that difference in their life. They weren't quite ready to let Ethan in, and I think Ethan picked up on that because Trisha knew that the podcast wasn't quite where they wanted it to be. Trisha had greater plans for this story, and Ethan didn't. I think deep down they both apprehended its collapse.
I feel like it's not that deep. Like they both wanted to keep it going, and Trisha just pushed too far and was unprofessional, and Ethan was in his own way as well. It just kind of burnt out. Yeah, I don't know.
Either due to Trisha's own nature or Ethan's response to it. And in a way, Ethan's subsequent reaction to Trisha's lashing out helped preserve the abandonment narrative in their mind.
I think every single person, every group I've been with, Shane Dawson, David Dobrik, Ethan and his crew, like they're all these guys that are like, oh my God, Trisha's so crazy. Like, what the fuck? She says this crazy stuff, her crazy life, like candlesticks up her ass, all this stuff.
That's what you do though, right? Like you're a self-admitted troll, so you do that.
And then as soon as like I get triggered by it, it's like, oh, too much. Oh, like she's just a bad person. She's just like mental. It's like all of a sudden it's like, it's like if it's too much, they're like disengage. It's weird. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Then they abandon.
Yeah. So
exactly.
Yeah.
The difference is at that stage.
Why do you think Dr. Drew was like so on board with everything Trish was saying? Like, what do you think? Well, why? Like, I don't understand. Like, he just validated everything she had to say, even after this. Maybe Ethan didn't pay him to say what he wanted. Maybe he's really just that fucking stupid. Maybe Dr. Drew is really just a fucking idiot. I don't know, dude.
It was Trisha who left the podcast. It wasn't Ethan's fault. The one thing that I would say Ethan was unequivocally right to do, though, was to accept the end of the podcast. I have my problems with Ethan's reaction and response. I think I've made that clear. And I don't know the exact reasons behind his decision. But he couldn't have maintained it in good faith with the then present arrangement. It was the best thing to do, not just for him, but for Trisha as well and everyone around them. And honestly could have...
For clout? I don't know. Did he express an interest in having his own podcast with Trish? Oh. Why her specifically? Maybe because he saw it. Maybe. When did he do that? I never saw that before. Because I'd be like, for clout, wouldn't you want to stick with Ethan's side if you're just going to be performative? Just a tweet. There's a tweet once that he posted to point out that he did a little podcast with her when they inevitably ended. Interesting. I wonder why she didn't take it.
Help preserve a good friendship. To do so much in public on one hand can be raw and powerful. On the other hand, it blurs the line between persona and person, and Trisha is so bad with that. I know I've probably said that before, but it doesn't become any less true. And as the personal relationships become more and more intertwined, it was clear that these moments of conflict were only going to cause...
Somebody just said horny. Maybe that's what it is, dude. I don't know.
more harm to Trisha, Ethan, crew, friends, and family. At the start, I noted that a podcast sometimes can only run as long as there is a motivation. But in the case of Frenemies, the motivation to start the podcast was ultimately the motivation taken to end it, because what initially benefited them became a detriment as they grew closer. That friendship. Unfortunately, that friendship couldn't be saved because of what followed. Trisha's failure to distinguish between that public and private aspect of Frenemies, and Ethan being pushed past breaking point when reflecting on it. If you had a time machine, you could probably change a few things, and maybe it would have kept the podcast alive a little longer.
I want Domino's pizza now. Fuck.
Maybe it would have imploded even sooner. Who knows? I think the one element that may have been worth saving was the friendship itself, removing that betrayal and reflecting on the intent of the parties on that podcast. And with the family involved, maybe it would have been a more peaceful conclusion for all. Instead, we had one which dragged in other parties, over-invested fans to an extreme degree, and always
was Ethan Moses' best man? Just curious.
Ended up exhausting everyone actually involved because they couldn't say anything final. As much as it's entertaining for audience members and possibly cathartic for yourself to go mask off in a stream, a stalemate is never satisfying. And when you pit yourself against each other in such a way, that's all you're ever going to end up with.
I know y'all want me to talk about Trisha, but this whole thing is extremely upsetting, disturbing. I'm still processing this as a person who I consider my close friend. Trisha said I was sexualizing her in the workplace, which is the definition of sexual harassment. What? Does that mean that saying that you sexually harassed her, or are you saying that her saying that you were sexualizing her as okay, whatever.
As we've seen, if you wrong Ethan, he's often not afraid to hold back. That's for better and for worse with him, particularly when he wants to rip into someone the way he would occasionally advise against.
We're pretty PC in general, too. Like, it's a comedy podcast, but I feel like we are pretty respectful at the same time. So, I don't know. I think some of y'all are just too sensitive. Like,
not a politician.
Yeah, exactly, and thank God for that.
You know what, though? I know what this clip is from. Okay? Listen, shut the fuck up and listen right now, son of a bitch. You shut up and you listen to me right now. This, I believe, could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this was a clip from when Ethan was making jokes about gay bottoms. And then, like, which I think was fine. I don't give a fuck. It's a joke. I don't give a shit. It wasn't malintended. But then a gay guy came on to, like, defend himself, and Ethan kept, like, harassing him, be like, oh, are you a bottom? Do you like to get fucked in the ass? Basically, like, shit like that. Which was wrong, right? All lighthearted, but still shitty. Like, it was pushing that person's boundaries. All I want to know, though, because somebody got really upset. They're like, oh, anti-Semitism, Papa. I made, like, a lighthearted joke about how maybe Trisha wanted the 5% because she's cosplaying like a Jewish person, right? And be like, oh, it's anti-Semitic. How come? Why is it that... That's a lighthearted joke with no intention, no poor intention, just like Ethan's joke about bottoms having big assholes. That's why because he said James Charles was needed a poopy diaper because he was bottom. Why is one bad and the other isn't? If they're both not poorly intentioned, why are we so sensitive to that one? I understand that, like, with negative intention, actually, propagating the idea that Jewish people run the world, that could lead to another Holocaust. But a minor little joke like that, bro, I don't think it's that bad. And I think that people will defend Ethan's joke and then like, oh, really? Anti-Semitic? Shut the fuck up. It's not that deep, bro. I'm just saying. It's just interesting. It's just interesting,
Thank you, Amy, by the way, for defending me. I feel like, if you're watching the show and you're perpetually offended by things I'm saying, you may want to just stop watching, like, genuinely. Yeah, that's true. And I'm trying my best to learn when I can. And
but again, the only problem with this response was that, like, people were giving him shit for, like, harassing that gay dude that came on to defend himself. He's like, hey, we made the gay joke about big butts, which, whatever, I think that's funny. And then a gay guy came on to defend himself, and then Ethan, instead of being like, okay, I hear what you're saying, but I still think it was a joke, he was like, oh, do you like to get fucked? He died like that. He's like, oh, are you a bottom? Do you want to get fucked? That's where you fucked up, dude. You're just being disrespectful. And again, you just gave Trisha a big meltdown over her fucking lighthearted joke, and then you want people to accept you for making lighthearted jokes. You're all over the place, bro. You gotta pick a perspective, Either we can joke or we can't. As long as we're not being poorly intentioned, the jokes are fine. That's all I give a fuck about.
I did take and learn what I could from...
My joke was funny. Thank you so much. Are you kidding me right now? I said this person said in the chat that your joke was funny, and then they retracted it. That's so fucking rude, dude. What the hell? That just wasn't nice. All right. I'm a little upset by that one. You hurt me. Hurt my feelings.
From Matt, and I listened respectfully. But to say it's gross and disappointing, which is a comment I'm reading specifically,
I would say so is my penis, but nobody complains about that. Got him. That's how I would say it. That's
is just, I think you're too sensitive.
Wait, they said something else, but it got held for review. I'm not going to show it, but I'm going to read it. Honestly, your joke is funny, but his is out of ignorance, and the issue is that he insists so much he uses being a bottom as an insult and say he takes it up the butt. So he isn't enough of a man? Is that what he was saying? I thought he was just making a joke because James Charles had diapers in his thing, and James Charles has had inappropriate interactions with young people, and so he was just dunking on him for that, and by saying he has a big butthole, that's why he needs diapers. I don't know if it was that deep, but maybe I'm wrong.
For the show, I really do. I'm sorry.
Ethan is a regularly cynical guy who tries to be.
You like my hat? It says intercourse on it. It's from Intercourse, Pennsylvania. It says intercourse on it here too. Isn't that weird? They really want you to know that Amish people love Intercourse, Pennsylvania. That's crazy. They really want you to know.
He's socially conscious, but often fails, and will draw criticism for supposed pandering and double standards due to it. Trisha and their loyal fans clearly possess this impression that Ethan still only cared about the podcast for its content, and not for them. And maybe at the start, when some people raised
he had like diapers in his cart or something.
Is that concern? It was a valid point. But over time, I do think Ethan's intentions evolved, which I think is what made him so bitter at the end. I think he did care, and I think he was embarrassed at himself for caring.
You see me as a troll and a trickster, and nothing's true.
I think Ethan's bitter because he doesn't shower. I'm fucking railing off these funny dad jokes. You get it? Because you taste bitter when you don't shower. I don't know if that's true. My wife told me that. So by the way, after I get off the stream, I have to shower.
Right. You see me as that way because you see through your own lens. You yourself are only seeing your own kind of shadow being cast on the world.
That's not true. Trish has a problem with the public sphere. As acknowledged early on, there's evidently an issue with the fact that they don't value the consequences their words can hold and the implications they may have in a socially sensitive environment. Even if the comments didn't directly affect the people that were being referred to, there were others in those circles and even on the podcast that did feel that impact. Whether Trisha cared too much about themselves or not enough about others is judgment I'll leave down to you. But whatever the reason, it ultimately wasn't one made for a podcast. Or the podcast. I know some will probably be disappointed.
Is that a Danganronpa shirt? I don't know. I'm not that much of a nerd.
That I didn't comment on Trisha's personal life more, particularly their contentious marriage to Moses. But simply put, I don't know enough about it. All I'll say is that I think Trisha needs people around them who don't condone their behavior just because it's Trisha.
Remember they were comparing Moses to Jesus before? You think if Jesus was really real, that he was kind of a dick? I mean, we missed like his whole... They started like he's a baby and then all of a sudden he's 30 in the Bible, right? We missed a lot. Because like if I was like God's son and I was like this, the fucking Messiah, I would be a dick. Maybe Moses really is Jesus. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. I'd be full of myself. It's still a human just because you're the Messiah. Like, I'm the fucking Messiah. I'm here to die for your sins. I would be a total dickhead. Especially if I knew. If I knew I was dying for your sins, I'd be a real piece of shit. You know what I mean? Fuck it. Like, I'm gonna be dead for your sins anyway, so I might as well have a few sins of my own. My death is gonna pay for my own sins too, right? Fuck it. So maybe Moses is Jesus. He was 12 in the temple chapter. Yeah, but what is that? He goes from like 0. He goes to like being birthed to 12 to 30. I mean, come on, missing a lot in there. When did he? You know what I mean? Jesus skips a lot of time. Yeah, he's a time. He's a time wizard. He's skipping through time. Boom, 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 boom. You know what I mean? What's Jesus hiding? If you ask me, a lot of his life is not in the Bible. So what's Jesus hiding? This is a question, dude. I mean, we might have to look. We might have to go and see what's going on this Twitter. If you ask me, I mean, come on. We have no idea what he thought. He might have went to the January 6th riots for all we know. Just like Jimmy Pesto's voice from Bob's Burgers. I learned today. Isn't that crazy? Fucking nuts.
Trisha a reason to be better. Trisha can get better. It's just a shame that wasn't the result of the podcast. It was a project that yielded so much for Ethan and Trisha, but also left the feeling that there could have been so much more. And it had long overreaching personal implications, leaving some questioning whether it was ever worth it. For what it is worth, though, one thing I've learned from reading too many comments was that even if it wasn't quite what it appeared to be, Frenemies was still a moment of divine escapism for many. Those who came home on a Monday night, tired and daunted by the week ahead, had something to look forward to. Two of YouTube's
Check Jesus' hard drive. I agree.
Most recognizable and polarizing figures, providing their informed and occasionally uninformed takes on YouTube drama. Frenemies was chaotic, problematic, and deeply flawed, but it was also a compelling story that many followed closely and wanted that fairy tale ending from. Sometimes fiction is more fanciful than reality, and this was one of those times. Yet, even if its legacy has been tainted, in many...
You want to make a joke about Jesus, but you don't want to risk going to hell? Bro, Jesus died so I can make jokes about it. If I don't sin, then Jesus died for nothing. Okay? That's all I have to say. All I have to say, bro.
Many people's hearts, Trisha and Ethan will always be frenemies.
Wow, beautiful ending. Thank you so much. That was a very poetic ending. Hopefully there's no more after this. I've been watching for 4 hours.
So yeah, that's the video.
It was a good show. You think people watch this in like segments if they actually watch the whole thing? Like they're like, okay, I'm gonna come on and watch the first 4 chapters, you know?
I hope you enjoyed it. Big thanks to everyone who's watched this far.
Yeah.
I want to give a big thanks to all the editors who worked on this. They've done a fantastic job. Really appreciate you guys. All their credits are on screen in the description below. It means a lot to me. I want to give big thanks to my patrons and my $50 patrons, Hypercube, Esther Bedoya, Goldman, Bellarex, and Sari Tish. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much for your support. But I also want to give big thanks to any artist whose art was used in this video. Credits are all in the description again. If your art appears in this video and you're not listed, then just let me know. Also, as said in my previous video, I have a bit of a merch project going on right now. The link for that will be available as well if you want to check that out. And we have some pretty neat new products. I like the little battery pack we've got going right now. I think that's a nice little contraption. Just my personal opinion though. And also, one final thank you to Advance Global for sponsoring the video. As said, the link will be available in the
I only buy hats. If you make a hat, let me know. I'll buy it.
Description. Remember to use those discount codes. It would be foolish not to if you are going to purchase some of their product. And remember, you've got to be of age and you've got to live in the US. So apologies to any Brits out there who want to get their hands on some product. Our time will come, I'm sure. Anyhow, I hope you enjoyed the video. Again, let me know. Comments, go ahead, speak your mind, whatever. Anyhow, hopefully you enjoyed the video. As said, put a fair bit of effort in, so hopefully it's paid off. I'm the right opinion, and I will see you in the next one.
All right, not too bad. We did it. Everyone, thank you so much for watching, and a special shout out to all my Patreon patrons, my YouTube members, and my Twitch subs. If you'd like to learn how you can contribute even more than you already are by simply watching the video, you can check the links down below, which will unlock a special feature depending on the platform that you subscribe to, such as Patreon here that will get your name right here on this wall. Thank you so much, guys, again for watching, and have a good one.